Welcome one and welcome all right back to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We have a snazzy little intro now as well, and I'm super excited to get this week number 8 kicked off.
Yeah, had some good LCS games that just wrapped up. Congrats to 100 Thieves on the much-needed 2-0. Knocked Immortals out of the playoff picture while solidifying their own, with Tomo leading the charge, a familiar face for NACL in the past couple of days. And speaking of Tomo, we're kicking off the day with DSG versus Dragonsteel here, Mazel.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the standings here and see maybe some of the domination that Dragonsteel has wrought on our league so far. 7-0 are the reigning kings right now, at least in this regular season. It is also, though, a big look at DSG today, facing up against them, trying to figure out this middle of the pack a bit.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, this was a matchup for Dragonsteel I was kind of looking forward to if Tomo was in for DSG. Obviously, props to Tomo for getting subbed in, taking his LCS opportunity, making the most of it today. But it feels like Dragonsteel have yet to really be challenged after they 2-0'd FlyC in Week 1 and have really ran with the league from there.
They set their goal as going undefeated after falling in spring to set FlyQuest. Now they'll have to figure out how to finish this one strong, as they have been, and see where else other parts of the standings are going to be looking at. Blue Waters looking to try to get out of that 9th place here as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule of the day, as we have DSG versus Dragonsteel. Only a couple hopes left in this league to take down the Dragons. AoE struggling to find a series win up against FlyQuest, who themselves have been struggling a bit as of late.
Yeah, FlyQuest haven't really, I think, patched it together with some of the drafts, and they are a team that I hold still in very high regard, but they are in the middle of the standings. Have a good chance to buff that back up today versus AoE. But then I know we're excited about the first match, and unfortunately for Disguised, with Tomo being promoted, this is a team that has sent a lot of talent to LCS since they have joined, but an emergency substitution coming in with Coach Brandini stepping back into the top lane, and you can tell with how old that photo is, those are Echo Fox colors behind him.
Don't worry about it. Hey, we tried to cut it off, all right? We tried to cut it off. In actuality, though, Brandini coming in, huge moment. Got to dust the shoulders, the mouse and keyboard off, get back in there. No, but it is something where we actually talked about it before. Tenacity at the ADC role. We know the man's got hands. It's going to be about how he can adapt to the lane itself.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here for Disguise, especially going up against the top team that we have in Challengers, which would be Dragonsteel and Lennon. These guys, I started off the split with, I think, one of the bigger upsets we had over FlyC. I know that feels weird with them sitting 7-0 in the standings, but that was 1 week off of playing in CLOL Finals, where it was a patch that was 3 patches different, and they had Rock Boom subbing in for Scary Jerry, who was away on vacation. But they found that 2-0 week 1 and have yet to look back since.
I think it's crazy. I mean, you just leap from the strengths that we saw from them in spring, but Zamudo has been a very pleasant surprise to the roster. I think he's brought a lot to the table, but also Yuji is literally looking for a potential first ever double most valuable prospect here with the kind of performances he's been putting on here recently. Very excited to see this team. Very excited to see what this jungle support matchup is going to be looking like today, especially as we're going to be getting into game number 1 of this best of 3. And you have to remember, it is full Omega Overdrive Fearless. I'll be adding words as the day goes on. We'll see how long we can get, but it is a factor where you pick something once, it is not available for the rest of the series. And I think that's been pretty impactful so far, and especially when Dragonsteel can grab a lot of these power picks to start a series off strong.
I mean, it really helps Dragonsteel that Yuji and Spyrax are ever so flexible. It really feels like their champion pools have yet to be pushed in this format. It helps they've only dropped 2 games on their way to being 7-0. But we'll see if that changes today.
I think it's going to have to change if we want to see a little bit of a chaotic spin thrown into the NACL split as we go onwards. But it is also a DSG who, again, throwing Brandini in top lane, having Tenacity in bot lane. They're not necessarily set up for the best success. It's not the roster that has been having some good and bad moments so far this split. But it is also something where you can rely on Yukino and Poom to have a lot of influence around the map on this one.
Yeah, I think that Yukino and Poom have actually leveled up the past couple of weeks. And that's definitely something we're really looking towards in this game. Yuji and Zyko have been really solid. Yuji has just been running the league. It really feels like he is on his own level, maybe in a right. I think that, you know, my top 3 junglers would be Yuji, Shade, and then Exu, and there's some space between them and the rest. And it makes me really excited for Dragonsteel's last match, which is next week against Fierce Starforge, to see if they can maintain that perfect record against the team that we have number 2 in the standings at the moment. But, you know, Yuji for me is a player that, like, he's always been in talks, but it really feels like he's found that 10th gear to push things forward this year. And I feel like at this point, the only thing stopping him from being on an LCS team is the fact that he would take up an import slot in a role that is so deep in the region, because everything he's doing when it comes to his play has been at that next level.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can continue that today. I'm very excited to see this matchup. I know Kino has been lauded in the Tier 3 community, also Tier 2 as well, and excited to see what he can bring to the table against Yuji. We are already in the first game draft here. It is DSG on the blue side. They're banning away the Ashe, the Kalista, and the Lucian. So Primo ADC bans, but also the mid lane priority. It's the Aurora and the LeBlanc and the Senna banned by Dragonsteel.
Yeah, Aurora hitting the ban list, continuing the trend that we saw in LCS today.
You have to.
Yeah, that champ very strong right now. Can be played top, but also mostly mid, what we're seeing. And with that said, a lot of magic damage already showing here for Dragonsteel as they have the Rumble and Zyra locked in the top side.
I mean, hey, they know what they want. They went to the grocery store. They had a list. They went ahead and grabbed it all. They're already getting to the checkout, it feels like. Now you also have to see what DSG want to go with. A tried and true right now in the meta, the Corki. See if they want to throw a wrench into the works here with the rest of their setup.
Oh boy, we could see Senna or in bot lane for Tenacity. This could be flexed around. Of course, we do have that emergency sub coming in.
It is bad,
with Coach Brandini. I gotta be honest, I don't know what kind of shape Brandini's in. I do have confirmation from DSG that they are looking for a more permanent solution to bot lane. They want to keep Tenacity top, so we'll see if that changes. But that Ornn, I gotta say, I have a feeling it's gonna be in the hands of Brandini, but it can get a little bit spicy and flex that bot if they want to play Senna. Because uniquely with Disguise, when Tomo was on the team, when it was the Senna pairings, it was piloted by Poom with Tomo on the tanks.
Yeah, I think that's some really good research, really good strategy from TL to try to take that away from them. And I think the fact that we are going to get Spyrex's Yone a bit terrifying. This guy has literally run games on this pick.
Yeah, and it's always been the case with Spyrex on his Yone. Again, a lot of magic damage showing, so no chance of a Ziggs coming out from Dragonsteel. Just have to find the bot lane. I want to see a Rel ban. I think Rel sets up really well with Zyra and Rumble. I don't think Rel is the strongest pick at support in the meta, but I think uniquely with this comp, it sets up really well to try and make sure that Rumble connects with that ultimate. And speaking of connecting with ultimates, Disguise don't want to see Dragonsteel pilot an MF over the top of all the AoE teamfight damage they already have, so that's taken off the board.
I think that's a pretty safe call, pretty safe bet. We are going to get more ADCs thrown off the table this time around. The Jhin, Zeri are going to be the response band to that MF, and honestly, you could kind of expect this. It is a strength of Dragonsteel's in the bot lane, and they want to try to take advantage of Tenacity coming down here for a visit.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're setting up for. It could be Kai'Sa over the top, but I kind of like Kai'Sa in the Jhin. So maybe they're looking for an Ezreal for Scary Jerry, which is now taken off the board by Disguise. So
it's Disguise that banned the Ezreal.
We'll see if Dragonsteel end up picking up support here. Again, I think you can just slam Rel or Nautilus and be okay. You are likely going to find a Leona response if that is the case. So with that said, they're just going to take the power pick in Leona. But there is main engage already showing for Disguise, so I think something like a Braum this game into Leona could be quite good. So Braum Alistar is what I expect from Poom.
We have seen that as a big answer into Leona. Also often banned when you think you're going to be first picking that Leona. But I also want to highlight a little bit of the jungle setup right now. We are going to get double AP setups for them. They're going to be very active on the map, and you're going to have a late game win condition now with the Smolder locked in.
Look, honestly, I like this pick for Tenacity. Smolder has probably seen a little bit of play in the top side, so my guess Tenacity is somewhat familiar with that. Also, Smolder, really not the hardest champ to play in League of Legends, so...
Gotta hit a specific number.
Yeah, Tenacity just has to get rolling, and he has a big front line to help the Smolder if they do get later into the game. So Very much a wait-and-see game for Disguise. That said, Dragonsteel, they're the strongest early game team that we have in Challengers League. And with Scary Jerry looking to pick an early game marksman, and Varys, a lot of CC and pressure coming out to try and push the tempo of this game forward, so Dragonsteel can beat Disguise before their comp gets online.
I love the answers from both these teams. I think, first of all, Disguised are setting themselves up for success with the setup they have to have this time around, having Tenacity in bot lane, giving them something that's a little bit easier to execute, but also that
playable,
can have extreme team fight impact if you go later on. They have extreme scaling on Disguised, but we also have seen Dragonsteel take full advantage of advantages early and completely snowball games. And right now, that's what they're looking to do with this. They have a lot of the late game damage. They have that team fight setup you were mentioning, but the bot lane, I mean, that 2v2 is going forward.
Yeah, and the Dragonsteel bot lane, I think it's been their really most improved aspect of their team this year, with how Scary Jerry and Zyko have both leveled up together as a duo. So a good chance for them to punish Tenacity, who of course is that emergency sub for his own team, going bot with Coach Brandini stepping in top, and we'll see if they can hold on early game against Dragonsteel and get this comp to the later stages.
My goodness, they're even color-coded. Look at all the red and black. DSG, they're on sync, and they're here to try to stop the onslaught that Dragonsteel have been presenting to NACL this summer. An undefeated streak that was called from the beginning by Dragonsteel members. See if it can continue here. Make sure you're spamming in chat. Who you got? DSG for Disguised or DSTL for Dragonsteel?
Taking a look at the runes early on, no big surprises. I do love the fact that we have this. Notably, Yuji going for the Conqueror on Zyra instead of the Electrocute. I prefer the Conqueror. I do think that Zyra oftentimes is able to proc that in fights. So, see if that can be the case here. Looks like Yuji is going to work his way towards the bot lane. I think a lot of these lanes for Dragonsteel, we talked about how bot has push. Top does as well. Of course, Rumble into Ornn. You are on a timer. Rumble is really trying to break the Ornn if possible. So, if that ends up taking place, it's kind of tough for Brandini to get back into the game later on. So, Yuji going to leave Zomudo to his own devices in the top side and work his way bot to help Scary Jerry and Zyko further punish.
Honestly, though, rightfully so. I think you want to see how you can influence this bot lane, if at all possible. Both junglers will be very beholden to that. I think that's where we can focus a little bit more on Yukino on the other side. I think for Disguise, been a pleasant addition. We've seen this guy talked about so many times. He's very highly looked after a lot of his peers in the league itself. But it's been really nice to see his forward hand for Disguise a lot.
Yeah, Yukino, for me, a player that has really made his name in Champs Queue. He was actually a sub behind Griffin, who was playing on no team at the time. Of course, now playing over in Korea for T1. He made a big splash when he was 16 in Champs Queue. And also with 100 Thieves, coaching staff said that he was really eager and willing to learn, which he needed to do a lot of. And I think we've seen more growth out of Yukino this split, which has made me very happy. Because he is a player that I feel like has potential, but just needs the time to grow, given his youth just as a person, and also when it comes to competitive play. And I think we've seen that in the last couple of weeks with how he's been able to work with his jungler, take more for support, and take more intelligent invades when he decides to cross the enemy jungle.
We're going to be getting the culmination of those paths now as well. We'll see if he can do anything on this Lilia. I've been really liking the Lilia recently. Spyrex and Young going to go at it in mid lane, getting very low on the trades. Maybe something to visit by both these junglers, as Yuji is coming over here for a gank.
Yeah, Zyra clear wrapping up the 307. It's pretty filthy, and Young
gonna have to flash. Got to use the dog senses. Got the Valkyrie, needs to get out and cannot do it. First blood goes to none other than the Mongolian monster in Yuji.
An easy setup there as Young dropped that ward on the Raptors. Didn't think that Yuji would be there in time. With Zyra, it's pretty easy to be there at that timer. Yuji able to hit it, take a first blood with how fast the clear is. I do want to return to something you said, Lennon, with liking the Lilia. We've started to see a little bit more Lilia as it crops up. The big thing about Lilia is that she's just very vulnerable to pick. She's allowed to get ramping in a team fight, can do a ton of damage, but there is a lot of pick available for Dragonsteel to try and take down this Lilia. So we want to see if Yukino can show some patience and wait out some of those big cooldowns that will be looking to hunt him early in the team fights.
Anytime you get to the kind of 1.5 item spike, the Seeker's Arm Guard is a really big moment with the flash tilting lullabies around the team fights and things like that. We'll see if that continues the trend here for the Lilia. But we also have to think about Yuji on the other side. He's already got the first kill at least, but it's something where the Zyra will have a ton of spacing opportunities in these fights. And Yuji is no slouch. You already said he's been dominating the league so far.
Yeah, I mean, really making that campaign for the back-to-back most valuable prospect pretty easy, as he has been speaking with his play, and that play has been resounding in his favor, as Yuji has been very quick to pick up some of these carries. And I think in this meta, really showing the best of Yuji when it comes to his mechanics, but also the improvements we've seen of Yuji as a player since he joined this league, which is kind of picking his moments and playing the map correctly, not just for himself, but for his team. As we see a visit from Yukino mid, gets Spyrax's flash.
Try to relieve a little bit of this pressure in mid as well. But yeah, love to see that Yukino is actually trying to be active. We also have objectives coming up as well to think about. Dragon has already been up. Could be a big focus. We're going to get a little bot lane focus from Dragonsteel. But the grubs are going to be soon as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Dragon started here, as Scary Jerry did reset first, so he's back to lane, and with Tenacity responding to that reset, will be a free Dragon taken by Dragonsteel. And this is early enough where grubs can be up threat to.
That's really rough as well, because you know they're going to bring the fight up there. The thing is, we're going to get to the point where supports are going to be on the map. And that was a big point for us in the draft to think about how can these two supports get active. And we're going to see them get around this grub fight.
Is Zyko walking through mid as Spyrax pushing up with that Unbound Soul off screen to get some priority. Poom is here on the hover. And Yukino did drop his bot camp to be here on time. But Zamudo, he hasn't based yet. Brandini with an item advantage, pushing the all-in, and will push Rumble out.
Okay, Brandini, let's go. A little bit of expectations quelled there in the top side, as it will be the grub started up by Yukino. Although Dragonsteel are around the corner. Yuji's in a lot of trouble, though. He overextended very heavily. He does not have level 6, and Yuji does. He is hunted down by Young. Young ends up getting a big kill. Grubs are fully over to Disguised, and DSG have answered.
Really like the play from Yukino to skip over his own Krugs to get to the grubs in time, but also credit to Brandini, who on this matchup, it was no base yet for Rumble. Item advantage for Ornn is obviously he can window shop in the lane. Did burn the TP back as well. Use that item advantage to push Rumble out and really open up that window for DSG to take the fight. So shutdown onto Yuji over to Young is really nice. And Disguise looked okay here to start this game where they have to hold on, Michelle.
And you know what I just realized when we were looking at bot lane a little bit there? Tenacity is very comfortable in this situation, I feel like. Yeah. In this meta, you just leave the ADC on an island most of the time. Although Scary Jerry, he's going to wish he was on an island now. Oh my goodness, he just broke Poom's ankles right there. I think Zyko is going to get the engage here as well onto Tenacity. A little bit of damage back in there. Chains Corruption going through as well. A lot of damage onto Poom. He's getting low, and that 2v2, it's going to go the way of Dragonsteel every time.
No ults for Disguise. Scary Jerry had the chain of corruptions. And also found the sidestep.
He does have Mom, and here it comes. A little bit of an outplay under turret here as they won't get the kill, and now Scary Jerry can't find the return. Tenacity with the outplay.
Oh, sidesteps from both of our marksmen here as Tenacity dodged out on the arrow from Scary Jerry. Well, he started with Scary Jerry with a sidestep, ends with Tenacity making a sidestep, and each support eats it. The nice play of their marksman.
Really love to see the blows traded on bot side here, but I will say Scary Jerry still does have his summoner spells. Tenacity unfortunately doesn't. We take a look back at that one. Long distance engage from Dragonsteel.
I mean, this play was really started when Poom went for the reach, missed that first Q off the rel, allowed for Scary Jerry to step back up, had that level 6, now Young.
Oh, they got Young, but no Zenith play to follow it up. Boom wants to get the re-engage. Spyrax getting very low, and now Zyko in a lot of trouble. Tenacity has come over to get some stacks as well, and Yukino goes with a watch outie to get the kill, ends up dying for it. Spyrax gets the kill back.
No flash from Yukino. Really nice route from Yuji. That connects. Was not flashed. 1-for-1 trade, but still, I think all this time being spent trading even, well, worth it for Disguise to, again, have to scale into this game, Mazel. And being down 1k gold at this margin really doesn't matter much for them with the champions they have on the Rift. So I think Disguise is actually doing a really nice job of trying to survive these early games that have been so explosive for Dragonsteel in the league. Again, Dragonsteel said it coming into this game. Our best early game team that we have in Challengers. Their average gold diff, they're up 2k gold at 15 on average. That's number 1 in the league. In fact, they're only down 1k gold, but the confidence is so much better throughout the game, Mazel. Really feel like Disguise are hitting those early win cons they need.
It's really nice to see is now Spyrax going to be leaped on here by all of DSG, and Yukino comes up with another kill.
And Poom syncing up with Yukino. Really big. Now, Tenacity's going to go down.
Mom's coming, Tenacity. You just got to hold on. Oh, it's not going to be fast enough. And Tenacity goes down to a kill to Scary Jerry, who is now 2-0 and might be becoming a problem.
Yeah, Mom was still on cooldown. Mom's taxi can only go so often, you know.
You can only get home so fast from work, all right?
Yeah, needs to refuel there. Tenacity, again, falling victim for the play mid. But still, Smolder is going to be a similar champ throughout this game. I mean, you're still going to be Smolder if you get your stacks. The fact that Spyrax is being set behind, he is someone that can be stymied in the side lanes as this game moves on if DSG wants to commit to that. So, again, I think DSG doing what they need to do early in this matchup.
They have so much strength as time goes on, and Yukino will be constantly active now. Falling a little bit behind, Spyrax going to be forced to use his flash. Falling a little bit behind in the CS department, but that'll be just fine, as now DSG will move all bodies towards topside to try to get this grub again under tow.
Grub again for them. I think it's a little bit more of a deny than actually a big throw.
Yeah.
So Young with the lead actually will be able to play inside lanes a little bit, but not too impactful for the Ornn. But what it does do when you get a grub advantage is that you can trade even in the mid game and be trading up. So what I want to see Disguise do with these 6 grubs is start to overload sides first and force Dragonsteel to respawn hopefully elsewhere on the map. You can also answer Dragonsteel making a play in a side just overloading around them. So you play around Dragonsteel, you're playing out of the early game window, trying to stack up more econ for when your champs do scale into the game. And with 6 grubs, you can always trade up when you are trading even, given how much damage you do to turrets. So good opportunity for Disguise to further push the game forward here.
And I think something I realized last night in the best of 5 in LPL is that, Corki is not a slouch at taking turrets, especially with the 6 grubs later on once you get those big spikes, because the auto attack damage comes through and the magic damage tied on is huge. Oh, Brandini, you might have come up against a little bit of a wall here. Zamudo's got a flamethrower at his back, but not going to find him. A little bit low is Brandini. Has to be a little bit careful up there and doesn't have TP to come back.
Yeah, this guy's gonna have to. They're stacking topside here. Zamudo with the set that empowered TP to get back. But this guy's gonna take Bio over the bot side. Tenacity, again, still a little bit behind, but is gonna be able to get his stacks. And really just on Dragonsteel again, I think that this Varus and Leona, given the lead they have the utility to really push the pace of this game forward. They're bringing the CC for the top side of the map for Dragonsteel. And I want to see them make group plays mid. I feel like attacking Corki is a little bit harder. But I don't think that Dragonsteel have really pushed the pace of this game hard enough quite yet. See Tenacity actually calling
there you
Mom
go. Let's go. Bot lane mechanics. Let's go.
That's what we call
get the back off.
An advance on allowance there from Mom. Just take the wave early.
He does have a pretty late call, but hey, you go for the gold anyways.
He knows his job.
He knows his job. He knows that we're looking at 25 minutes for him. We'll see if that actually does become that. Funny enough, last night at LPL, we also had Smolder multiple times, which is just hilarious. But it really is that combination of DSG playing with the hand that they're dealt. They had an awesome promotion. Tomo going up is huge, but Tenacity is trying to take over the role now and be a stable point.
You might get picked here, UG.
He's too quick.
Yeah.
He's a fast deer.
Still, they get the flash, and Lilia, again, very vulnerable to being picked. When you are playing Lilia into Leona, into Varus, you do have to be very careful about some of those cooldowns hitting you early in the team fight, because if Lilia isn't able to ramp throughout a fight, she isn't nearly as useful as you'd like to see her. So good focus there by Dragonsteel to take that one away.
The other conversation is going to come up with the Rift Herald coming onto the other side of the map. Boom and Tenacity are still down on this bottom side, so maybe he's just giving that one over to Dragonsteel.
I think they're okay with this. Again, you're getting gold onto
Zyko.
Smolder.
A guy we said was been having really strong performances is now potentially caught out, gets the butt of the lance, and now he's in trouble. They're going to try to get some damage back. Spyrax is not enough just yet. They're TPing Zamudo. Maybe the big man on campus coming through, but the Lilting Lullaby onto him. Gets the equalizer up, but it's not going to hit anybody, and now he's caught too. Disguised have cut this lead down to side.
Huge play from Disguised, and it starts from them dropping the Rift Herald. They commit members bot. They don't commit to contesting the objective where Dragonsteel would be stronger. Zyko walks into a brush that isn't his. They end up falling. Rift does get a double crash in mid, but Smolder is going to be left alone with the bot turret off the resets. Ornn crashing waves top. The gold lead stays about the same for Dragonsteel. I think that's well worth it for Disguise to get a ton of gold on the Yukino in that fight.
I really need to see Dragonsteel utilize the new strength that they have found. They just got level 11s for Spyrax, but more importantly, the Blade of the Rune King spike has been so huge for the new addition to kind of that first item spike that we've had recently. Scary Jerry, Spyrax can have that now. They need to try to get tempo up for themselves.
You know, that's kind of on a similar line, Lennon. Like with this patch, I do want to credit Disguise. We are, of course, playing on live patch, and we saw a lot of changes to some of the AD itemization. I know that Tenacity is kind of auto-filled bot, and we're saying that Smolder is an easier champ to play compared to some of the other ADs. One that Tenacity might have experience on, given the top lane. But think of the item changes that we saw in this last patch with, you know, Kraken being adjusted, so we're seeing more fork starts from our ADs, just given that that is stronger. Shiv also being adjusted, LDR being adjusted. Not a lot of these items actually impact Smolder, who I feel like because a lot of the items around him with different roles, like the on-hit ADs, were just nerfed or move speed was nerfed. Smolder actually kind of benefited from the patch just because his items weren't touched.
And we'll see if these item spikes are going to make a difference, because we're getting ready for a Dragon tussle down here. TP's coming down as well from Young to rejoin the fight. DSG are setting up with a southern side flank over onto DSCL. Zyko's about to go down, but Scary Jerry's already on a killing spree. It'll be a couple trades. Fate Seal's going to hit, and over the top goes Spyrax. Big equalizer there from Zabuda as well, but Tenacity is still full health. Unfortunately, DSG don't have a front line.
It should be Dragon going over to Dragonsteel to DSG. They split the fight even. They do drop the objective. It will put them on a timer with Soul Point now secured, and a Hextech Soul to boot. Very scary for Disguise to deal with, but they still hold on. It's not like a tragic fight that gets a lot of gold over to Dragonsteel, and I don't mind the way they played that. I know Brandini fell in the choke, but that's the right idea for Disguise in this comp. It should be to kind of kite back and hope that Dragonsteel overcommits into you. I think that's the best fight for Disguise, what they're looking for.
Yeah. And we see now, unfortunately, though, that Dragonsteel have a lot of decision-making power with Soul Point on the map. And Tenacity, he's in trouble. Boom is going to block his way to safety here, so he does still have Flash available. Mom was not available. But you also have to start thinking about how DSG can take some of these fights, because so far, Dragonsteel have had the hard hand.
Again, I think they're just waiting for Smolder Execute to come in. The prayer here for Disguise.
It's a 141. It's 17.5, though.
Yeah, but it scales faster throughout the game. You know, once you get the first few evolves, you can see the Qs now bouncing through minions. So the hope is that Tenacity is able to get enough stacks to have that evolve for that Soul Point fight, which I don't think is off the table for Disguised and Tenacity. So
they're gonna need some skirmishes, that's for sure. I think that's the really interesting point in the mid game with Smolder, is you could try to get skirmishes to try to get these stacks on, but it's difficult against this composition because you don't want to get caught out.
Yeah, seeing him miss 2 stacks there on this wave. I mean, I think it's in reach. What, 75? About 13 creeps a minute, 3 minutes away. Yeah, he's gonna need a little bit of skirmish help, but I don't think it's, again, out of play. And Hextech Soul, it's going to hurt Disguised a lot, but I do think it's one of those games where Disguised does outscale so hard, they might be able to actually defeat a Soul if they play their fights right.
And I think something else we'll have to kind of keep an eye out on the next fight is that Scary Jerry has slowly but surely became a big force to be reckoned with for Dragonsteel.
Oh, nice.
And for DSG, as UG will end up getting his flash burnt here. That's big.
Yeah, I really like how active Poom has been on the map. I was giving Yukino and Poom a little bit of credit before the game about how they've really improved as a duo themselves, but Poom, his impact around mid to set Spyrax behind, and now just this mid game, you know, taking away flashes, setting up the play on the Zyko that was very positive for Disguise. It's been a very good rel game for Poom.
Yeah.
Want to see that continue.
I've been always a fan of Poom. I still have a meme of him on 100 Thieves Next, as his activity is not going to be down here on bot side, as Zabudo will end up finding 4 members of DSG, and it is in the Young getting the kill.
Yeah, Poom, he was trying to go for the flash predict for Zamudo, so that's why the Q missed. Does not hit. However, this guy should be able to defend this turret, so will be a trade. They're going to keep Tenacity in that bot lane, trade out afterwards. We lose a little bit of mid, but overall still okay for Disguised. I haven't really seen them though step up to like hit any turrets with 6 grubs. Like I would actually like for Tenacity to overextend here. I like the timer from Disguised because they went for the bot play right before Baron spawned, so they couldn't get punished by a Zyra Baron. But not pressuring that turret with 6 grubs. If he stays there, that falls. So I would have really liked that gold onto Tenacity. And not to mention, I think if he gets one more wave, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Just any point you can get towards that stacking. I think another big point is that he's not going to have it for the Dragon. That conversation we were having earlier is going to be nil, as it is also looking at those second item spikes. I mean, Young is going to have his evolution. The Miramana is going to give you a ton of damage potential with this Corki. We also, on the other side, have the Gwynsu's for Scary Jerry. So that sustained damage from DSPL is the big strength going into this conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be on Ornn Rel to really interrupt and set up a big Lilia ult. And of course, the sustained damage from the Corki and Smolder, it exists, just not going to be quite as much as especially what Scary Jerry will be putting down in this next fight, as he is a very big carry and has his sums up. The focus, if I am Disguised, flashless Yuji, Poom has flash, executing Zyra and making sure that it's either a one-tap or close to that could be very big, as fight with no Zyra R could be enough for Disguised to really sway the tides. I know we've talked a lot about their scaling. I still think they outscale this game. I do think they can survive Hexel, but dropping Hexel would be severe. And they haven't scaled to the point where I expect them to win fights yet.
The light at the end of the tunnel still a little bit out of reach for DSG. They need to find something nonetheless. And giving over a little bit of position over this mid lane is Dragonsteel, as they'll have everyone waiting for DSG's collapse over towards the Dragon. We're getting set up now. Dragonsteel, they're split right now. I mean, you have Blink the Engage on your side, but so do Disguise. And already Zamudo's gone. Zyko gonna try to get the re-engage. Tenacity gets sniped. Oh my god, that was incredible by Scary Jerry. They are being picked apart a little bit as a double kill goes down to the carry of Dragonsteel. Chains of Corruption came out too. My god, Scary Jerry is single-handedly winning this fight. A triple kill for the man himself, as Young trying to take down Zyko. He's gonna find a 4th here, maybe. No, he gives it over to his good friend Spyrax, as Dragonsteel come away with everything.
Great fight from Scary Jerry. We were setting him up that he was fed coming into this, and he gets a triple kill without burning any of his summoner spells, given how this fight was set up for him. I'm not sure if this Q guessed Tenacity flash or not. I'm gonna look out for it, but the start of the fight's decent for Disguise. They find Zamudo. Rumble ult really isn't ideal, and the TP is late. This engage from Zyko on the Tenacity. Looks like a flash predict coming out of Scary Jerry to find the Smolder in the back end. And then Scary Jerry
incredible.
With the fight, like, given how it was kind of laid out, he just gets to find a front to back. That ult on the Young is fantastic. Again, just playing back, playing with the space, finding the Qs. Great fight from Scary Jerry.
Scary Jerry heard we were focusing on anybody else but him, and he's like, guys, I'm right here. I'm the carry the whole time. We've lauded this guy for his most improved performance in spring, and he has not stopped here in summer. It's been really nice to see his level up, even after a little bit of that break to kick off this season. But it really has been the season of the bot lane for Dragonsteel, and right now, it's the season of the rally cry Baron buff for Dragonsteel.
No Zyra ult even needed to secure that one, and now DSG really in the hole.
Indeed, we said Dragonsteel were a tough opponent to deal with. Can DSG find anything? They did. They found some early games, but it all is about the the grit, the tenacity, really, if you're thinking about it for TSG. It also is a little bit about the player himself. He will be close to this spike, but is it going to be enough to overcome a Hextech Soul, a 5,000 gold lead, and this potent teamfight comp by Dragonsteel?
Yeah, and that entire lead is also opposite of Tenacity on Scary Jerry, who was up to full item on the Smolder. So Tenacity late on getting the stacks. Baron will make it a little bit harder to secure those for the Smolder. But going to be on Scary Jerry to see, again, with Summoner Spell still up, if he can continue to press forward in these fights. He put that last fight very, very well on Varus. And now with Dragonsteel taking this top inner turret, another fight potentially able to break out. Boom doesn't have access to the flash. See if he charges up the Hex Flash. There would be the give... I should say, to tell that TSG might look for a fight. Until then, be sacking turrets to the Baron buff.
I think the problem is now, yes, you can get easier stacks. You're going to be at your 225 mark for Tenacity, but you're holed up in your base as you're losing a ton of your outer structures. Very difficult to handle here for DSG, but they still have all that scaling we were talking about. Some of those Ornn items going to be coming through sooner rather than later. They got to find a little bit of promise on the map. Oh, they're just going to go for Zamudo here. They do get the Lilting Lullaby there. He's going to pop the Equalizer as a defensive mechanism, and that might just be it. Scary Jerry goes godlike.
Yukino didn't have access to Flash, gets caught up by the Stranglethorns and taken down by the Arrow to the Deer. As now Dragonsteel going to take the bot side camps of Disguise, looking at that bot inner, as their lead continues now to snowball. It was a close game before that Dragon, but a couple of fight losses, and then how much they've gotten off this Baron buff has really put this game out of reach for Disguise. Even if an Elder were to spawn, Dragonsteel are so far ahead now, given the gold they've acquired in the last couple minutes in that Hexel.
They are just barreling down the bot lane here. They got Zamudo going in mid as well. We asked the question, can anyone be the stopping point for Dragonsteel? But so far, those answers are few and far between, as Pyrax, he does end up, giving over that stack priority to Tenacity, as Zamudo is fighting Yukino in Yukino's jungle. Does not have anybody near him, as Dragonsteel have reset to get back onto the map.
All right, 2 minutes till the big dragon. We'll see if the little dragon for Disguise can change their fate at all. As you called out properly, Mazel, Smolder Execute is online and will be growing in size as this game continues. But Disguise still really far behind. Branzini as well, kind of lost out on some of the econs to the Baron, being forced to group, not being able to take any side lanes. And Yuji just casually taking out the highest CS in the game in the jungle.
Ooh, that's going to be a cleanse out of dear old Tenacity. Something to revisit with all this CC that Dragonsteel have to offer.
Nice bleed there from Zyko. I think Tenacity might have been able to actually hold on to that one, or maybe bait Leona in, but decided not to take it. I think there is a world where he might be able to bait a Scary Jerry Flash ult. Then you trade Flash Cleanse, which might be worth it at this point. I think Varus being immobile would actually be very helpful for DSG. And Scary Jerry, I mean, props to him. I think something that like Scary Jerry's gotten so much better at. He used to get leads in lane, but kind of converting those used to be a bit of an issue. I really feel like Scary Jerry, as time has gone on, has gotten so much better at how he positions in the mid to later stages of the game. Do not lose things like a random flash in mid, which is something that he used to fall very vulnerable to, and then good teams would snowball that into more in the fights. We don't see Scary Jerry making those mistakes outside of fights anymore, and it has really set him up to be such a stronger team fighter, which is really what allotted him the most improved player along with the first team All-Pro in spring, has helped him continue to be dominant in summer.
It's been really nice to see him and Zyko's growth together as well, not just through that laning phase, but into the holistic game. As Dragonsteel circle around DSG like predators to prey, here comes DSG's response as they try to get a little bit of damage. Really nice knockup, but Brandini's overcaught, now in trouble. Chains of Corruption came down on him, but they actually catch Zamudo on the other side. They're in some trouble now, though, as it's a DSTL who's raining fire all over DSG, and that toast is completely burnt by the Dragon's fire.
Scary Jerry able to barely survive the Smolder, and no big Elder needed to wrap up this game as the Little Dragon and the rest of Disguise fall, and Dragonsteel going to find game one.
Easy cleanup there. A 9-0-2 performance for Scary Jerry. Dragonsteel knew this was a weak point they could take advantage of, and Scary Jerry carved that one out. Him and Zyko, premier performers in this first game. And so far, Dragonsteel have been unanswered in their domination as they go 1-0 up in this best of 3.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the approach from Disguise. It's not like Disguise were completely out of that game. They're playing with subs, taking something like Orange Smolder, trying to go late. It's doable, but you're doing that against the top team we have in the league. They are the best because of their early game. And the fact that Scary Jerry, I mean, it was really one engaged bot where Disguise went in. They were both level 5 and level 6 and level 4 of the Dragonsteel bot lane. That was enough to turn things in favor of Scary Jerry and Dragonsteel, and they did not look back.
We're going to be taking a look back at that fight in the mid lane as well. After, Dragonsteel did have a pretty hefty advantage here, but it was an attempt by Disguised.
Let's take a second look at this one. We're going to get some clarity as to what happened. Brandini did go a little bit early. They were trying to get Yuji before that chain CC was... You get flash out of that one. That was not the case. And then the rest of the fight pretty hard here for Disguised, as they were outgunned at this point of the game. NACL gonna fall last. Good attempt there. I mean, again, I don't think that's the worst look, but the fact that we had Yuji flash out of that Ornn combo, that really is the fight kind of wrapping up there. And well played by Scary Jerry to stay alive in that one, as he ends up putting together a huge game 1.
Yeah, and I honestly think that the way we saw this would go down, Scary Jerry deserves all the praise on this one especially, but it is a situation where the guys need to find an answer. They got to find maybe a continuation of some of that early game machination that they had in that game number 1, and try to figure out if they can put a stop to the reign of Dragonsteel at all. As we are going to sit into a little break, we'll be back with the game number 2 after this. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. We are, of course, in week number 8, and I couldn't be more excited to continue this one as Dragonsteel can take a whopping game number 1. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and can Disguised have any hope in this one? As Scary Jerry has quelled all of it. A 9-0-2 performance on the Varus, and a player of the game for game number 1.
Yeah, you know, coming back from the break, I had to recenter and refocus up here with the camera, but there's no need for that from Scary Jerry, as that game 1, he walked into the day 100% focused, 100% centered with himself, and had a dominant game 1 performance off a couple of nice fights. He found the lead of the bot lane as Disguise took a fight that wasn't exactly theirs, and Scary Jerry punished that throughout the game to the max degree, not really giving windows to the enemy team to come back. And again, I feel like that's where Scary Jerry, he was always able to win lane. He wasn't always able to carry that lead from start to finish. That is what has changed in this player, and it has made him and Dragonsteel so much better and such a scarier combo because of it.
I love the wordplay there as well. Let's take a look at the post-game breakdown from this one. If you look at it, there's a lot of zeros on the side of Disguised in terms of objectives. They did get Grubageddon. They got all 6 of the grubs. Unfortunately, they didn't get much else. And it did mean that Dragonsteel took a resounding victory in the end. It was not, though, to stop saying that DSG weren't finding good, promising positions early, right? Like, we were actually getting some really good activity from Yukino in the jungle and trying to pair up with Poom as well.
Yeah, I thought Poom, like, for me, would be my ace of the game, right? I think some of his setups work quite good for Disguise, but I think looking back at that game, Disguise would have liked to use the 6 grubs a little bit more. I talked about it in one of the instances where Tenacity reset instead of trying to take the turret with 6 grubs. We didn't really see them actually get to hit turrets, and I think that you have to be a little bit more disciplined and more willing to trade out as Disguise, because again, if you have numbers in one side lane, even if you're behind on the play with 6 grubs, you can catch back up to the tower push. Didn't see that from Disguise, so having no towers when you take 6 grubs is a bit disappointing. And I think that's one thing that Disguise would really like back in terms of that past game. Although, I still respect their approach. Like taking Horn and Smolder on your 2 players that are kind of stepping in, or in Tenacity's case, just stepping down the bot lane. I feel like that is a strat where, with players that may not be as practiced, it's winnable. So I appreciate the approach from Disguised. And it was a more competitive game than I think what this end screen shows.
It's also telling when you had 8 ADC bans. Yes, the Lucian and Zeri can be flexible. It's still, the matter stands. 8 ADC bans in that first game. Also, speaking of those bans, it is full Omega Drive Fearless plus 50. There you go. There's a random number in
plus
there.
50?
Yeah, I don't know. We just add things. I told you it's going to get
minus
longer
10.
as we go. But it is a situation where none of the picks that were in that game number 1 are going to be available for this game number 2 for either side. So you have to start thinking about what this ban priority is going to look like. Are we still going to get those 8 ADC bans? And so far, so good in that regard for DSG on the blue side again, are going to be banning away the Ashe and Callista already. The Aurora is that primary ban, though, for Dragonsteel on the red side.
Yeah, and one thing we've really been seeing with this format of Fearless Draft is bans don't really change that much, especially in the first phase. If you're taking away 10 champs that you cannot play from the last game, it makes a little bit more sense, if anything, to keep those bans the same. If anything, you change up 1 to maybe unlock a pick, and I could see Disguise doing that, as that Callista ban does look new to me. I think it's warranted for Scary Jerry and Zyko. They've been dominant on that pick throughout, but no Lucian ban from Disguise, so wondering if Lucian ends up being a priority pick here.
Could be the case. There's no more Leona B1 available that I've been seeing so much of recently as well. But, it is the Senna going to slink on through as the final ban. Don't want to give over that duality to that bot lane for Tenacity.
Don't want to give the ability for Tenacity to play champ he actually plays. You know?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Again,
he's not allowed.
I think knowing Tenacity, it might be more likely that he plays marksman top rather than tank tops that pair with Senna. So, you know, it might be a 50-50 there from Dragonsteel. But regardless, did tease that Lucian was unbanned this game. It was banned by Disguise game 1, and they will take that for themselves, B1.
So we have seen traditionally Corki is a really nice answer into the Lucian. Not available this time. So we'll see what that mid lane answer is going to be, if that is going to be there.
I think Ezreal rises in prio. I actually, Lucian and the Corki, I like that matchup. I think it's winnable for Lucian. It's kind of why we started seeing Lucian crop up. But the options here, of course, you can go Tristana still on the table here for Spyrax, but I have a feeling that Ezreal is going to be grabbed and can just be flexed by Dragonsteel on the red side now.
It's crazy. In the LPL, we've had like, I think this series scores like 19 to 17 or something between Corki and Lucian matchup mid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's crazy. The Lucian, though, is going to potentially have a match now. In the Ezreal, there's still the flexibility, but I also want to focus a little bit more on the brand for UG. It's going to be a power pick for him as Zeri comes through for DSG.
I got to say, too, a bit of a deny from Yukino.
Yeah.
The brand's 2-0 for UG, but Yukino's brand is 2-1. Has been his second most played champion behind the Sejuani. So I do like seeing that taken. I feel like Brand is in such a powerful spot right now, especially a lot of the champs around him were nerfed. And in this game, I mean, Maokai I like because you have that brute force engage with the Nature's Grasp to try and pressure Brand. But against Maokai, if Brand gets the jump on you, you are losing half your health bar and more instantly. Yeah. And that is really what we've seen UG be so good at. The fact that you have the ability to clear fast on these junglers. UG always clearing on time when he is taking the Zyra the brand. We saw a 307 clear from him last game, and that got him first blood mid because Young didn't respect that. Opportunity for UG again to ramp through that jungle, beat Maokai in the clear, find Maokai first. We'll see what kind of plays he uses with priority. Speaking of priority, Udyr locked in for Zamudo in the top lane.
It's big, and I want to talk a little bit about the control that Dragonsteel were able to grasp last game in the jungle. I mean, UG ended up being like 70 CS ahead of Yukino at the end of it, and it's because they were able to play around him being very aggressive. And I feel like right now we're getting a very similar recipe for Dragonsteel because Zamudo is going to be able to constantly be annoying and be in the jungle, be able to follow through with UG. So some of those answers going to have to come through in that second phase as the top lane bans have already come through for Dragonsteel. It is the Draven ban towards Scary Jerry right now for DSG.
Yeah, he's trying to take away some of that early power that, you know, Tenacity doesn't really want to deal with. I assume it's going to be Lucian mid with Zeri bot, but frankly, if you're a solo laner, I think it's more likely that Tenacity has actually played Lucian in the past. So, like, if they grab something like Braum or Nautilus here, ran Fauna Life, which does proc Lucian passive now, I think it could be doable. That said, we did tease that Tristana still being an option that is locked in for Spyrax in the mid lane, as that did make its way all the way through draft. And then Braum, of course, being banned, but that does open up the Nautilus quite a bit. I expect it to be an Alistar for Zyko, but that does give some early priority to Disguise in the bot lane, as Nautilus has some power in that early matchup.
I think mid lane just got even more important. Whoever wins priority there is going to have a lot of say in how the jungle matchup leans as well. So Sion, the ended up locked in pick for DSG. Well, they'll be giving that one to Brandini.
You know, I thought it might be like Aatrox up there, but Aatrox, you are vulnerable to getting one shot. Sion, very vulnerable to something like a Brand, but you can tank quite a bit of Tristana Ezreal. There's not like a whole lot you're worried about in terms of AD. So I actually don't mind that coming out from Brandini.
He knows where it was going the whole time. It was always the cow. He wanted to look at all the other things, the window shopping, but you need to engage for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, it makes grubs so much easier. You actually bring a support that can play early grubs. Dragonsteel, I think their game plan, have Alistar hopefully beat Nautilus to plays, and use that to snowball the top side of the map where they should very much win. DSG, looks like the focus is going to be on bot, and Brandini is just on an island doing his best. And we'll see if Sion can be useful this game. Udyr is able to interact pretty well with Sion. Can go unstoppable to get through the queue. And if you do connect with a stun, it does cancel your Q channel. But really playing around with those unstoppables is big for Zamudo. And if not, then the Turtle Shield is always enough to absorb and sustain everything. So I think Zamudo will be fine in this lane matchup, should have a ton of priority. And it just is how effective can Brandini be at getting the CS that he needs and then trying to make an impact in the fights.
Also, little point is, obviously, Zeri has been seen in other lanes, but excited to see what Tenacity can do on this one. Gonna need to have a lot more of a stable performance and maybe a more active performance in this one for him, as he cannot let Scary Jerry have a similar game to game number 1. We're in game number 2 now, though. DSG backs against the wall to try to stop Dragonsteel in their tracks. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, DSG for Disguised or DSTL for Dragonsteel.
And again, if you watched LCS today, it was quite fun seeing Tomo do as well as he did to help really push 100 Thieves past Immortals. That said, Unfortunately, some of the power of LCS and what is needed up there, and the generosity of Disguise just to make sure that their players can get all the opportunities they can, has put them in a tough spot for this match.
Yeah.
With no Tomo, having the coach in, having Tenacity play bot. So I
That's
know
what we're here for.
Yeah, it's a do or die game. It was a decent game one from Disguise, quite frankly, but it's a really tough ask against the top team. And again, we'll have to see what kind of permanent solution Disguise comes up with as we go through this series.
It is interesting when you start seeing the track record of this. We are a tier 2, we're developmental. We're looking at getting a lot of these guys promoted into LCS, but it is all about trying to take advantage of those moments, striking when the iron is hot. Sometimes that iron is hot in the middle of your season, in the middle of pivotal games. So DSG trying to overcome that here. But Dragonsteel, they've overcome a lot this split, and they've overcome literally everybody that they've come up against, only losing a handful of their games themselves, but still a 7-0 undefeated series score for them that they set out for themselves after falling just short in spring of that championship.
Yeah, it's been really kind of interesting to see just our defending champs in YC and Dragonsteel.
Oh, he baited him! Oh, no! And the Bramble Smash gets him onto the other side. The rocket jump's going to be not enough there. Gets the burn! The tree is burning, but the heal, it's going to be enough. Nice little bit of that healing coming out from Yukino. Young trying to go for Spyrax there, trying to punish, but the flash does get the flash in return. Has some damage onto Yuji now. Young is angry and trying to get the double tap here as well. Yuji not going to be the target of it just yet. They do fall to first blood.
That's on Young. Like, given the start that Yukino had, he was denying Brand Raptors. This was scouted by Dragonsteel. So they went Brand going to deny Maokai Raptors. And if that's the start that your jungler has, walking into the bot side where your jungler isn't, it's something you cannot do as a mid laner. The Young goes down. It was slightly baited by Dragonsteel, but I think the Young has to be much more disciplined in that play. And then the back half, the reach. I mean, props to Yukino for having a pot running. You don't always take pots as junglers early on, as you're healthy enough on the clear, but I think Yukino got his money worth there, making sure that he was able to stay alive. Now we'll be able to get most of his jungle camps.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. The little micromanaging actually working out huge for Yukino. But that's the also big elephant in the room, if you will, of this matchup as we see Zabuto proxy farming. The speed of clear is just going to be that much bigger for Yuji, and you have to stay active, I feel like, with this Maokai jungle that we have still seen a lot in the meta, but it's all about getting out of the map and finding those resources to delve out to the team.
It's kind of about scaling, too. I think that Maokai, like, on 2 items is really strong still. But, yeah, like, early on, I mean, you're going to get out-ramped by a Brand. So, at the moment, we see, because of the starts, Yuji did have to take that pit stop mid for good reason. He got an assist. So everything's fine and dandy here for the Brand. But it will take Yuji some time now to out-ramp, as Yukino and Poom are lying in wait to see if anyone
Is it a Locket or Leandri's Maokai start here, do you think?
It's got to be Leandri's. He's the only magic damage on his team.
As that's going to be something that they have to deal with as well. Yeah. The dealing. Going to be able to trade back a little bit on Zamudo, but he will have the advantage here. Yukino finding bot lane. There's the flash from Poom. Nice little bit of a stun, but the headbutt gets Yukino out. Does connect anyways, though. The twisted advance, taking a turret shot for Psycho. A tanky cow, not tanky enough. Tenacity gets the answer for DSG.
Okay, well played by Poom and Yukino. Yuji is he's taking the top side camps of Disguised. So not bot. Yukino able to get involved. We'll have his base stopped here by Scary Jerry, so nice delay, but at least able to get something bot. And now Yuji's going to start to take control of this matchup as he got everything he wanted and more from this clear.
He gets the entire topside jungle from Yukino.
But hey,
that's
Tenacity.
Yeah,
he's up CS.
Let's go, boo-boo. He's having some moments here. He's going to be important as well as a little bit more of that sustained damage carry comparatively to Young, who's a lot of burst damage as well. But it is important for a double marksman comp to find stability, and that was something that we could not say of DSG last time around as time went on in the game. Early game, it was perfectly fine, but now I also want to start taking a look at the next move for both these teams because we have Dragon up. Took a little bit of a early priority last time around from Dragonsteel, but Grubs are also be coming up here pretty soon.
I think for Dragonsteel, it might be a shift. They're a Dragon team for sure.
You wouldn't say, huh?
Yeah. You know, I'm not trying to do that there, but, you know, sometimes you fall into it. Grubs are so free for them. This top lane matchup for Zamudo, again, it's so easy for Udyr to shove in early in Sion.
Zamudo!
Hey, you know what? He's denying the other cannon. It's fine. It's even. Even if that should have been taken for free, but it's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's all right. You can see this guy's not even going to approach the top side. Those grubs are just going over to Yuji, given the priority in the top side. Find Zyko, and they'll get a little bit of harass down.
Trying to get the Hex Flash out there. Does end up getting buster shotted back by Spyrax. Yuji had started up these grubs, and Brand does them very, very quickly, as you can see, displayed in front of us. So 3 grubs go the way of Dragonsteel. The play is on Scary Jerry, and he's sniffing something out. He has barrier, needs to get out, and has the arcane shift.
Yeah, plenty of time for him to get out of there. Not a problem for Scary Jerry, but for all this guy's shifting some of their power around the map. We'll see if Yukino sticks around to try and take the blue buff of Yuji, as he is pathing to try and defend it. And yeah, this guy's, that's going to be enough from the play. But hey, grubs are given. Dragon not taken, but they deny quite a bit from Scary Jerry yet again. So doing a lot to try and make sure Tenacity is set up for success. If that E-sub marksman can follow through.
Trying to find something that works in the meantime for DSG. We've talked a little bit about Tomo's promotion. It does leave DSG in a state of repair. Let me say it this way. As there still hasn't been a lot of this objective focus early. We are seeing that Yuji is getting very far out in front of Yukino. When speaking of some action maybe coming in the bot side, is Zyko going for the double headbutt pull. There is the lightning crash though, as Tenacity has the damage, but here comes Yuji. They're getting the angle on him. There's the pyroclasm, not gonna get, but they do get boom caught out anyways. Tenacity, he needs to be careful stepping up here. Zyko is looking for a return. That level 6 not gonna be enough, and Dragonsteel answer with a bot lane kill.
A nice double knock up there from Zyko to start that off. Tenacity did play that okay, but Yuji burning the flash ended up being a little bit too much, as that all did catch the Nautilus. I thought that might have been out of range. Not the case. I do want to give props to Brandini. I know that this top lane, whenever we look top, it has been him being pressured by the Udyr, shoved out a bit, but he isn't behind too much CS, behind a little bit in XP. Sion will scale decently well into this.
I thought you were just caster cursing him there, man.
It's fine. He's getting the creeps. He's got the second win. He's got the D shield. He's chilling.
He's fun. Using the big brain. He's just, you know, out trading. He's got to find the mental edge and keep Zamudo up there. Honestly, though, if you can try to keep Zamudo pinned in up there as best as possible, that's what you're looking for with this composition, because Dragonsteel have a very active composition.
He might be getting dove, actually. It's close.
We'll see. It is close.
All right, he got the cannon.
I do love that Zamudo went with the Dark Steel early.
He knows his role. I mean, I think he's going to build the Andres first, honestly. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. It will be a little bit of damage here on the Udyr. At least he should in this match. If he goes straight tank, he's opting to lose.
Got the Nature's Grass coming across, though. Zyko gets hit by the edge of it. He's going down now hard, as they will be taking him down. Now they also get a catch out on Scary Jerry, who has no escape and will fall to Tenacity. DSG have come in and took Dragonsteel's lead and will also get the dragon because of it.
Yeah, I didn't see how Scary Jerry got caught there. Did he get caught by a roof cell?
Yeah, well, no, at least Zyko. I don't know about Scary Jerry. We'll have to see in a replay potentially. I was looking at Zyko getting hit by the very edge of that Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm curious if Scary Jerry was there. I think it was either a 4E, because it's not like you can burn flash to find the Ezreal. Once Ezreal was found, Scary Jerry held his flash. He knew he was going down, so Tenacity gets a freebie. And he's 2-0-1. Right? A lot of CS now, Giselle. So Tenacity, again, stepping into marksman, doing his damnedest to try and help his team find a nice win. I mean, seeding's going to matter in these playoffs that I expect to be very closely contested. So props to Tenacity for doing his best to put together a nice game. We'll see if he can turn it into a win. As Disguise, again, having a tough roster situation this week. I feel like I've put together 2 pretty respectful games so far against Dragonsteel.
So we actually got a little bit of information. Yukino flash W'd Scary Jerry. So
his flash is up though on my screen.
It is maybe a little bit something there. We'll take a look at it later on potentially, but it is also thinking about Grub again right now for Dragonsteel, as the Zabuto had already started up. Yuji was on his way up here, but it is something where Disguise don't want to just give this one up. They don't want to give over all 6 Grubs.
Yuji is here. His Q secures at least 1. He has Smite coming off cooldown, so if Yuji wants to contest, it's doable. But Brandini hits all.
Oh, Yuji barely slinking out of all of that. The Pyroclasm is doing so much work, but Poom ends up claiming the kill on that one. They will deny those Grubs going over, as well as all 3 go to DSG, and we're starting to see their life come up before us.
Wow, I mean, great trigger pull there from Brandini. Able to find Yuji, who was down flash, so really good punish and turn. And now Zyko going in. This could be turn 2.
Oh, they actually have not enough damage on Young, who luckily has a little bit of sustain if he wanted to stick around, but is going to just go ahead and pull that back. Something else is Zabuto having some free time up here. We have to take a check-in of some of these CS differentials. The solo lanes for Dragonsteel have been pretty far ahead. That's what's kept their lead above the 0 mark at least.
I mean, all eyes for me have to be on Tenacity, who is going with that Shiv. He's going to find Zyko. Zyko really trying to get some harassment. Zyko's down Aftershock now.
They got the
coming
TP in. Oh my goodness, Scary Jerry going over the wall there. The arcade shift. They're just keeping pressure down on bot side. Spyrex will go back, walk towards mid, and it's nothing else up here, or down there rather. Up here though, we do have some fighting. Brandini taking a pretty hefty fight into Zamudo, as is tradition. This is the wet noodle fight that we could all dream of, that Tenacity is missing out on now.
I mean, Zamudo's down mana, so maybe Brandini. He doesn't have ult though. But if he traps Zamudo in the lane, could be good. Zamudo going to have to base and empower TP back. I'm just surprised at how much Dragonsteel threw out that bot lane play, because, like, for me, once Psycho drops Aftershock, I really don't think there's a play. I think it's pretty reasonable that Poom is walking back to that lane. So a lot invested for really nothing on the side of Dragonsteel. And a stable map, good for DSG. We haven't really mentioned the scaling of this game. I think it's really important that when DSG use their ults, it connects with something. If not, I do think that fights get hard, because Tristana Azrael can be so slippery. And Udyr, Alistar, definitely a frontline that is big enough. And also just the range advantage is going to be in the hands of Dragonsteel throughout this. So I think that DSG, like, the scaling's fine. It's just that whatever fight they take, when they use their ults, it has to lead to something. Because if ults are down, Dragonsteel is going to win the war of attrition.
And you're hoping maybe a first item spike can give you a little bit of room to grow for DSG, but it's not going to be nearly enough with some of the spikes already being there for Dragonsteel. Oh, maybe this is enough, though, as they catch Scary Jerry out, unlike him, though, and he does not have any escape. Still had barrier, but realizes he's going down anyways.
Great find from Young, who didn't have a flash, would not have been able to follow. Poom did have flash, who needed to follow, but while he gets caught, DSG, they have Tenacity take bot solo for first break. Zamudo has rotated on over. As that was just a botched rotation from Dragonsteel, not respecting the vision control, as Scary Jerry was walking in fog for himself, and Poom finds a great catch. And now Spyrex caught on a ward. He's going to be forced back as Rift Herald taken by Disguise for free.
The duality of man, Cubby.
Hold on.
That game number 1, undefeated.
Oh, nothing?
And Scary Jerry.
Nothing.
And then
All
this
right.
game number 2, finding some difficulties in transitioning around the map. Yuji dodging out of another dredge line here. Tenacity still very strong. Going to be very close to that second item spike as well.
Yeah, I actually really like with how much confidence Tenacity is playing with. As Tenacity, we've always known him to be a player that has hands. He's always been able to play the mark from top if he wants to as well. But seeing him really have a lead and be able to press it, Tenacity was my vote for second team All-Pro last split. It's kind of a bummer not seeing him top, because I feel like he has been having quite a good year. But yeah, it's still nice seeing him be a good player, playing the off-roll and doing his damnedest to make sure they can win this game. That being said, Dragonsteel do take the second Drake of the game, as it looks like we have an Infernal map.
I mean, Dragon priority just rose through the roof now for both teams, and honestly for TSG, not wanting to give that one over to Dragonsteel with their composition. We do have the Rift Herald in top side, try to get some of this standing gold, try to get Young a little bit more of this local gold as well, and get these double marksmans on the table.
This has been, I mean, quite good for PSG as a UG.
He's going to not be able to even pop the Pyroclasm. Does end up in the end. The CC chain is just enough. Look at the passive damage. Tenacity not going down. Look at the healing. Spyrax trying to get the resets now. Doesn't end up getting it. Big double headbutt pulverized. And Dragon Steel, they are picking off the targets. And a double kill for Scary Jerry as they try to find more. Almost gets a triple, but that's Dragon Steel returning to form.
And that's the power of the brand. Yes, Yuji goes down, but just the fact that Brand was able to get his cooldowns off, the amount of damage that was dished out to Disguise and on the squishies was enough for Dragonsteel to take the fight, down numbers, and win it, as Spyrax will knock down top outer, and also Zamudo looking to pressure bot side on the post play. So really, Disguise having to take a full reset, they end up losing out. A good find onto Yuji from Poom ends up being their demise just because Yuji was able to get his cooldowns off. And it's Brand, man. Your shotgun, like first round of cooldowns from Brand, it is so much damage going down on anyone and everyone. This champ is ridiculous, man. It is. So much
it really
damage.
is. And they all grouped up too, and it just starts getting the passive off. Then you get the reprocs, and you get everything else on top of it. You have to be careful of how you position these choke points for DSG. He isn't even on Rallies either. That was literally just Leandri's. As time goes on, those AoE fights can be more and more scary, and we have to see maybe DSG looking for some of these picks. Yes, Poom leading a lot of this as well.
I will say, I called out earlier on, I'm a bit surprised Yukino didn't go for the Leandries at all. It looks like he is going for the
convergence. So I haven't even seen that. We've been seeing tons of Locket in the LPL.
Yeah.
But the convergence is interesting. We see that on Sejuani a lot.
Yep, really nice if you are able to follow up your ults to connect that slow, which is quite a bit. And that item is just very cheap and efficient.
Poom is just looking for blood.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for top outer, which they will secure for free, but Spyrax is ahead on the play bot into Brandini. Able to get some free farm on this Tristana, who is pretty big. We did see some changes to Tristana, just, again, Kraken Slayer being nerfed. Players are going to go Blade of the Rune King now. They feel like it is just a stronger item. So it's no longer going to be that Kraken into Quick Blades that we saw in Tristana for the majority of this summer so far. Get used to seeing Bork into Flicker Blades, if that's going to be the case. I got Flicker Blades right the second time. Is that also matters?
You got it.
We caught ourselves there.
Yeah. Nah, again, I was talking about it a little bit in the game #1, but it's so funny to me. Blade of the Rune King is just like, I don't know, it just turns our ADCs rabid. At this point, the one item spike, you just see them all of a sudden dashing forward, finding aggressive trades, because that is the difference that this one item spike, the new addition of it in the build path, has had. And you see some of that lead now developing. Tenacity still far and above, ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, that is big. Picking up for Tenacity. Maybe he's able to have the impact that he wants to have on the game. So we get the overall track of this game. You can see how big that play that PSG attempted onto Yuji that he turned was for Dragonsteel, with getting them back in a little bit of control. And right now, Dragonsteel feel pretty good playing a neutral game state because it's a little bit easier for them to play out 3 lanes, given the strength of Zamudo isolated. And it feels like whatever lane Tristan is in at the moment, she can deal with pretty well.
And because we had seen the denial, the kind of dragon stacking their way in terms of the first 2 dragons.
Yes!
Yes! Let's go! Brandini! My God! Taking all those minions, all those Krugs away from dear old Spyrax. But it really is to where DSG can be okay, maybe giving over some of this pressure around this side of the map. But we do see both teams forming around this about 30 seconds out from our first Infernal Dragon.
Again, I think DSG, like, they can take fights. It's just whatever fight they take, it has to be a good opener for Tenacity and with their ults. If that's not the case,
get young here.
They're going to be down.
Gotta try to get bodies as much as possible. They are going to contest this one. They are going to TP Young into the fight. So Dragonsteel are first and foremost to the position.
Oh, we have
Convergence. They have to go in. The Convergence has been popped. They get the Nature's Grasp on the multiple members. Look at Tenacity on the side. He is untouched, and he has put so much damage in, but they already lose Brandini, and you see some of the bite back that Dragonsteel have with those draconic jaws as they turn back onto the dragon. This would be second dragon for them.
I changed my mind about scaling. It's firmly in the Dragonsteel. This brand damage is filthy, man. Playing it into these tanks. Like, Brandini found a decent ult. They were to buy a lot of space for Tenacity to auto, but Tenacity can't really get to any priority targets. And despite the good ultimates from DSG, I mean, Boom, he found his R on the Spyrax, so was really locked up, wasn't able to do much. It just is Zamudo and Zyko able to tank the front line. They don't go down. And then brand damage coming in over the top just does so much damage to everyone on the side of the skies that there's really no way that they can step up and play the rest of the fight. So the skies, it feels like after seeing that fight, they're in a pretty tough spot here.
And this was a position where we've been asking all season long, who can stand up to our Dragon Overlords in NACL? We thought maybe the early game last game was going to be enough. Dragonsteel turned it around holistically throughout the game. And now, even though we've seen little moments from DSG, Dragonsteel still keeping their heads above water. The big strength, Scary Jerry already having a ton of gold, already going to have his evolution of the Miramana as well. And we'll be getting close to that Rallies for UG. So for DSG, the whole conversation the whole time had been activity for Yukino. Get these resources out. But it's still now execution in the team fights that's going to be the most difficult.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as Yukino gets to the item break point, like, he's going to be doing damage. Boom. Just drop his flash. Zyko does take quite a bit of damage.
That's the flash out from Zyko. That's actually really big. Interest Grass coming through, try to get some distance onto Zamudo. Is making it out of there alive. Does have the depth charge used. So a lot of those engage ultimates used by DSG, they're going to have to calm down for a little bit.
Honestly, it was a bit closer than I expected on the Zyko, but the Unchained was not yet up, the ultimate. So, we get a little bit close, but still, Dragonsteel, as long as they keep this map neutral, I feel pretty confident saying that if they get resources, they just scale more. Again, Spyrax, like, either lane he's in at this point is good. Udyr, either lane he's in at this point is good, especially now given that he has the Frozen Heart completed. So efficient against Disguise, too. Still seem a little bit low on magic damage this game, given the build of Maokai 1-4.
And he's just going to be so difficult to deal with in this side lane. Brandini has been able to hold on early, but now that side lanes are going to be kind of unleashed, they're going to have to send. Right now, the answer has been Young in a lot of cases, just because he can kind of keep a kite around Zamudo. But I think we can highlight Zamudo a little bit more because he has been a wonderful addition to this Dragonsteel roster, taking the place of Captain America and Niles a lot of the time.
Yeah, we always knew that Zamudo could play, but I think that with this team, obviously this is the strongest team that Zamudo's been on, and he said so that he has to make the best of this opportunity because of the strength of the people around him. But I've always known Zamudo could play. It just was an answer of consistency and being able to always put his best foot forward. And it feels like he is having his most consistent split with Dragonsteel. I don't know what it is with these guys, man, but it really feels like when you put Spyrax UG, like ever since they joined this team, everyone's consistency has gone up so much. And just how the players have developed themselves, but also just how good this mid-jungle duo is at this level. Just the stability and the flexibility that they bring to every game they're in has really made it easier for the other members of Dragonsteel to shine.
Greatness is perpetuated around for Dragonsteel.
This is
DSG start up the Baron.
Zyko's on reset. This is spotted
very heavily, and yeah, I don't know if they can actually get over here fast enough. It is not going to be fast.
They already got a TP out. Scary Jerry did E in. Baron's at half.
Oh, they're gonna melt. Barrage gonna be dodged out of, but he doesn't have E any. Young can't get away from Zamudo. UG is already down though, but Pyroclasm had been gotten. Now they have a lot of damage. Look how much damage he's doing from the grave. You would think that he's playing Karthus as a triple kill comes through for Scary Jerry. The man knows where to pick up his gold, and Dragonsteel are now onto the Baron a little boldly.
Yeah, it was a split fight from Disguise. Brandini found a great opener. But Zamudo was keeping people busy in the back half, so Tenacity didn't really get the help that he needed to. And Scary Jerry Spyrax, they were able to jump in, focus him down as he falls after Brandini. Now the Baron falls after the fight. And Yukino falls after all. Okay, we're out.
Does end up flashing out. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Baron did go down, though. Rally Cry Baron buff secured for Dragonsteel. They have an almost 4,000 gold lead, and Scary Jerry is now on 3 items.
Zamudo, like with the approach he had, really kept things busy. And I think that the call for DSG, I would have liked to see them try and burn it. This game, for me, has been pretty tough for them to reach. But I think even if you deny Baron and lose the fight, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. That said, I think they only have Baron up on 2 members now. It's at least in the hands of Boom, and I think that... No, they didn't get Baron. What am I talking about? Dragonsteel is Baron. Dragon going over to Dragon Steel. Soul Point. More Infernal Drakes for the team that has 4 members dealing pretty significant damage. Gonna feel good.
Yeah.
As this game continues to get further out of control, and Dragon Steel looking to continue their dominant season, finding a 2-0 and moving their record to 18-2 if they do take this game.
Oh, they're going to collapse on Zamudo. He's all by himself. He gets 3 up here. Can't do anything about it. Oh, he gets one back. No way. He gets one back at the end, and now DSG, they're being pounced on at mid lane. That's a big kill as well, going to Spyrax, and everything's gone to hell in a handbasket for Disguise.
Yeah, they knew Dragon was down. They tried to find the play on the top side, but Zamudo trading out one, and Spyrax trading out Young is going to be enough to at least guarantee the inhibitor turret, as Tenacity sticks around to get the bounty for himself. Top inner falls at the cost of an inhibitor.
Oh, man. Dragon Steel, they take an inch. They take a mile. At least you give them an inch to take a mile. It is a situation where Dragon Steel have just looked the better team. I think they know where their playstyle resides around. They found a lot of success playing around this bot lane in this series particularly. And it's a series where we came and we said we didn't want to talk about bot lane. We didn't want to talk about Scary Jerry in particularly because we have put so much focus on this guy. But as soon as we start putting our eyes somewhere else, he finds back-to-back incredible performances.
I mean, it feels like this entire season has just been an incredible performance from all of Dragon Steel, Zell. It's really hard to poke holes into this team. And other teams around the league have had trouble taking anything but a game off them. They've yet to drop a series. We didn't expect for Disguised with this hodgepodge roster thrown together with the late promotion of Tomo to do anything today. I feel like they have performed better than what I thought still.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But still looks like things are wrapping up. Plume is caught, likely to fall.
In a lot of trouble here as Zamudo is himself going to be able to be the front line as Yuji takes him down. Psycho with another big headbutt pulverize. And they find the big damage on Yukino. He's just dying to the burns of the Satchel charge now going forward is DSG. They find him maybe a couple, but Tenacity and Young, they're really the only bodies left to Scary Jerry. He's being hunted down by a zombie right now. Now try to double tap on a Young and turn him into a dead body too as Dragon Steel come away with it all. It is in the end Tenacity that gets an outplay on a Spyrax.
All right, so Brandini actually was able to take up some space, allowed for Young and Tenacity to get some work done in that fight. Only down 1 man and a 1 turret. Post play for Disguise, not bad, getting a couple shutdowns, especially the one that Spyrax had on his head. That bounty going over to Tenacity, but still, you know, difficult it is for Disguise to work these fights. And I mean, it's just incredible how much Brand does after he goes down in these fights, Mazel. Like, the amount of damage that Brand does when he gets his first rotation off is so filthy, and it's going to be even harder to take Brand off the table now. That Zanya's makes it so much easier for you to try and get off a second rotation in these fights.
So difficult to deal with these as you have to come into these big choke points. You have to come into these 5-on-5s because that's kind of what your team composition is doing when they find the engage, at least for TSG. You have to be queuing off this Nature's Grasp that has been kind of the kickoff every time for them. Fortunately, it hasn't come up big just yet in the latter half. Still a huge advantage for Dragon Steel, as has been the case the entire summer split. This team falling just short of that spring championship. Came into this season with so much confidence, saying they believe in themselves to have an undefeated split, and they're getting closer and closer to that fact.
I always appreciate the well of confidence that Dragon Steel can find for themselves. Like, it wasn't the spring they wanted between taking second in NACL, which, I mean, was a hell of a feat in the first place, having a collegiate team get that far. But then falling to Surdy and Slew again in finals was something that I don't think Maryville had on their cards either. But this Dragon Steel team, and after both those setbacks in spring, able to, with a different top laner and Zamudo stepping in and Niles stepping to that coach full-time at Maryville, they've really, I mean, come out of the gates hot. And again, it's impossible to poke holes in this team. It's been a crazy story to see them really go from those 2 setbacks in the spring, say, it's okay, we still believe in us, our ability to do what we came here to do, and put together the split they have, where, again, a win here moves them to 18-2 game score in the league. That is crazy how dominant they've been. And I will say they have a hell of a test next week against Fierce Starforge. Bummed that it couldn't be a hell of a test today against Disguised. But hey, again, I think Disguised done better than what I thought so far.
Maybe our only hope as we have
notch that third
getting the engage here forward center. Nature's Grass coming across. They actually try to get Spyrax in the end. Does rocket jump his way to safety. Yukino on the other side trying to get the follow set up. Young is doing a lot of damage now as well, but it is into Zamudo. And will move back towards the dragon. This is Soul for DSTL.
Those ults are down. It's on Brandini to find an engage now, and he's going to be stymied by the Udyr and the Alistar.
Goodness, Boom is already almost dead. They try to go over on Tenacity, though, but they do end up getting a nice little knockup. Tenacity not going to be the focus just yet as Scary Jerry. That's Tenacity going over the wall here. The lightning crash able to wreak damage onto the back line of Dragonsteel, but here comes the poke, and Tenacity finds himself stuck in the pit, does have the dash out. Here comes Spyrax now. Buster shot. Is the explosive charge going to be enough? It's Diz, and now the rest resets. Spyrax wants it. He gets one more. Going for the flash play. Spyrax gets shut down by Tenacity as he shows his grit. He is the only remaining member of DSG.
I mean, I gotta be honest, Tenacity, he can play marksman for me any day. I think Tenacity has put together some respectable games, but so difficult against Dragonsteel. You can see, like, the skirmish before the Dragon, those ultimates came out from DSG, and they got some chunks. They got a lot of the health bars, but it wasn't enough to remove anyone. And then at this point of the game, you have some sustain on people like Scary Jerry. Go back up from the Dragon, have a sound formation. Zamudo commits to sacking himself to make sure they can get the objective, and no one's able to get through Zyko in the front line either, as Dragonsteel turn that Soul into a Baron and continue to put the pieces together to find that win. Despite this, guys, again, at least trying their best. Again, it's been pretty good for Tenacity, I'll be honest. It's gonna be a lot for AD to step into this and try and topple Tenacity after this performance, Mizel.
I mean, hey, at least you're making the best of a bad situation here.
Channeling Tomozeri.
Hey, might as well. The guy was the best ADC in the league and got promoted LCS for a reason. Zamudo, though, getting chased down by DSG. He does have the rest of his team coming to support him. And this is also a Dragonsteel that is playing pretty reserved with this lead that they have, as there are some moments to pounce for DSG. Oh my god, Scary Cherry does a lot of damage now.
That Tenacity is able to heal back up. Does have the shield bow and does have an IE. So again, this game all on Tenacity. We'll see if he has a Zephyr actually in base. He might be close to it. Tenacity, I mean, props to him. He's stayed alive in these fights. Yeah, he's level 18. He has 400 CS. I mean, he's done a really good job of funneling himself. And this whole game just comes down to, you know, is he able to overcome the monumental lead that Dragonsteel has? Because in terms of gold, and he's still topping the gold charts here in the game.
Get a little bit scary there. Speaking of him and Scary Jerry, neck and neck. Both these guys, the pivotal pieces in these next fights to keep an eye out on where their damage is going.
Well, Disguised. Last stand. Let's see what they can do. Maokai ult.
Gonna get caught by the front line. They are still gonna try to get damage. They got Scary Jerry, but he arcane shifts away. Zyko getting low, but they already got the power class up and everything. Starting to burn down his DSG. They got a little fight back from Tenacity. He stepped up a little too far, though, and that will be it. Dragonsteel and Zamudo with a triple kill are looking for the end.
I think one auto might have gone wide there from Tenacity. Was just enough to make sure that Dragonsteel could overcome this one, and Dragonsteel move to 18-2.
They do.
One series score away from the perfect split.
Over the crackling flames, the guttural draconic roars, a message comes across the NACL channels. It's the whole league saying, help us, FearX Starforge, you're our only hope. The message goes dark, onwards to domination for Dragonsteel.
I mean, nothing else to say. They faced 2 E-subs and got the 2-0. Shout out to Disguised. Again, I feel like they played that series a lot closer than what I thought coming in, but Dragonsteel, they hold strong. And Yuji's brand, I mean, we saw it get picked, like, be vulnerable in a couple points. Like, Disguised, I feel like they had some good setups to make sure that they could at least try and threaten that pick. But when you just are able to get your abilities off, doesn't matter if you go down to the fight or not. Brand does so much damage, especially to the tanky comp that Disguised were rocking. It was so hard to overcome. And yeah, this comp in the end, I feel like Dragonsteel, really solid. I like Trist Ezreal with Brand, man. It's just, you have a front line with this? It felt so hard to actually get through it as Disguised.
Yeah, I just felt like there was not any answer. It is difficult to crack the Dragon's scales, but not impossible, as we saw some of those early games go the way of DSG. But holistically, it was just Dragonsteel playing to their strengths, having Scary Jerry pop off in back-to-back games is massive. The guy is on a tear and had been in the conversation for some of our top ADCs here this split after earning that most improved player in spring. I really want to see what the limits are for Dragonsteel. It just feels like they can do nothing wrong.
Yeah, I want to see who can step up them in the playoffs, because I've been pitching for NACL. I feel like these playoffs are going to be awesome. Like, we have a hell of a fight to actually make the playoff race. We do have more best of fives, but it's a fight to make top 8, and it feels like outside of Dragonsteel, everyone can beat anyone in the top 8. So if Dragonsteel were to be toppled or show any weakness going into playoffs, I feel like it'll just further drive home that narrative. But props to them. Dragonsteel not showing any cracks in their gameplay. It's been so hard to like poke any holes into them this split, as it's been nothing but dominance from them. And one series away from finding that perfect split. It's been a hell of a run from them. We'll see if they can wrap it up next week.
Eric Starforge, the only ones left. We'll see if they can do that. We'll have an interview, though, with Coach Niles after this break, as we'll see you there.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream, and I'm joined by the victorious coach of Dragonsteel this time around, Niles. Niles, you guys have won too much. We're relegated now to interviewing the coach, so yeah. I feel like you're doing your job in that. What's it been like this split for you, stepping back from the top lane, taking on that full-time coach role with Maryville, and working with this team that you are so familiar with?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because last split we had no coach, and now I'm the one stepping into the role. I think honestly, my job has been to take the energy that people are putting into holding their teammates accountable and just have me be the one doing that so everyone else can focus on their own gameplay. So I think there's a lot of little things that we've been improving on as a team that we would consistently make last split, but as 5 players just playing together, we didn't really have the time or the energy to really get to. So I think we've really been nipping some of those issues in the bud, especially when it comes to our mid game. That we're doing much better. Honestly, I'm very, very proud of the boys for how they've been playing.
I mean, you guys are 18-2 in this league and dominating. When it comes to your team, something that a word that it's funny to hear you bring it up because I also associate it with you guys now is consistency. Like, we saw Scary Jerry and Zyko really up their consistency with you guys last spring as you made the push to be a top team in the league. And this split, Zamudo is a player that I've always seen as someone that has a really big upside, but wasn't always really consistent on the Rift. That obviously is the seat that you were in and the role that you are most familiar with in terms of coaching. What's it been like working with him and making sure that he is putting together more consistent performances, which we've really seen on the Rift so far this split?
Yeah, Zumudo was on the short list of players that I wanted to get to replace me, honestly. I think players like Faisal are also up there as players that could really slot in. But he was on a very short list of people. And basically I told him, like, you're going to get the opportunity to win the entire thing. And I believe in you. You can do it. You're going to have to work hard. And I'm going to hold you accountable and make sure that you're working your butt off. There's going to be no solo queue sitting in calls. You have to wake up at a reasonable hour every single day. You have to stay locked in, make sure you're practicing. Basically just like I told him, I'm gonna push you, and if you just trust me and let me push you, that we're gonna win it all.
Yeah, well, hey, that discipline's been great to see. I feel like it really has been shining through in his gameplay, and we're seeing more of those high highs that we always know Zumudo can hit. Speaking of holding people accountable, UG, our ex most valuable prospect from last split, has been holding the entire league accountable. As he is really making a hell of a campaign as one of the front runners that we have for the award with one more series to go. What's it been like for you watching or playing with him last split, now watching him put together another great split where, again, he is a front runner for the award right now?
Yeah, I think Yuji is like, he's such an insane player because he's literally an ice cold killer. Like, he's like the most chill guy. He doesn't make like mistakes. He's like very calm, calculated, and basically I tell the guys, like, whenever Yuji is making a play, like, just assume it's the right play, honestly, because it almost always is the right play. So like, if he's making a call or he's calling for something, it's not like he's not like he's domineering over everybody in terms of calling things. But when he does call something, it's really, really good, you know. So I think Yuji is just such a pleasure to work with. I think he's a great candidate for the MVP race. I think also Jerry and Zyko are making like a big case for themselves as well. Honestly, I think last split Jerry's playing like Varus Calista every game, going up 2,000 gold in laning phase. Honestly, I think that's one of his strengths, but I think if you compare last split Jerry to this split, in terms of like the mid game and the late game, I think you'll see a huge improvement. And that's where we've been getting a lot of our wins, actually, is sometimes people are putting up a fight in the early game and the mid game. You saw that with Skies. But, man, you see Jerry at that Baron fight, just EN, take care of the Zeri. She still has thumbs up, like no fear on Ezreal. You know, he sees the angle, takes it, boom. So I think, and then Ryan, okay, Ryan has like, his mental resilience is actually crazy. If you go back and watch our Blue Water game when he's playing Alistar, okay, this guy was like on a mission. Like, to win the game, he refused to lose. And I think that's one thing that Zyko has really improved on, is his mental resilience and like making sure that no matter what game state we're in, he's always locked in and like finding a way to win the game. So I think Yuji, Jerry, and Zyko are all like front runners for me.
Well, you know, I appreciate having the coach campaign for all the guys too. But Niles, unfortunately, got to cut you off. Before we let you go, of course, you have the floor. Any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, shout out to the boys. Honestly, I think they've really shown me a lot of grace and respect coming into this role. I think we already had a good relationship before, but I think the transition has been pretty seamless. Honestly, there haven't been any bumps, so love those guys so much. Shout out to Dragonsteel, and shout out to Dan Clerk, and yeah, everyone's supporting me. You know, now I'm a coach. So, yeah. So I just, you know, lots of love to everyone. And shout out to you, Cubby. You know, good cast in the day. And you, Mazel, somewhere in the back there. Good cast, bro.
I appreciate it, Niles. It's been a pleasure. You know, first time I crossed paths against you was about 6 years ago now. I had to coach against you in the top lane for Maryville. Now we get to still sit down and do these as you're leading the team, and I get to visit with you guys up there. So congrats on the win. Best of luck next week against Fierce Starforge. You guys go for the perfect split. And guys, we'll be right back with more NACL action right after this. FlyQuest NZXT versus AoE coming right on up.
You know Viper and you know Sniper, but did you know they had a third brother? That's right, the third brother, Crimson, has been playing in the Challengers League this split, and his brothers are convinced he only needs one split of Challengers League before he is ready for the LCS, and he's already well on track as a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Split. And yes, of course, he does play Riven. We have even more awards, and one of these players has just replaced his coach in the top lane. You all remember Niles from his time on Golden Guardians? Well, he's been replaced by Zumudo, and he's been looking fantastic with some of the best roams and flanks in the entire league, consistently winning lanes and finding wins for his team. We've consistently seen that Zumudo has leveled up his game over the season now that he's on a top team. The growth of Zumudo has made him an easy frontrunner for the most improved. After that, we're seeing potentially the first time where someone will win the most valuable prospect 2 splits in a row. Having already won the most valuable prospect award with Maryville last split, Yuji has not dropped a beat. Showcasing proficiency on both bruisers and on AP junglers, Yuji is once again leading Dragonsteel to an as of yet undefeated split. However, the award is tightly contested as two former LCS pros are once again looking like they might deserve another shot. Tomo has taken his LCS level laning that we already knew he had and converted it into way more wins than Disguise would have otherwise taken. Now he continues to show dominance as the best AD carry in the league, and it's not close. Last split, we got to see Shaden play around his laners with increasing ability. However, we did not get to see him play much of a supportive role in his games. This split, now that we are strictly in a carry meta, we are continuing to see him level up that play, showcasing abilities on both AP carries and physical damage ones. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific, and remember, the future of the LCS starts after the LCS.
Hey, and that's us. That's NACL starting after the LCS. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We are done with our first series. The Dragon Reign continues as they move on to 8-0. Now we move on to maybe something with a little bit more chaos added to it. We're moving into our second series. It is FlyQuest in ZXT versus AoE with all the changes that this area of effect roster is going to have coming into today.
Yeah, we go from Dragonsteel, who have been consistently solid, and I really like hearing Coach Niles talk about consistency and accountability with his teams, because we've seen that lacking a little bit with the two teams that we have playing here as FlyQuest challengers, a team that I have a higher standard for compared to most of the league. Haven't really been hitting that, despite them still being a middle-of-the-pack squad. And then AoE, who have really been grasping at straws to find something that works for them, making more changes coming into this week. We'll see if that gives them any life against FlyQuest, as they are likely already in our promotion tournament, but any hopes of dodging out on that, they would need a 2-0 today.
Exactly that. And trying to get FlyQuest to a point of promise. I mean, this is a roster that is coming off of a championship, for the most part, besides Bradley, in that spring split, and it's something where we saw them lose some series that we maybe aren't expecting from this roster, and especially recently against Blue Otters of all teams. This FlyQuest and ZXT roster has a ton of big names on it, but they got to keep up that consistency and that discipline.
Yeah, in the last 3 series, they fell 2-1 to Disguise. They blanked Supernova and what looked to be a return to form, and then falling 2-1 to Blue Otter, where I feel like Blue Otter has some pretty big draft advantages in games 2 and 3. I do feel like the FlyQuest are trying to find their footing a little bit in drafts in this format, as I feel like more teams have kind of caught them off guard at that phase of the game. We did see them trying stuff like the Janna in Game 2 against Blue Otter, which was feasted upon by an Olaf from Quacker. And now going up against AoE, again, a team that has had a lot of their own struggles. I'm looking to see FlyQuest return to form and find, 2 pretty dominant wins sub 30 minutes.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this? All right, let's go ahead and bring it up. Let's go ahead and see all the changes, because maybe it's fall, maybe it's spring, maybe it's summer. I don't know what season we're in, but we got Cozy in the top lane. We got City Witty in the jungle. Onat obviously in the mid lane. Mobility coming into ADC, and Breezy still there to support.
Yeah, Breezy is the consistent member. Mobility stepping in is quite interesting, given that Winthrop is in the league, but not playing with his school. Instead, finding a spot later on with AoE. Onat, of course, saw a bit of the social media saga between him and AoE in the preseason and now this season. City Witty is the new face, as we have seen Cozy before. I do want to give an honorable mention to Barrick, who I actually feel like played pretty solid with the AoE team. He beat my expectations in the top lane. I think top's been quite competitive in NACL this split. I didn't have Barrick on my radar when he was stepping in as a sub, but he played well enough where I'm going to give him a shout out here. But Cozy is a familiar face that we have seen playing with colleges in the past, like SLU, and then also playing with teams that have made Proving Grounds. I believe it was Taco Gaming he was the top lane for when it was Trickster in jungle. And then last time we saw City Witty, it was actually teammates with Surdy on Team Liquid First.
Which I think is just absolutely crazy to think about.
Yeah, City Witty played, what, like, I want to say it was like 25 champs in like 36 games or something like that. Like he played like a new champ every game. It was crazy.
Incredible. But as we get into draft, I do want to set the stage. I want to make sure expectations are in the right place. This is a FlyQuest Challengers roster who should be at the highest of highs, who have had some trouble with consistency, but this is an expected win from them. This is a chaotic AoE team who have not been able to find promise here at Summer Split, have not found a series win. But that's where expectations can be damned, and AoE have the potential to throw a wrench in the works here. We do have Aurora still up and available. It is locked in.
It's locked. Okay, we're gonna see our first Aurora. I gotta be honest, I'm gonna have to pull up that champs kit on my second monitor to make sure I get everything right. We've put a little bit of practice tool time into Aurora. We're gonna find out what Aurora can do here, as we're gonna see it first game. I'm expected to be piloted by Bradley, but we'll see if that changes.
I would love to see it. I think Bradley, obviously making his re-entrance to the mid lane, has been really fun to keep an eye on. He's cleaned up his play a lot here in the recency. Maybe in that last series, maybe a little question marks there. But I feel like at the beginning of the split, he has had even more rough moments. So trying to find some consistency there. But it is going to be a tried and true combo, the Zeri and the Maokai here for AoE at least.
Looking for more from Bradley. I feel
think
like
he's looking for more from himself too.
I think the real strength of FlyQuest so far this split has been Shade and the Chime. I still hold Chime in very high regard. I'll be bummed when Chime starts law school and has to step away. Cryogen is in line to step up for FlyC when he is needed. That will be another wrinkle thrown into this team where, I mean, honestly, without Chime, we'll see how Cryogen does. I think that Cryogen, if there's any player to get a shot out of supports, it would be Cryogen. But Chime has been so good, and that's going to be really tough to step in and step up for that veteran voice within this team.
Yep, and you have to be finding some of that veterancy, because I think that's the biggest difference maker between players that stay at the tier 2 level and players that we see go on to the LCS, is that decision-making power, that decisiveness that we need to see at this level. It is some really big AoE setup composition right now for FlyQuest challengers. They have that big Wombo combo with the Vi and this more Misfortune, but some safety, some stability for AoE with that Xayah lock.
Yeah, Xayah is an interesting pick because it's one way that you can get out of like a Vi MF combo, but you are very vulnerable in lane against Misfortune. So I think that AoE, I wouldn't be surprised they actually save support or 5 pick. They're trying to help Xayah get some space, and then of course we see FlyQuest denying that Rakan as Xayah is showing. That's an easy ban for them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they deny another support to try and set up one for themselves. I think taking away something like Alistar here would be okay for them, as I don't think Alistar is a pairing you want with MF, and something that can play decent defense for Xayah and AoE.
I'm wondering now what you can try to get to continue to find that engage to set this up here for AoE, because I feel like, yes, we've had some big bans, but you also have to remember this is kind of Fearless Omega Overdrive plus 50 added. There you go, there's another word. And you have to think about the way that they can approach, if they are going to push this 1-3, how they can set themselves up for success as time goes on. It is the big combo of the Jace locked away from the Wombo that FlyQuest were going for. The Rel is really nice setup tools right now, though, for AoE.
It's a bit of a deny from MF, but I think Braum looks quite good here for FlyQuest if they want to run it. You already have main engage with Vi. I know Chime's not the biggest fan of that
His
pick.
Alistar is dirty, though.
Yeah, his Alistar is quite good. Will be the Alistar of this game. And Surdy left with a blind top. Akali, you see that ban in the ban list? Cozy is an Akali player in solo queue. He's already played at top with AoE. He's always willing to play that Akali. And unironically, it's actually a pretty good matchup in the Gnar top. So that is one matchup that is off the table now that Cozy can take into the Gnar. And we'll see if he goes for something like a Camille that I feel like could be quite strong this game.
I'm so terrified for anybody that gets caught by FlyQuest. Yasuo coming out the Wombo combos. I actually got to see 2 games of Yasuo last night in our best of 5 as Nani for IG whipped it out in random compositions. But this time around, we actually get a ton of setup around it. So we'll see if it's going to be the difference maker here. Cozy bringing that one out.
This throws a heck of a wrinkle in. You win the lane really hard, but I think it's really difficult to play Yasuo into Vi, Alistar, and Gnar in fights, and he only has Rel to help him with the knockups. You can go off of a Maokai Q. That's tough, especially to find like an AoE big Yasuo setup.
I'm just saying, they did in LPL last night. They literally only had Maokai and Yasuo in their composition.
They made it work. Okay. Well, we'll see if we can execute like a.
City Winnie's gonna have to have some crazy Bramble smashes.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it work. Besides that, all eyes will be on Aurora. I know that, players back home might have played a little bit of Aurora. We'll try and dumb it down for you a little bit, what this champ does. It actually is pretty simple, but there are some very creative things you can do in the simple kit.
It's all about jumping around and that mobility. We'll see, though, as Aurora takes to the Rift here for the first time in an ACL. It is a matchup of epic proportions for FlyQuest to try to get on track here. They need to find that consistency, while AoE, they're just looking for something. We're getting into game 1 of this best of 3 FlyQuest and ZXT Challengers. Make sure you type in FlyC or Area of Effect for AoE.
So it's going to be the Electrocute setup for Aurora this game. Makes sense for Bradley. If he is able to connect with a Q, that pretty much gives you 2 procs of Electrocute. And then her auto, if you get a third, you get a passive proc, which heals you a little bit. And you also proc Electrocute. So not surprised to see this be the setup from Bradley. And I'm curious, I think Zeri's going to have some early push, but there should be a section of this matchup where Aurora can take over. And as you called out, Lennon, a lot of hop, skips, and jumps as her E pushes her backwards. And then her W, she goes invulnerable and has a baby hop. And that resets on a champion cooldown as well. So if Aurora gets ahead in the fight, she can push it very fast.
Keep an eye on how they utilize this. The Bunny Mage, I believe, is 167th champion in League of Legends. That's actually just crazy to think about a little bit. But I also want to think about these paths for both junglers, both heading down towards bot side, both with huge facilitation efforts for their compositions. And you have to see that consistency be there. I expect a lot of activity from both Shaden and City Witty.
Yeah, looks like each of our junglers going top to bot, but City Witty with more AoE heavy or AP heavy setup with the first strike. Very much expect that to be the Andre setup. I'm okay with it. I think that phase rush is actually kind of tough for Maokai to use this game. I do like the phase rush, but that's better with a tank build. First strike, just make sure that your saplings, your Rs are going to hit harder. So I don't think it's that bad. I think that AP Maokai, especially in jungle, kind of struggles to find a keystone. So I think first strike's one of the better options.
And we'll see if that actually ends up being a big difference maker. Get a little bit extra gold for City Witty. And I do also think that maybe some resources need to be dealt out towards Cozy up here. You do wonder what happens if the lane is kind of left on its own. Obviously, you had talked about the draft a little bit. Cozy will have a bit of an advantage there.
I mean, Surdy's looking to beat up on the person that he replaces, too. I guess it would have technically been Doxa, but we have 2 St. Louis University top laners up here. Cozy used to be in that seat. Surdy was in that seat, as they, of course, won CLOL this past year as a squad. And the rest of those boys, of course, over on Winthrop.
Good to see all the banter back and forth, the friendships and everything come alive there. It's been really nice to see, honestly, the collegiate impact here in an ACL as a whole. We are getting to the culmination of those paths that we had foreshadowed to earlier, though. Definitely feels like Shaden might have a little bit of an advantage in terms of direction he can take these early fights. Bradley also going to be looking for a little bit of vision to stay safe in mid lane, so maybe look at this 3v3 bot.
They can turn this. No aftershock now.
There's nobody there. Breezy. He can't even flash over the wall. First blood goes over to Sajed.
I don't like Breezy burning his Q there because it burns aftershock. That's his defense in that scenario. Other one would have been the flash over the wall, but he was dead before he could get to that wall to flash over. And yeah, I think Breezy, again, throwing out that Q, you burn the aftershock, and it gets doomed. As Cozy.
Stopping the boomerang.
Yep. That's the interaction you look for in this matchup, and that's enough to push Surdy out early.
Are going to get the TP back from Surdy, I'm sure responded to by Cozy in kind. There is a little bit of an advantage for FlyQuest, but the biggest conversation this whole time is going to be about the consistency, the level of play we see from this team that has such high expectations for themselves and such LCS experience across the roster itself too.
Yeah, and if it was any other team in the league sitting at 4-3, I don't think I'd be talking about them the same way that I talk about FlyQuest, just because I hold these guys at a higher standard. We saw the highs they could hit in spring with Quad, and they were just a team on another level. And we have seen games where FlyQuest Challengers still look like they are that team on another level, but it's been, to their credit, a much more competitive league this split. I think a lot of the teams have leveled up in Challengers League, which has made it quite fun, but we haven't seen FlyQuest Challengers exactly respond well to that challenge. They have toppled a little bit more often than what I would expect, and in a game like this against AoE, it's a great chance to build up some confidence to get closer to playoffs against a roster that did just change, is at the bottom of the league. This is a series that you'd expect FlyQuest Challengers to handle quite easily.
They're going to have a little advantage for Sajed. See if they can utilize that around any of these objectives. Won't be even close to level 6 just yet, though. So not going to have the big combo. As it will be Dragon up for a little while. Oh, he's so cute. It's from Swarm. Little octopus.
Oh,
that's not a bunny, though. I'm just saying that's not a bunny. And I do see that there could be a little bit of this move towards the early objectives, but it feels like both teams are having a little bit of trouble in consistently keeping priority in the lanes around these objectives so far.
I was going to bring that up. I think top lane for AoE, taking the grubs might be an option, just given they have push in both top and bot, or mid, sorry. Whereas I'd expect Shaden, probably to play for the Dragon. That said, it was a first reset from mobility bot, and he does get back in time to get most of this wave. After this reset, MF will be up in items, so opportunity for Shaden to play off Drake then. But well played here by City Witty, who wrapping up the clear, given that AoE did base first. This is the timer that they can take the Dragon, and City Witty's on it.
Go ahead and get those early stackings going. It's really nice. That back did come through for FlyQuest. It'll be the opposite side trade, though, because they do have leans from both their solo lanes to take these grubs. So that's going to change the adaptation from AoE the next spawn around as well. Both teams getting early neutral objectives is a good sign for either side, though. And the fact that AoE are trying to stay consistent in this early game themselves, too. Onat, though, he's got a big bull behind him. And Chime, he finds that huge combo, too. Oh, he flashes away from the Between Worlds, and Onat makes it out alive.
Not enough damage yet for Bradley. I will say that Bradley... he's going for the Roa build, which I haven't seen a ton of. It brings a lot of durability, and it, you can play off with it, but there is no damage with the Catalyst, so any bit of damage, if Bradley has it, it would have been Onat to fall, but with the build, Bradley going for a little bit more scaling. Not enough to take down Onat. We do see Shaden get in the face of City Witty and take some Raptors away, and he should move the top side, as priority is with FlyQuest Challengers. Off the back of a great roam from Chime. Gets an HP advantage mid for FlyQuest, and Shaden making use of it against City Witty, who is trying to contest.
Oh, not gonna gotten a little bit of that.
That's not a good wall.
Down. Yeah, that's a little bit rough. Now Cozy, under half health up here, can be punished. He does have a float by City Witty, though Shaden has been taking the red buff away from City Witty right underneath his nose.
Yeah, really well played from Surdy to play around the wind wall. Used his hop to get on the other side of it, but that wind wall a little bit errant from Cozy. And make any mistake
the wrap
against
around.
Surdy, and you could be in trouble. And we do see.
Oh, he's going for the kill to Cozy. You do have the Nature's Grasp flash from City Witty. Get the combo, last breath, and there you go. Cozy unlocked.
Actually, really clean from Cozy. He threw out that Q3, and that ended up hitting as well. He threw it out, then ulted, and City Witty hit him back into the Q3 too. That's kind of cute. I think they would have gotten the kill either way. Surdy, only way he would have been able to get out of that one alive is if he were to flash forward and try and get that hyper proc onto Cozy. That said, he didn't think he was in range, didn't pull the trigger on the flash, and ends up going down for his aggression. Shaden did get quite a bit out of City Witty's jungle. City Witty only has one quadrant to clear, so Shaden will be ahead off once he wraps up this clear. The fact that they get the kill on the Yasuo, quite nice here for AoE.
That's big. Any little bit of a lead will be massive. There is, so unfortunately, the Featherstorm for mobility. He won't have that defensive tool available to him. Still does have the flash and the barrier to go, at least to still be a bit defensive down there. Bradley has completed the rod, so it'll be getting those stacks going for him early, and that's really nice for them because you will have a ton of that late game damage in terms of this Aurora. Now, it is also, though, AoE who have kept their head a little bit higher than I expected coming into this one. I was expecting chaos. I was expecting big lane differentials, but so far, so good.
Yeah, I think bot lane's still winning. There was a trade that Chime took. It did get Mobility's ult. I like that trade a lot because this is the window. You can see all the wards that AoE has in the bot side jungle of FlyQuest Challengers. If a trade goes in AoE's favor bot lane, it would have been enough to help City Witty get into that quadrant for Shade and then try and even up the camp score. With him being held out, thanks to the trade from Chime and Sajed, now the reset coming in, City Witty gets nothing off the jungle of FlyQuest Challengers, and that did really help Shaden.
Now, Breezy has made his roam into the map as well as Chime being answered to a little bit for his grazing ways on the cow. He is looking at mid lane, really spotted. I love that Onat's just been using this Ultra Shock laser to catch out who's coming over the walls towards him and checking the Raptor pit as well as the other side with the bush. He's ended up getting a decent chunk onto him here from the weirding, as you have to be really, really careful on the Twinfold Hex as well on the way back damage that's not necessarily visible.
Yeah, I know that this game hasn't broken open yet, but with the build that Bradley's going, once he gets to 2 items, he's going to be so tough to deal with. I assume what he's going to go next is Leandri's. And what this build does, like, Aura as a champ, cooldowns are pretty low. You don't really need a ton of ability haste, even if it's nice, but as long as you're just dishing out these Qs, you see the wave clear that Bradley has. Now that he has enough levels, actually able to punish Onat and push him back. Has required now the attention of Breezy and City Witty, and despite that, a plate will still fall. So I think that Bradley is going to take over this game. I know Aurora is a bit of a new champ, but in terms of the scaling, what I expect, I think that these fights are going to be much easier for FlyQuest challengers to execute later on. It's going to be on the double marksman of AoE to break that. That's going to take 4 or 5 items. I think this 2-3 item spike from Aurora is going to be massive.
And the fact that we're already seeing Bradley play with such confidence in that mid lane, stepping up into multiple members of AoE, it's already really oppressive, and it's going to become even more so as time goes on. You've got to remember the Between Worlds is such an incredible spacing ultimate in these fights. The only way to get out of it is to flash or have some sort of blink. We did end up seeing Grub again go the way of FlyQuest in ZXT, and they're trying to contest the Dragon on the other side, not wanting to give AoE 2 in a row.
Shaden's late, though, so it's just going to be a fight in the back half, if anything. I think Chime's looking to bleed some cooldowns.
They're scared.
First. AoE's being disciplined, though.
They are. They're going to wait a little bit, pull that Nature's Grasp. The engage didn't come through. There's that Between Worlds. You can't escape. Watch as you come through.
No.
The bullet time over top. The Between Worlds does end up falling. They didn't get the damage, but they catch out the stragglers, and it's City Witty that pays the price.
Yeah, Chime missed out on the combo that was set up by Bradley, but Bradley, that all was placed in a really, really good spot. And it trapped most of AoE in for the MF ult, so seeing Aurora and MF used synergistically is quite nice. And this play looks like it's not over yet. Mobility did take the base. He was down ultimate. Breezy is under this turret alone.
Yeah.
FlyQuest NZXT don't want him to get away with
He
this.
has Magnet Storm, but he's just CC'd to hell. Ends up crashing his way to a death. Now Cozy trying to clean up with the combo from Onat. Onat gets them, and now Shaden forced to run away with the Vault Breaker, but they're running into enemy face. They're in enemy territory.
Oh, they're stuck.
And they're across the red line.
Oh.
That consistency. It gets Chime out, but Shaden will end up falling.
The double TP for AoE, they end up getting 2 on the play, but they're going to lose some plates for this. Mobility shifted mid, which was the right call. It's already at least going to get 1 plate top, probably 2 with 6 grubs. So I think AoE loses out on the play. They don't get a lot from those TPs, and now FlyQuest challengers will have the ability to mismatch the TPs with Bradley. But I do appreciate the attempt from AoE to try and turn around that play on the bot side.
Big reason why you grab this Gnar is a lot of the side lane pressure it can provide. They're going to have an answer to it as well, but it also brings some of that team fight damage. We're going to take a look back at that play, a chaotic series of events for FlyQuest.
I mean, the dive on Breezy's free. It's just the big thing that this double TP, when it comes down, Sajed ended up with tower aggro once this dive's done, and that ends up being enough. I believe he eats 2 shots. Is Shaden to get the auto down? Yeah,
God.
eats 2 shots, and that's enough to get taken down. And
Onat?
then Shaden on the retreat ends up running into Mobility and gets rooted. So well played by
How does
Mobility to
Chime
find
get
that
out?
root.
The Pulverize is enough time to get him out through the X-Tech. Love to see that. I cannot believe how much damage Onat took from just that single trade during the TP against Bradley as he was coming through. He came into that TP afterwards with half health because of it. FlyQuest, though, they're making their tempo known, taking the Rift Herald and pushing in topside onto Breezy. As Surdy's going to make it Mini-Gnar now. He's going to have the follow-up damage onto Breezy. The boomerang, it's not enough. They got to kite out Cozy. Here comes Nature's Grasp as well. City Witty showing up in force to get some reinforcements here for AoE.
Breezy is still going to be sent back to base, so it's not bad for FlyQuest challengers, but AoE at least making sure that no one falls. Rift Herald did go over the pockets of Shaden. It's actually quite funny, Mazel. So, while we put on the Coach Cubby hat for the interview with Niles, I got to put it on again, as I used to scrim against Bradley when he was over at Bethany. And Bradley, back when we played against Bradley, we always had to ban away Gwen from him when Gwen was released because he played it mid, and he was so good on this champion. I mean, Gwen was OP, but he'd break the game.
He got out of the Between Worlds with the dash.
Yeah. Okay.
Hilarious. I guess you could use the wall to get out of that circle. I don't know. That's
yeah,
hilarious.
I guess so.
It's supposed to only be blinks and flashes. Like anything that has the blink aspect to it. Oh, the last breath combo. Cozy coming after Surdy. And he knows pretty well himself in the one-on-one.
Yeah, it's fun seeing Bradley pick up a new champ. Just because I know that Bradley, he's always really motivated to pick up champs. And it is something that is a strength to Bradley, his ability to play and pick up champions quickly. Especially some of these mid laners where, of course, one of the reasons that Bradley did swap back to this lane is that he felt like it would be more fun. And hey, if you enjoy the game, I think it does make it easier to pick up some of these new champs when they throw curveballs at you. It's fun to see Bradley being the first one to bust out Aurora.
Oh, nice. Q3 actually there. I mean, Surdy was going for the Meganar really nicely timed. I love some of these mechanics coming out from Cozy. Obviously, well-versed with the Yasuo.
It's not like Cozy doesn't have hands. Cozy oftentimes plays a carry top pool, which can be difficult into better teams. And yeah, it's one where we're going to see if Cozy can follow on through. But with some of the changes made, Yasuo did get some love recently. That I feel like it actually made a pretty big difference in some of Yasuo's matchup. This patch, they gave him 2 armor, but also his E, it stacks up on a flatter margin. So it does more damage, but then B, the way it stacks, you can get to 100 max a little bit faster with the bonus damage, as you just always get it. So
they're using the Rift Arrow
quite big
in mid lane, try to distract a little bit, try to get the outer turret while they also contest for the dragon. That's a really big Between Worlds. Bradley going back and forth, does get the weirding, but he's completely caught. All those jumps aren't going to get the bunny away. Bullet time going to go a bit wide afterwards, though. Surdy gets a big Meganar ulti. Shaden went in with the cease and desist. They've gotten mobility, but they got to take down Cozy and Onet now. He's in middle of everybody. Oh no!
Shine!
You might be melee, but you're being handled by FlyQuest. Onet barely getting out alive there as Shaden's chasing down Breezy. Surdy wants to get City Witty. They're going to give the kill over, though. So Jed gets himself that one at Surdy. He cannot find Onat in the end as Breezy slowly but surely makes his way away from FlyQuest.
And that fight, it was almost turned by AoE, but Chime's the one that turns it in the end. His flash pull shut down Cozy from trying to find his own ultimate and continue to snowball the fight, and that's what got FlyQuest Challengers the win.
What a fight. They're going to take the dragon. They're going to deny that stacking objective for AoE. They'll continue bolstering this lead that they have, and it, yes, was Bradley starting that one up, but that chaos felt like it lent towards FlyQuest victory.
Yeah, take a second look. I think that Bradley, like, the idea is there. We see the Aurora plus MF ults being used. But, yeah, this ult's super valuable from Bradley, but he gets caught by the Maokai route. Gets locked down by Breezy, so he falls first. But I want you to keep your eyes on Chime in the back half, because this fight, at this point, is close. MF ult didn't line up. Jed's not here. Cozy is able to stack up something potentially. He has the third Empower Wind Wall, but then the Q from Shaden and the flash pull from Chime makes sure that that empowered NATO from Yasuo cannot connect. He does not find an ultimate, and FlyQuest Challengers end up finding the fight.
Biggest differences are made in the in-between moments, denying Cozy from his big entrance into that fight. And now he's on the back end of this trade on top side as Surdy was putting pressure onto him. FlyQuest feeling very strong. Still moving out onto this top side of the map. They do have a consistent lead. And AoE, the way they get into these fights is making sure that Cozy gets a huge last breath. We said their options are a little few and far between, but it's going to come down to the execution there.
And so far, I mean, AoE, they're behind, but the game's not out of reach. They have double marksman. They just have to go very
He's starting to get there. Oh
yeah.
My God! Onat, you don't have the right to exist on this Summoner's Rift as Chime gonna tank the turret and another one bites the dust and another one does and another one does and FlyQuest Challengers are dominating.
Yeah, Cozy didn't have TP to reach this play, so FlyQuest challengers find a numbers advantage. Zed gonna have to flash out of the Nature's Grass from City Witty, but they're the ones who take the 2 kills and top turret and get this game a little bit further into their control as Baron's being started. This is a reach.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a reach, City Witty. Looking for the 50-50 here. A little bit of a turn back by Chime. He does not have the Unbreakable. Does have, however, the Exhaust. It could just be Chime giving his body here for the Baron. Gonna get the nice little double headbutt.
Oh my god.
And pull and get 4 of the Baron buffs out. Rallycry Baron buff secured by FlyQuest. They're gonna get to their turret here, but AoE, they do not want to let any of these buffs go. Is this the fight you want, AoE? Is this the moment that you are looking to bang your bang? Breezy goes in, last breath. Is it gonna be enough? Look at Sajed. He's getting so much damage off here. Q3 is gonna go through. They do get the weirding off the bullet time, and it's blood all over the top side of the rift. But it feels like FlyQuest won out.
I mean, it's not bad. There's only 1 Baron up now on Bradley, so I think it's a decent push for AoE. Baron's off the map, so AoE, they get the post play. It's not terrible for them.
Got the shutdown, I think, is the biggest thing on the Sajed.
It's not bad.
The only problem is, though, you're still going to be a little bit worse for wear. Mobility does end up getting away. The invisibility didn't last long enough there for Brandon.
Yeah, that was a bit cheeky. They don't get this cleaned up all too much in the post play, but I think that's a decent push for AoE. Like, if they allow them to reset with the 4 Barons, I do think this game gets kind of out of control. So I like the call from AoE to send it into the turret, and I think the gold graph agrees.
It's a little chunk in it. A little bit. It's you take everything you can get.
Better than giving them the free Baron reset.
Yeah, that is true. They are also going to be close to those second, third items coming through here. We do see a little bit of that gold differential, though. You do not like to see all those red bars down towards the latter half of that one.
Yeah, Sajed did get pretty fed off that last play, so good shout, Mazel. We'll see if Sajed can carry it through as he is going for that IE third. And that's going to hit very hard once he connects to that.
God, that's huge.
Yeah.
If Bradley and Hip can layer a combo, I mean, that's the biggest difference.
I do really appreciate Sajed. I think oftentimes as a player, he techs towards team fights in the later game. One example, he really likes Blue Tree.
City can't get out of this one. He's going to have to flash. And maybe he still dies. Shaden wants to chase him. Aren't going to find the distance.
Okay. Able to sneak out. Again, Baron's only on Bradley, so that's the only empowered wave that FlyQuest can play off of. As I was saying, though, Sajed oftentimes, like, in terms of his builds and how he techs with runes, oftentimes it is leaning later. Really enjoys Blue Tree secondary on Marksman, taking Gathering Storm quite often. And this is a good example. MF, you have a lot of options for builds, but going for IE third, making sure you get it in your inventory, I think it's the right call this game, as he wants to maximize his damage in the team fights. Outside of just that MF ultimate, MF autos can hit like a brick house if you get ahead like this and get an IE.
We are looking at AoE trying to form up around this dragon. We're getting TPs. Oh, Caesar, this is immediately on the Cozy. We said that's a big ticket for AoE. He will not go down. That wind wall was so massive. Now Chime, though, able to frontline tank it. City Witty getting low. Bradley, he's in a 4-man last breath as it's AoE that finally hits a mark. And Cozy cuts them down to size.
I mean, that was all breezy with the re-engage, but that engage from FlyQuest for me was a bit questionable. They threw everything on the Cozy, but he got the wind wall out in time to block the bullet time. So that ultimate was for nothing, and then FlyQuest trying to continue the fight, it gave AoE the ability to re-engage in the choke. And that's huge. That gets soul point for them. It gets mid, and this gold lead is gone.
Oh my god. I want to take a look at the gold graph again. That was like a 5,000 gold lead for FlyQuest just a little bit ago. And this is exactly what we had set up for them.
The wind wall goes down, so Cozy doesn't get one shot. Jaden has to flash out. The fight split. Surdy's the one that has to go in and turn it if he wants. I think there's an angle for him to jump in and hop, but it's not before Breezy able to find a huge connection for himself. As the 4-man from Breezy, followed up on by Cozy, leads to a big team fight for AoE. The Wombo connects, and now it's an even game.
Dead even, almost 25 minutes in. That consistency, tanking like a submarine in the ocean. My God, it is a mountain cliffside edge we see there on that gold graph.
That's a fun roller coaster right there, if you want to ride that one back down. We'll see if it ends up climbing back up, but at the moment, flattening out as we have a competitive game. You have to return to some of the scaling talk that we had earlier.
Yeah.
As Aurora kind of throws a big mix into it. Again, I think double marksman later on, when you get to 4 or 5 items, are going to be favored for AoE. But at the moment, I think the Flyseek comp is easier to execute, and they're still the ones that have strength.
They are, but that's also where we can take the time to give some props to AoE. The fact that they're even in a dead even game like this, or this close to it, in a matchup that all the chaos coming in, all the change in the roster, what could we have expected? And it's something of a bit of a promise for AoE, as they've been struggling to find any kind of success on the Rift here this split. It's nice to see these moments. It's nice to see them leaning into the strengths they have.
I mean, I don't know what strengths they have, I'll be honest. It's kind of a new roster. Their strength right now is that they're at least on the same page with the
They have a 6-1 and 6 mobility.
They do. And mobility, I mean, it has been a long time coming from mobility to make his debut in Challengers League. I know that he was 80 that was pretty, at least a lot of the tier 3 guys were excited about to see get an opportunity here. I know that not being with Winthrop, there's some decisions made on each end, but still, mobility planning to, I know, get a boot camp in Korea quite soon to keep his play up, and has definitely been one of those ADs kind of like Levitate that has been on the outside looking in for a few splits, and happy to see him in his first game here in Challengers League making the most of it with a decent Zaya game so far.
All you gotta do is hit the big combo there. Kind of same for FlyQuest. Both teams going for the big wombos as TP going to be coming into this bot side, though, and Cozy's in a lot of trouble. Going to fight back, though. Has a big wind wall. There it is, though. The damage profile is just enough, and Surdy comes away with the kill.
Once you find a stun, it makes connecting everything else easy, but this is a bit of a bluff from FlyQuest, because yes, they TP'd bot, but they're actually doing the Baron as 3. This isn't spotted yet.
Why not? Hey, if they don't know what you're doing, or if you don't know what you're doing, how will they know what they're doing? Now the City Witty Nature's Grasp is going to signal that they do know what they're doing. And Shaden and FlyQuest will have to pull away. Chime going to take a decent amount of chunk there. Tier 2 in the bot side was the thing they were trying to fight for here as well. And they did end up getting it. They're going to go back onto it.
I love this stall from FlyQuest because they just win on the bot side while they're here. They have no intention of ever taking this Baron to full.
It's still hovering.
But they bought a Maokai ult, and now if they can keep him out, which Chime can do, it's a maybe.
Oh, if City Witty gets in there, though, it's a 50-50. Look at him. He's in the pit. It's a little early, but Shaden waiting to go back in. The Rally Cry Baron buff secured by AoE, but they're fishing a barrel to the bullet time guns of Sajed. Big Meganar ulti too. You might have gotten the Baron, but the only one left with it is Cozy. And is he even going to hold it on? As there comes the Between Worlds Bradley trying to get his way out. Gets hit by the Q3 in the last breath to take him down. AoE, they do find a little bit, but FlyQuest take even more.
Yeah, the first Baron was taken by FlyQuest, and AoE answered back by taking 4 bodies. FlyQuest just did the same. I appreciate the thought of keeping that Baron proc to at least bait AoE in, but going for the finish, you always have a Maokai Q smite over the wall, and it was a nice twisted advance from City Witty to dodge out on the headbutt from Chime and make sure he could still flash into the pit. I think FlyQuest played that one a little bit too forward, but regardless, they were the ones in position to win the fight. And Sajed and Surdy made sure that fight went in their favor. It was a beautiful bullet time this time around from Sajed.
Yeah, it was. And those are the kinds of things that can go back and forth. We're going to take a look back at this one.
City Witty, watch this. It's a headbutt out, but the twisted advance keeps him there, so he's able to flash into the pit. And then the Q does so much bonus damage to monsters. AoE know they can take this. So City Witty hits the Q smite, which is pretty much unbeatable for the Vi. But they're all stuck in the pit on the backside. Odat did hop in to try and help DPS down that Baron, so he was really free to take out for FlyQuest challengers. And Surdy made sure to answer mobility on the back half, too.
Love to see the setup. And speaking of,
Soul! They got Soul!
Between Worlds has been there. Soul for AoE. They do have a little bit of a fight, though. Back in. Breezy gets the 3-man, but it's only a 2-man last breath. And Sajed and Surdy, they're still pumping. Meganar has been kicked, but AoE, they've got more bodies. Big bullet time block, though. That's huge. AoE, they have the AoE to do the damage here. Tribe goes in on Onet. It's bloody. It's bruised. But mobility goes down in the end. And FlyQuest with a triple kill for Sajed. They look for the last one, and that's a total ace for FlyQuest as they move to the base.
15 seconds on City Witty. Him and Breezy will be back up for the defense. I don't know how Soul went to AoE, but FlyQuest challenger Sajed put together a beautiful team fight. I thought that he was taken out by Cozy, but he was able to flash out, kite back, turn things around with his bullet time, and that might be enough for FlyQuest Challengers to take the game.
The only one left right now is City Witty. He's got Breezy coming up, but the turrets are down. The base is bare, and the Nexus is the focus as game one goes to FlyQuest NZXT in one fell swoop.
I mean, I gotta say, this was way closer than what it should have been. I was setting the standards for this game. Like, I'm expecting 2 clean 30-minute or like sub-30 wins from FlyQuest Challengers. That was not clean. That was a hell of a fight from AoE. And we do have a replay of how they got that soul and the fight to boot. So I really want to get into this one.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at it here as well. See exactly how the soul went over. But in the end, FlyQuest come out on top.
Okay, a lot to break down here. I do want to look at Sajed in the back half of this team fight. But the opener was really good for AoE. As Sajed was cleaning up top lane wave, which really put him out of position for this dragon. So I think that's a pretty big mistake from Sajed. Fortunately, he sends it back at the end. It's a good ult from Bradley, as he was able to actually get out of Mobility's ultimate, forced to ult and flash early on. But the start of this fight, look at this re-engage from Breezy. It's a split fight. Cozy gets on the back half. It's really good. Sajed can't ult because of the wind wall, so he holds it this time. And then Cozy the flash in. This is where I thought he could win it, but Sajed flashes out, throws out the double up and the bullet time. Surdy peels for him beautifully, as that did buy enough space for Sajed to then clean up the rest of the fight. Really well played by Surdy and Sajed to sync up there. That ult from Surdy bought the space Sajed needed to clean that up. Very well played from the 2 carries of FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, really nice weaving in and out of that fight from Bradley as well. Just utilizing some of the strength of Aurora. And with that strength, that will be the only time we see Aurora on the day here. And what a game it was. Really nice to see FlyQuest be able to find a consistent win there. It was Sajed who earns our player of the game, but it was a holistic effort. They needed the combos to come alive. Sajed was taking advantage of the moment.
Now that's an AD scoreline right there. 14-3. None of this assist crap. You know, make sure that you find everything. As that MF, it was set ahead to start off, and Sajed really cashed in. That last fight from Sajed was beautiful. Yeah. This is someone that, in his second split of challengers playing AD, it's been really fun to see Sajed team fight. It really feels like he is one of those ADs that has the natural team fight instincts, and it really is just about rounding out his game, where if he does, he is going to be a very deadly marksman at the next level when it comes to how he pilots these fights so naturally. We saw a little bit of it there with an assist from his teammate Surdy.
FlyQuest, developmental, and powerful ADCs name a more iconic duo, but it is also a Sajed coming off of his Rookie of the Split nomination in spring, and a FlyQuest who we mentioned at the top of it are our spring champions as well. That was a dominant game in the end, but it was a bit rocky. We'll see if they can clean things up for game number 2, and if AoE can bring us the distance. We'll see you there. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. We are into our second series, and we already had a very chaotic game number 1 between FlyQuest and ZXT and AoE. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're going to take a look back at that chaotic game that FlyQuest still came out on top of, and my God, if that doesn't look like the Rockies in that gold grab.
Yeah, unfortunately, that dip has been quite frequent in FlyQuest season, as we just haven't seen them be quite as clean. Again, I think taking that fight on the Yasuo, like, he got wind wall off, which props to Cozy, but it was a bad read from Sajed to throw out the ult there. Just didn't spot the wind wall and was able to sneak it out during the CC chain. I think that, like, fight around bot and then open themselves up to a hell of a re-engage from Breezy, who, as the one consistent member of AoE, I do feel like had a nice game. We've seen some decent Rel moments so far today, but no more Rel in this format, and AoE, as close as it was to a win against one of the better teams we have in the league, fall short, and that playoff picture for them keeps on looking like it's getting harder and harder.
The promotion tournament on the eyes of AoE right now. It is also where FlyQuest coming into this one had some question marks to them with some of their lackluster performances, especially when we saw the Blue Otter loss there. It was very tough. And it's a FlyQuest that holds themselves to high regards. But in certain outplay moments, right, it was really nice to see them show that head and above stature that they have.
We know all 5 of these guys can play. There's a good amount of LCS experience. All 5 of these guys, or 4 out of the 5 of these guys have put in the LCS stage at some point. Minus Sajed, as Bradley was a part of the lock-in tournament for TL. Got to see him smurf a Kali game way back when. Remember that one?
That was fun.
And Surdy is yet to hit it too, so I'm just trolling. But, you know, we kind of expect Surdy to be there at some point.
It's already established, you know, in our heads. He's there.
Yeah.
I do want to also talk about something that is a little bit different for us here. It is the full Omega Overdrive Fearless plus 50. I don't remember the other word that I added on there.
We can't, Mazel. It's still different. We're adding new words.
Different. It's great. I'm trying to keep it going, all right? But these are all 10 bans that will not be available for either side going into game 2.
And shout out to our team for reorganizing the graphic a little bit. Instead of teams side by side, we have roles side by side to make it a little bit easier for you to digest. And if you are just joining us, yes, that was an Aurora played in the last game. First time I've seen it on stage from Bradley. So if you are curious about that pick, go back, check out game 1. Bradley played it decently well, went with the Roa build. You want to look to incorporate that into your own game, as of course, just like the LCS, we play on live patch. So anything you see here, you can take back home and play with yourself, in your own hands. If you want to try and be as good as these guys, you know.
Dodged a bullet right there, Cubby.
Yeah, I did. Thanks for highlighting that, Marcel.
You're welcome, bud. You're welcome. It's like the Matrix up in here. Now we have Karthus, the Akali ban by FlyQuest on the blue side. They're also going to have the Nidalee and the Lucian ban on AoE side of things this time around. So again, trying to maybe hone down Shaden's pool a little bit, give them a little bit more ease of access for City Witty.
Yeah, City Witty, of course, last time we saw him, he was actually teammates with Surdy on Team Liquid First, a team that did struggle. They were relegated, but City has a very deep champ pool. There was a stint where City was almost an AD main and would have been on an NACL team playing AD carry, which is kind of funny, given that Sajed used to be a jungle player and then swapped to marksman. So kind of the inverse there. As we go throughout this draft, we did see Renekton banned out by FlyQuest in game 1, but this time game 2, with less picks on the board, they will take it for themselves. And no Gnar for Cozy to answer, so we'll see if Cozy decides to go for a Jax, Cassante, or something else.
Gotta find an answer. There's a reason why Renekton has been so easily blind pickable.
Yep.
A lot of strength in the lane, but also later on. You get the Leona, a classic lock-in. Glad to see it come through for AoE. It's something that's been so strong in the meta here recently.
It has. I do think this puts AoE in a bind, though. Nidalee's off the table. If they don't take Sejuani, then Sejuani should be picked up here by Shaden. If they do, then their team's already really vulnerable to Merc Treads. Now, this was a patch where we saw a lot of changes in terms of boots that are grabbable. I believe all boots were nerfed except for steel caps, which are now more expensive, but give you more. It's pretty much like the gist. But yeah, we did see a lot of boot changes. So with Zyra, you're still pretty vulnerable to treads being picked up for FlyQuest challengers, and maybe not wanting to play the Sejuani into Zyra Leona. We do see Shaden at least hovering the brand.
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
No? Okay, it's still Sej. Yeah. Okay, still what we predicted. Renekton Sej play towards top side. Jax, Cassante likely to be picked up here on 3 for AoE, which does mean a FlyQuest grab a mid laner here could put AoE in a real bind, where they have to choose to match or else drop someone coming up. So there's the Yone.
Oh, the pieces of Exodia are starting to fall together.
Gonna drop top or mid.
The inherent synergies that you're having right now between the double melee solo lanes and the Sejuani is very difficult to deal with. I'm even thinking, looking at AP and bot lane, looking at the Ziggs and things like that for Sejed, see if that does end up coming to bear here. But AoE need to figure out what answer they're gonna have. It is the Corki into the Yone matchup that they go for.
All right, so they are dropping top. I expect to see FlyQuest take away Cassante and take away potentially a Jax.
Yeah, I think the Jax is definitely a need.
I mean, those are the 2 best defensive picks against Renekton and Sejuani. You can play Rumble, but whenever Sejuani comes to your lane, you lose sums and or die. And then you can play Kennen, but once again, whenever Sejuani comes to your lane, you lose sums and or die. And there is the option where Serdi could just be like, you know, I don't really care. I have Renekton and Sej. Give them the Cassante anyway. We can throw bans elsewhere if you want. As that's a lie.
Nope.
They're banning
no,
Cassante.
this is a lie. Straight lie.
Yeah,
it is going to be a top lane Pokemon. It's the most obvious thing to kind of dwiddle down
and the Ziggs
against Cozy. And there's the Ziggs, so no easy AP in the bot lane. There still is some ability down there as well. As AP bot laners have become very prevalent, it feels like, in solo queues, the Swains, the Brands, things like that. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see that here today. We'll see what the final ban towards this top side is going to be for FlyQuest.
I'm expecting a Chime Nautilus.
Yeah,
unless he wants to dig deep for like a Bard or one of those mage picks again. I do think
with the melee synergy continuing.
Yeah, I do think Bard is playable. Okay, so they're going to give Jax. With Jax, the Renekton says you have to be careful about the Counter-Strike windows, as that can be used to eat a lot of it. That will not be the choice. Instead, they're actually going for the Orin, so scaling matchup on the top side. This can be broken early, but of course, Orin scales into the game quite nicely. If you go down, it's okay. You get bonus stats on Orin, so as long as you're getting your items in the end, you can be useful in this game.
I actually really like the takeaway of the mobility jinx. I do feel
What's
like
Sejed gonna play?
Really strong on that one. That's a great question.
Yeah,
they need AP.
There's
they need AP. They have an Ornn against them. It's gonna be hard to shred through him in the front line, especially even the Leona too. So I mean, they need to find a way.
I mean, you could go Veigar if you want to get crazy, or Kai'Sa has some AP on it, so this might just be the grab. And you can just play
dive.
Yeah, dive, execute comp. I think it's kind of hard to play dive.
Put your submarine cap on, Cubby. We're diving.
It's hard to play dive into Leona Zyra. I mean, that's a lot to get through. But there isn't a ton of damage on AoE yet, and this would be bold if Mobility were to play this. I do not like this. I feel like it's an Aphelios game.
I feel like this is a situation where FlyQuest are kind of just throwing down the gauntlet to say, we felt like we were the better team. We maybe had some slip-ups last game, but this time around, we're just going to take a comp that we know we can take the hands to you with and win this one out. While the Jhin does come through for mobility, going to give them a little bit more utility to their comp.
Yeah, we were lacking on the damage aspect, though. I know Zyra and Corki, you know, sometimes I can just pack enough damage to get through an entire team, but Jin's not doing damage against his top side for the first couple of items. So I think the window for FlyQuest...
Kai'Sa and Yone, like Renekton and Sej, like,
I mean, you can play outside of the range, and I think Renekton and Sejuani are actually really fightable. Yeah. And you have Zyra, Ornn, Jhin. Like, there are a lot of things to practice. And the 3v3 is decent. Like, I'm expecting City Witty the path towards bot. And if they do find 3v3s where Zyra beats Sejuani there, it's very playable, as Zyra plants can proc Jhin. It's just that you do have to maintain that range, because if FlyQuest are able to dogpile onto you, you don't have the damage to get through their front line, especially in the earlier phases of the game.
It's going to be the most difficult thing. And also, I'll just say right now, I'm not nearly as good as these guys, but I do know one thing. Jhin hates Kai'Sa in the 2v2. We'll see if maybe Breezy can make the difference there. But this 2v2 going to be very important for AoE to find consistency in, because they have to get mobility ahead to be relevant. And as we get into game number 2, AoE backs against the wall. An 0-7 split might be turning into an 0-8 unless they can get us to 3 games. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. Fly C for FlyQuest and ZXT Challengers, and AoE for Area of Effect.
Yeah, I know I came into this series saying that I expect a 2-0 from FlyQuest. I do want to line up, though, the playoff implications for AoE, as AoE already needs help from the league to make playoffs, a lot of it. An 0-2 here, or even a 1-2, a series loss would guarantee their demise. as Blue Water is currently the other team slotted to be in the promotion tournament. They're sitting at 2-5. So any hope to try and get up there, they would need 2 series wins. And with 2 series left, AOE are they have their backs up against the wall. If not, they're looking into the promotion tournament, where it is played a little bit earlier this time around with how our schedule works out. And I do got to say, some of the OQ teams are quite strong towards the top side. So you got to be scared of, I know Dragoons Goons are the ones that won the first OQ and still looking very strong. There's also a Dardock team in there that's pretty strong. Pulse, pretty decent. Another team we have in OQs, so it's not going to be a walk in the park, the promotion tournament.
AOE familiar with the promotion tournament, though, as they will try to find their way out of that one if they can't find a win here. It is, though, a FlyQuest that we expect so much of, that we saw some of those moments in that game number 1, but a split that hasn't necessarily gone the way they expected. A lot of solo queue dominance, all the glitz and the glam surrounding them, but sometimes it struggled to come together on the Rift itself on these big 5-on-5 teams.
It has, but something that hasn't really struggled that much this split is Surdy's Renekton, as it is 3-1, and it gives FlyQuest a very clear path to victory in a lot of these games. So
Never seen him and Godzilla in the same room.
wow, okay. That's, I mean, what if you watched Godzilla -1 with Surdy? I feel like that.
I haven't.
That'd be a cool
That's
plan.
the thing. My results-based analysis tell me I haven't seen them in the same room. So
now that was a great movie, by the way. Anyone who's not seen that one, highly recommend. As we see Bradley try and style on that minion and loses.
It's fine. It's fine. It's the mental advantage, mental warfare. That's what it is. Speaking of some of that warfare, though, we're looking at these jungle paths, opposite sides for both these guys. It is a situation, though, that Shaden is the one that needs to be a little bit more active. As Chime's going to spider his man his way out of that one. He does get the fourth shot, though. Huge chunk back on a Breezy because of those plasma stacks here. Both supports feeling the worst out of this one as City Witty makes his way by.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Shaden skipping his last camp to get topside, so potential dive on the Cozy. We'll see if City Witty decides to do the same. I believe Chime just spotted him, though. As Surdy has this wave here right in time. This is dangerous.
This is really dangerous. Gonna try to use the Unstoppable. It does not stop anything. Permafrost is gonna be there. Surdy gets solo, but first blood goes to Shaden, and the Wonder Duo strikes again for FlyQuest.
Might have been low, but that HP bar is a resource, and Surdy tanked up as many tower shots as he could as his jungler, the one that he says does not get enough credit in Shaden, finds the free kill on Sichuan.
And I think Shaden getting a little bit ahead is massive. A big engine for FlyQuest, but also one of the most dominant junglers we've seen here in Tier 2. Maybe not having the best stint in LCS, but it really is a factor that this guy is going to make it there sooner rather than later.
And again, this Renekton is something that he's always been very comfortable on. I know that in his solo queue Rampage, he's been playing a lot of ranged matchups, as well as his trusty old Camille that he's always been very good at. But this Renekton has been one of the picks that in top has been very dominant for him this split, as he is able to lean on his solid, consistent laning. And also, I think that what makes Surdy so good is not only is he able to consistently replicate his lane states, but also calling teammates around him when he needs help. We oftentimes see Chime interacting with top. That's off of them calling that together. And I would not be surprised to see more visits topside into Surdy, as he already has a lead. You can see him trading to try and hold this freeze against Cozy.
See, now the objectives are going to be coming up here pretty soon in terms of the Dragon set. Oh, Surdy wants the solo. He's a big Croc, and he's a big Godzilla. Cozy has no way out. He's going to try to get away, and that is not enough. Godzilla activated, and Surdy finds his kill.
Yeah, once Conqueror gets running for Renekton in this matchup, can't deal with it as Cozy. And we're seeing Cozy off those carry picks feel a little bit uncomfortable, as it is a dive into a solo kill and a huge lead for the top side of FlyQuest challengers.
And that just enables being able to play around the rest of the map. I mean, he's going to have so much strength in the solo lane itself now. Now, AoE are going to respond with their own dragon on the other side of the map to get a little bit of stacking going for themselves. But the fact that Surdy is going to have this advantage, and you have Grubs coming up, it enables FlyQuest to easily play around that top side of the map now.
Well, I don't know what AoE does here. I really don't think you can play Grubs.
It's 5 minutes. minutes, 53 seconds in, Cubby.
I mean, they have to wait so much time to have this comp be online, and they're just going to be under a constant onslaught against FlyQuest. You see Surdy popping the ult to get the Fury stack.
Destroys him. Somebody call somebody, because Cozy needs something up in that top side to give. My goodness, how did they take down Godzilla in Godzilla -1? Did they? Is it even possible, Cubby?
You know, the legend of Godzilla still lives on for a reason.
Well, I guess we're just going to continue going with the no hope aspect here, as the 3 first Grubs do go the way of FlyQuest.
I mean, for sure, no hope for Grubs, as it's a Renekton Sejuani team, and that Renekton already has a lead, so Grubs are always going to be off the table. I think the hope, in all seriousness, for AoE is force City Witty to scale and try and be that mid-game bridge that AoE needs to really get mobility to, like, 4+ items. But at the moment, it is Cozy, who, again, is under siege. We're going to start with the ult now.
Yeah, I mean, he can't even get away from it. Also, Surdy dodging out of the roots there. City Witty can't get any rebuttal against the dive that keeps happening topside. We might need to get FlyQuest a couple Navy stars here for their submarine dive performances.
Is that what you give out to
I don't know. I don't know military stuff. I just
right.
know that they're diving. All right.
I respect
Scuba
the
suits.
shout-out.
Do we want what do we want here? What are we doing? What equipment do we want when we're diving?
I respect the attempted shout out to the troops there. Chime.
Oh.
Have to burn flash.
That's a little bold though by AoE. They're gonna get some damage down on Bradley though. It takes a huge trade with the Soul Unbound, and it is now actually some movement from AoE to get Breezy active out on the map. Oh, Bradley.
Bradley has ult.
Yeah, he does have the Fate Seal to get him his way out of there, as he did see Breezy come around the corner. Good throw off the Eva. Oh! Whoa! 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 Mobility, he does have an escape path, but I don't know about that one. He's going to get the Deadly Flourish back onto Chime. Has the force shot to chase him down. Breezy has
Chime
the angle. Chime. He needs to spider his way out of that one. And now still gets the Zenith Blade connect. Oh, Breezy takes a turret shot, but it doesn't matter. Mobility, after all of that, ends up getting revenge on the Chime.
Yes, the curtain call was thrown backwards because it was on the Chime. They turned that play around. It was foreshadowing from Mobility. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, that's got to be what it was. He's just, giving them a false sense of security here.
Yes.
I get scared too when a Nautilus hook comes out of the bush.
Curtains on the Nautilus. Meanwhile, while bot side, that's a big kill. We did mention that Mobility is going to need some time to get items to end up working through this really front line for FlyQuest challengers. But it's big. Like, if Jin gets 3-4 items, I think the way that AoE needs to play out these fights is just stymie the front line. Like, make sure that Ornn is at least interrupting the Renekton Sejuani, and they can't just get to the back line. If that ends up happening, it's tough to get through Zyra, Jin, Leona. Like, it's not like AoE's comp can't play later on in this game. It's just going to be so hard to get that time against FlyQuest challengers.
You get the flash out of Unat there. He had no mana, so there was no real escape besides that summoner spell. FlyQuest challengers, they're moving out of the map with force. They still have a pretty hefty sizable lead for this early part of the game. It's going to be the next dragon coming up if AoE want to continue stacking on that side of the map and try to lean towards this Jin lane a little bit. Because, again, you do not want this Jin going quietly into the night here. He will not have as much impact as maybe you'd want him to.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I got to say Mobility's been a little bit more impactful. I thought he'd be in the earlier stages of the game. It helps you have Leona to pair up with the Jin. You have so much strength early on. As Cozy, he smelled this dive coming. So he's going to throw that ult at the wave. He did have a ward on the Krug camp. Jaden did cancel his recall. Now we have an engaged bot.
That's a depth charge used. Going to try to get some of these plasma stacks onto Mobility, but good trade back. He's going to open up. But is that curtain going to be called here? A couple shots going to Chime. He blocks him out nicely. Cozy gets out of the Glacial Prison. He's going to flash, get the knock up here. The dive not as easy to pull off, but still easily done for Surdy on a killing spree.
I mean, in the end, they burned one flash in both ults, and it's still a kill. And top turret nearly down, as well as all 6 grubs likely going over to the Sejuani. Yone will be able to pressure the side lane now in the mid game with how far behind Ornn is and the fact that he will win into Corki in the long lane. So, again, these 6 grubs in the hands of FlyQuest challengers. The ability for them to push the pace of this game, it's there. And it's already happening as that is a first brick taken top lane pre-11 minutes,
That's
Mazel.
just so crazy, and it's before the
That's a lot.
grubs, everything going down. Like Surdy is massive. He's already gotten the Black Cleaver completed. He's going to be well on his way to a next item. AoE were able to respond with a second dragon of their own on bot side with the push through mobility. But now, I mean, Godzilla is being unleashed onto the city folk of Summoner's Rift.
Well, not quite yet. Looks like he's going into the rock at least one more time. Dragon traded out by AoE. It is a 2.5k gold deficit for them, but 2 Drakes to their name. Rolling Cloud Soul. Honestly, not bad for them. I think if FlyQuest starts stacking these up, it could be quite bad, but again, in theory, the AoE comp wants to fight back and absorb the melee, heavy, short-range composition of FlyQuest challengers. Just the issue is that this comp, if it gets ahead, it can push very hard, and we are seeing a 3k gold lead for all of these melee champions to just have the stats to throw themselves into AoE and be okay.
Showing a much stronger, I feel like, performance. Much more stable performance than that game number 1 for FlyQuest. But they have holistically focused up towards this top side. I mean, poor Cozy, 0-4 now. Zenith Blade connects. Deadly Flourish on the back of it here. Solar Flare, look at that CC chain, but they don't have the damage. They have to be careful, though. TPs are coming in now, and bodies are starting to fall. City Winnie's gone. Here comes Cozy, but there's an even bigger croc on your backline. As it's Cerny making his roar as he comes to life here. AoE are dashed. And the 4th shot is not even going to be hitting. Mobility left out. Onat left out, and the party is all FlyQuest.
And TP comes in for Cozy, simply answered by Surdy, who wants to be here in the first place with the 6 grubs, continuing to assert his lead as he gets even more plates in his favor. And he also crashed that lane top, so the map just being owned by FlyQuest not only win the fight, but won out on the map.
Love to see FlyQuest playing around these 2 guys, Surdy and Shaden. They should have been the starting top side for Evil Geniuses in the LCS. They should have been in the LCS. We saw their huge solo queue moments in the offseason, even during the season. But it's been about making it work on the Rift. And when we see them flow, when we see them vibe together, it has been incredible.
It's just too easy, man. You give Surdy Renekton, give him a jungler to path in, and then just let him go to work. Really not much that AoE can
Clock
do to
in,
defend.
clock out, easy done.
That's what it was. And again, I talked about it in draft. When it's first pick Renekton, you have the choice to deny Sejuani or give it over. They made the choice to take Zyra and try and play for the later stages where you can really punish, hopefully, an overextension from FlyQuest challengers. But they're the ones that were trying to make plays from behind. That TP being matched by Surdy. Easy win for FlyQuest challengers in that skirmish. They try to make this an easy series win. Again, that game 1, I think, a little bit closer than what this team would have liked to see against AoE, who are dealing with their own roster. I guess at this point, hopefully shape up, as this seems to be the final form of the AoE roster that we're going to have for the rest of the split and into the promotion zone.
See if that does maintain the case here. They're trying to find any sort of promise to hold on to in this split. They do have these big roster changes to maybe give themselves a bit of a resurgence, but FlyQuest looking to resurge after a tough loss to Blue in their last series here, are looking like a much different team in game number 2, and the dive comp working out for them so far. Almost get it outer tower in mid lane while they're also taking the Rift Herald. Here comes Cozy, though, gets the big catch out on Sajed, who's already down in AoE. They have pounced on an overextending FlyQuest. The heal's not going to be enough, and Godzilla has been felled by mobility.
Good angle from AoE. I don't like FlyQuest being on that wave. The way they were playing out the map, they have to sack that one. They did not have control over the bot side river. They have control over top side. So having the approach from Breezy be through bot, I mean, it caught FlyQuest off guard, who were too far up in that mid lane, as that's the craziest ignite I've seen. I mean, they might get them the turret, I'll be honest. Unironically, I think that gets them the turret. Yeah. City Witty has to cover now.
I mean, they have no hover back unless they get a TP back in the mid lane.
That gets him the turret. That's hilarious.
Time using that LCS experience there a little bit. As he does, they will end up getting the outer tower, and that's big because there's no real central point of defense for AoE now.
All right, 15 seconds before the dragon. Surdy did burn his flash for nothing in that last fight, trying to take down mobility, so that was a poor flash from Surdy. Sajed, though, he saw his death certificate signed, so he didn't decide to flash out of that one at all. Does have that for the upcoming fight.
All right, they want the dragon. They want to be on Soul Point. They want some of that decision-making power that FlyQuest have hold up all for themselves, and we're getting away in front of this dragon division being fought for by AoE.
That is a very early ult from Shaden. I do not like that at all.
They're just throwing their abilities at this point. As Bradley is about to flake on a Cozy, ends up dashing his way out of that one. FlyQuest don't have a lot of their big tools available, at least in terms of the Glacial Prison for Shaden.
There's no rush here for FlyQuest challengers. I think that more of attrition, they do lose to Zyra, but you can let them walk into River and then have a Sedge ult like now, when they can't be in that rush, but that tool will not be available. And now Shime, he's going to be the one on the front line trying to take things up.
Breezy locked down. Oh, Breezy goes in, and now he got the curtain call over top of it. The big CC chain. They end up getting one back here for Onat. He's looking for Surdy now, too. Finds out what Dragon goes over, though, to Shaden, denying the Soul Point. Soul Unbound back to his body for Bradley, dodging out of the Oran Horn. They do make it out with 3 bodies and the Dragon Soul denial. Soul Point in denial.
Yeah, Bradley was on bot lane, and he ends up being late to the fight. Surdy gets ran down, and it's a little bit split from FlyQuest. Again, I think they tried to pull the trigger too early there. AoE had more tools come to fight. The Dragon chipped out some of the health bars, and they're the ones that find the small win as Cozy intelligently going to find Bradley, who is going to ult. And
I didn't get to ult last fight. I need to ult now.
Well, hey, Window, I know AoE, they dropped the Dragon, but that gold deficit went down a little bit. And AoE, they have a wave they can catch on the top side. As we take a second look, Bradley, he was on bot wave, and he did take the bot outer turret, but it means that this is a bit of a split fight. Cozy beats Bradley into this engage. It's a really nice buffer from Breezy on the depth charge to actually get in the back line, buy some space for City Witty to make sure that he had that Stranglethorns connect. And yes, Onat was able to run down Surdy. Bradley was going around trying to harass mobility. I think if he approached into the Corki, might have been able to save Surdy. Speaking of Corki, though.
He's going to be getting everything thrown. Even a Void Seeker hit on top of all that. The flail will signal the death of the Corgi, as now that is FlyQuest getting a big pick in the side lane in top.
FlyQuest, I mean, if they play throughout their lanes, I think that's the real path to victory. Onat, no flash now. That's probably the next play we see from FlyQuest 2 as a good ult from Shaden.
He has flash! He needs to try to get away. He has a lot of sustained damage underneath all of that, though. That loot flare is going to be flashed away from to get away from the plants. Deadly into the curtain call combo. Almost gets Shaden down. Solar Flare was not enough to get the damage onto him. He will make it out barely. They took a tier 2 tower up there. And Bradley's also taking his own in bot side.
The fight from AoE, they don't get anything, but they also aren't playing the lanes during that sequence. So Cozy came to hover mid, still didn't have ult. Bradley was able to at least get that wave in bot and top inner falls. So FlyQuest, again, kind of returning and being a little bit more disciplined on the map on this deploy. End up finding more, but I'm still a bit concerned. Like, this is an AoE roster that just formed, and we've been praising FlyQuest for being a top team all year despite their record. You aren't really seeing that today. There's another great buffer from Breezy to follow through. Might net the kill on the Bradley.
And try to chase him down, try to get in range for those roots. Cozy's okay. This is just a holistic team effort as he's gonna flash out. Horn dodge out up here. No knock up coming through, and shutdown goes over to City Witty.
AoE are gonna lose at least mid inner for that, but at least they sent 5 before the Baron spawns, so you can't get punished that way. I think overall FlyQuest Challenger's still okay with the trade, but we're still seeing some sloppy plays. Again, this is a team I feel like I wanted to see clean wins against AoE. Props to AoE. I think they're putting up much more of a fight than what I expected coming into the series, Mazel. As this isn't a game they're out of yet, I still favor their scaling if this one goes very long.
Let's see if they can go long at all. Love the shout out for Sajed, the Jackie Love skin. Always appreciate it. Unfortunately, IG are now out of 2024. But anyways, it is also a situation that FlyQuest have, yes, maybe not had the most clean moments, but they're leaning towards what has been strong, right? The fact that they adapted their style from that game 1 into a full focus onto Surdy and Shaden in this game has been really nice to see in the little moments.
Like, you shouldn't have to return to that against a team like AoE, and I still think that, like, some of their mid-game fight takes just haven't been as good. That's my concern. I know they can play through Surdy on the top side, but when we're seeing like disjointed engages or kind of wasting abilities before a dragon fight, that's the kind of stuff that if you get right against a team like AoE with a new roster, should lead to a clean win. The fact that FlyQuest aren't getting those things right means this game in series is a bit closer than what we thought coming in. That said, FlyQuest, good to see them set up a nice objective here. They are still up very heavily in gold, and by cleaning up that mid wave a minute before the dragon, they're going to clean up all the vision that AoE put down in their own bot side jungle to make sure that that vision is theirs.
They really want to take this tier 2 down here, Cozy. He's been a huge focus for FlyQuest so far, though they are in full response down here if they go for it. Big Solar Flare to open it up. Breezy has been pulling this team by their bootstraps up into this game.
I mean, look at the map. Sejed's mid. He has no TP. Mobility wasn't on that wave, and he doesn't need to be. Mid inner isn't there. They can nap that turret, hit the inhibitor turret. So
and
those means FlyQuest, by showing someone mid, they cannot be that far up on that bot lane. They have to respect it. By trying to play that all the way in, there's no way they're going to be able to hit the turret there. They open themselves up to being vulnerable, and they get picked off.
Seeing some of these picks come through here, some of that inconsistency showing its face. There is the dragon coming up, but luckily Chime's death timer was not super long, so they're going to be right back out for it. And it's going to be a second denial in a row of that soul point for AoE.
All right, so we're still able to get dragon. I think these games can be cleaner. FlyQuest, we're seeing them make mistakes I'm not used to seeing this team make, and that really has been the story of some of this season for them. A lot of their losses, they've had leads early on. They just haven't been able to follow through cleanly. So I still think trying to hold FlyQuest a little bit more accountable for how they're playing the later stages of the game. We have high expectations for this team. And we'll see if they can hit them. Because again, they're going to be Chimeless most likely for playoffs. And that's going to be another challenge that they're going to have to overcome if they want to try and repeat in this league.
Yeah, it's been a story of FlyQuest trying to leap from their strength in spring and then coming up against that early knockdown against Dragonsteel. I think since then we have seen the team kind of combine a little bit into something stronger in a lot of their moments, and then we see some of those slip-ups. And like we kind of talked about their trajectory, right? Like, you have that kind of return to form against Supernova. You're like, all right, things are going well. And then the Blue Otter series, that brings into question some of these things. So that dominance not necessarily the same that we saw in spring, where they were in the same seed as Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I will say the drafts for Blue Otter were quite good in games 2 and 3. I feel like they had a real edge against FlyQuest. And both of these drafts from FlyQuest have been solid and stuff that we are used to seeing from them. So maybe simplifying things a little bit. Done a couple favors for FlyQuest, but at the moment AoE grouped up as 5. We'll get the mid wave in. Look out though for Shade and the Chime. They could pull the trigger here.
TP, there it is. They're gonna get the fight going here. Ornhorn comes through. They already locked down Chime. Big Stranglethorn, but Bradley gets a huge fate seal. And now Sturdy is running rampant. The plants are doing so much damage though, as City Witty is still there for it. Curtain call. Look at Sajed. He's trying to take down Mobility, but now he's in a 1v2. Can't get the Void Seeker on a Mobility. The Flash 4, not gonna be enough. He's trying to get the distance, and he does. It's not the damage back, and a shutdown goes to Mobility. Now Sturdy, he's by himself over here. He needs to dash his way away, but FlyQuest, they lose 3.
And we teased the front to back. It's playable for AoE, and we saw that be playable there. Everyone engages into Zyra's Stranglethorns. Mobility, when he's able to open up, he just stalls out this front line. And we're at the point of the game where this lead for FlyQuest, given a couple of the mistakes they've made, I mean, Cozy's pretty much only down a level even. Like, at this point, you're Ornn, you're fine. The Stranglethorn's so valuable here from City Witty. Zyra's not pressured in this fight. Mobility had a great open up here to make sure that they keep on buying space. And as long as AoE's core is strong, they can manage these fights. FlyQuest challengers, for me, they can't take a front to back. You need to have Surdy on an angle so that Mobility is not able to open up for free. And then you can actually find a way to get Sajed into the backline with a little bit of help. I think Sajed took the path he needed to try and win the fight there, but no one else got any damage onto the backline, so he goes in and goes down for free. And that's more gold now. That's back in AoE's favor.
I would love to see the damage numbers for City Witty in that one, just sitting there underneath everything. Now they get all they engage on Breezy, but this is looking like a deja vu. Oh my god, Breezy again, but this time he falls immediately afterwards. Surdy dashing his way away. Needs to be a bit careful about the follow through for AoE. They do end up getting the big pick, and Breezy no longer going to be there to lead the charge.
Yeah, Shaden burned his flash to bring Breezy back into the team, and that Zenith Blade did spell the doom of Leona. That said, FlyQuest, we're down a man there. They took one man off of AoE and got the side lane turret for themselves. if the team fights don't go FlyQuest's way, they are still able to win in the side lane against Onat and Cozy at the moment. As Bradley with these double lifesteal items will be tough to move. But again, this game's gotten to the state where I think it's pretty hard for FlyQuest to win this for free. I know it's a 5k gold lead in their advantage, but when you look at the champs that are on AoE's team, the amount of range they can play with and the ease of team fights for them, I think it's going to be kind of hard for FlyQuest to clean this out. For me, it's a pretty even game right now.
Got to give some huge praise to Mobility as well coming in. Obviously, really looking forward to the setup for this guy, what he can bring to the roster itself. And he's been doing it on the Jhin. Speaking of, the setup on the Surdy, already got his Sterix, and the shot, is it going to be enough? Oh, barely slinks through his backside there, as Surdy does make it out alive, but AoE have presence and pressure in mid lane.
It still pulls Bradley's TP, so we can't side lane now. So AoE find a win by picking Surdy like that. Yes, he stays alive, but the fact that Yone TP is burned, it takes away the play pattern from FlyQuest where they can send Yone to a side lane and use that to try and drag members of AoE around, or maybe use that to then pressure an angle afterwards. So AoE, they have the game they want where FlyQuest challengers, their group 5 mid, is exactly what the comp of AoE wants.
Like we're looking at a gunslinger duel right now. Both teams with ways to start the engage, but waiting to see who pulls the trigger first, who can be the quicker hand as FlyQuest move in on AoE's position on mid. There's the fade seal that actually just connects on a breezy there. Bradley loses half his health for that one.
Again, I don't like that from Bradley. Like, you're losing out a big engage ultimate. Yes, you do trade Cozy's flash, but he just gets to heal back and up with Warmogs. Bradley would need to take red buff if he wants to heal. FlyQuest could do that before the start, but instead, they're opting into staying as 5 mid, and this is the exact play pattern that AoE wants. If they get this play pattern, Zyra Poke, Corky Poke, Jhin, Deadly Flourishes can all be set up by the team at AoE, and if FlyQuest don't find an angle, they can't engage.
And it's not like we're at a full build setup here. Like, Mobility does do damage as the Jhin. He is on the 3-item spike with the upgraded IE as well. Surdy on a flank.
Bradley, no ult.
Wants it though. They get the engage there initially onto Cozy. Look at Surdy. They're going to turn focus here, but it's AoE that have already lost one.
There we go.
And maybe we're looking at the dive coming through. It's not going to be going out though. FlyQuest do get a 3rd Cloud Dragon in a row, and there's pings coming to the Baron buff.
Much better from FlyQuest challengers. They take the red buff, use that to top off their health bars, and they stay disciplined with how they take that fight. They do not overcommit into AoE this time around.
You're going to try to force this fight, though. You do not have Cozy. You do not have your long distance. AoE just walked straight into it.
Turn.
Oh, my goodness. FlyQuest were waiting with the lethal punch, and they delivered straight to the jaws of the AoE.
Mobility doesn't have flash
he's
quite
just
yet.
a Jhin, man. He's just a little Jhin in a non-Jhin world. And shutdown goes over to Sajed. There's pings already back onto the Baron, but FlyQuest asserting their dominance here.
Good flash tracking from FlyQuest. These are the things I expect this team to get right. Mobility's flash just coming off cooldown as he's in the Death Chamber, but wasn't off cooldown beforehand. The Shade and the Chime able to push through as they take 2. And that's a really good series from FlyQuest. And I was being critical of them before with grouping up as 5 like that. But forcing off AoE to go through bot and going to Baron and using that vision drop to bait AoE in. AoE do not play around that correctly. They do not find the sweeper on the Baron. Instead, they face check the Sejuani and the Nautilus, and they bite the dust for it.
And that felt like FlyQuest saying, all right, guys, let's lock in. Let's get this stuff handled. This was not the way that we were wanting to go this game, and they turn it back around. And it seems every time we say, oh, AoE, they're giving them a run for their money. They're carving another 1,000 gold lead back. The return is always that much worse. As you looked at that gold graph earlier, every time there was a slink, it rose back even higher. And now FlyQuest up 8,000 gold over AoE in a pivotal game for them to lock this one out 2-0.
Yeah, I still think that we saw some holes, though, from FlyQuest mid-game, which props to AoE. Again, being a new roster, able to at least play well enough to expose some of those. That's good. We'll see what this version of AoE can do, likely in the promotion tournament, as again, acts up against the wall. Any hope of playoffs has to come off of a 2-1, and a lot of help from the rest of the league.
It's been really nice to see Onat and Mobility trying to pick this one up for AoE. Mobility in particular has had some really good Jhin moments, even though it's not been a great Jhin game in terms of the composition and the composition. It is the siege, though, that is just so difficult to deal with. slowly but surely, they will be able to clear this one out in mid lane. Not going to have a lot of pressure there as FlyQuest are waiting for that next wave to come crash again as they still have the Baron buff for another minute and 20.
City, what are you going to drop the ultimate?
That's everything. Time in trouble. That's Cozy that picks him up with the big ram.
All right, good defense here from AoE. Again, tough to break the base. Ornn, Zyra, really big AoE ultimates that it's tough to walk through. The front line of FlyQuest challengers at this point is not as big as the front line of AoE. And if this game continues to move forward, it still is playable for AoE. So good Baron defense. I will say Soul for FlyQuest is going to make it a lot harder. The 4 Cloud Dragons into Cloud Soul, that extra move speed to be able to overwhelm AoE's comp, which FlyC need to do at this point, is going to be very valuable for them. So I still think it's going to be a tough task for AoE. But if they can carve out a portion of that bot side river and just kind of stick to it, like I'm looking at that path between mid, denying the Raptor ramp, AoE can kind of sit in there and play with Zyra, with Leona, with Ornn. It's not like things aren't playable for them still. Like AoE, it still is a team where their comp, it all scales really well. So if that fight isn't executed cleanly from FlyC, as we've seen in this game, AoE can punish.
I'll say Sajed getting a 4th item Zanya is a bit of a detriment to that hope. Though, as he'll have a lot more strength there as well with the Void Seekers on top of it all, but also the tankiness and the survivability. AoE trying to find out where they want to defend next. It's looking like this bot side is what's going to come under siege. Nice little catch out, nice decent poke damage onto Shaden. They're going to try to clear this wave as best as possible, though.
Like FlyC getting all this pressure on the waves before Dragon comes in. I feel like it prevents AoE from carving out that little pocket of vision they need for this comp.
Do you feel like they need to go for an engage before the Dragon setup here, or are they just fine going for the big flip?
They want to like have FlyC seed this, and they can't really take an engage now as they aren't grouped up. FlyC are being smart and playing 2 lanes this time around.
Oh, they got the Deadly Flourish there, and a lot of damage on Asserted. CC chain, he's going to have to flash out. Meanwhile, I got the TP coming in from Onat. This is looking like a one fight from AoE as FlyQuest are scattered to the wind. Shaden goes down to City Witty in the end, and this is perfect timing for Dragon as they do not have a jungler on the side of FlyQuest.
Playing frontline against Ornn, Jhin, Zyra, it's so easy for these Deadly Flourishes to connect, and we see that time around, you hold the door against this Renekton. There's no angle for Surdy, and AoE can actually play the fight. They force out the Croc, they kill the boar in Shaden, and now, with Smite off the table, they take a Cloud Dragon for themselves and set up a potential soul point in their favor.
6 dragons taken. AoE somehow find ways to bring life into this series over and over again, and what a testament to a team that has been changing with the seasons, it feels like, and feels nice to see them have a little bit of a head in this one.
They're changing more than the seasons, man. I mean, they've changed their coach, they've changed every player but Breezy at this point. They've had more roster iterations than like that old TSM Academy team,
which is just crazy.
With Soul and Instincts like going up to LCS, and it's been kind of wild for AoE, and it's not likely again it's not going to be enough to get them out of the promotion tournament, but we'll see what they can do there. And frankly, I mean, for a debut, this is looking better than what I expected for AoE. I think that this is a very solid composition. They did lose early against FlyQuest Challengers. We can see some of the value of these champions being able to hold on, then getting the scaling in. It's tough for FlyC to end, thanks to some of the mistakes they made in the mid-game. Snowballing against this comp.
We're getting those ornaments completed as well. The only one lacking is Breezy's Warmogs. Eventually get that one under tow here for AoE. The biggest thing about these fights is it can go either way so quickly. Both teams have such decisive ultimates. It's about who uses them and who gets caught.
Still think AoE staying as a core, installing out that front line, not overcommitting into FlyQuest Challengers. And for FlyQuest Challengers, I think it's about not taking the front to back. So really like to see Surdy here on an angle, not showing with the team. Also being able to stretch the map in the side lane as Bradley has his wave on the inhibitor turret. Cozy's going to base to respond, but at this point, Yone wins that matchup.
God. I mean, there's literally a Croc or Godzilla waiting for these 4 members here to be split.
Once Ornn shows, look for FlyC to see if they want to go. Surdy's going to be the one that moves as a tip-off to see if Shaden wants anything.
They've got to be wondering where he is. It's not like his presence is not known, as the turret is the siege, and Nexus as he hasn't moved yet. Surdy's just been waiting this entire time. Bradley, unfortunately, can't get the Nexus turret, but the Baron could be the next play for FlyQuest.
I like this from FlyQuest. They took the Ornhorn away. They took one of the blue sleepers away. Now, Onat's
Bradley
trying to find
overstayed.
Bradley. He's got no ult. He's going to go down, but how much time can he buy as they start the Baron?
Oh, he's going to get Cozy right back from it, try to heal up as much as possible and buy as much time as he can. The Baron already going down, re-engage there, though. AoE want to get in the pit. They can't do it. Rally Cry Baron buff goes away. FlyQuest, look at them fight their way into this one, though. TP coming in for Cozy. The roots have connected. Shaden hits by the Deadly Flourish, and the CC chain is just too much to handle for the little Poro.
Okay, only 2 members walk away with Baron and AoE. They have everyone up. They're marching down for the base. Can they find the end? The death timers are long.
They are super long. There will be the Baron buff to think about in the siege defense, though, as now you have to think about exactly how you get back over here with it.
We're going to a game 3. There's too much time on to Bradley. A 5v3 is going to be too much. Surdy's the one that has to hold the line. What can he do?
Sajed and Surdy, they're the ones left. They're the only ones to get the damage down. Nexus turrets falling. AoE with the changes. It does not matter. Bring them to victory here. Sajed, he's not going to be enough. It's the Nexus focus. It's that targeting. And we're going to 3. AoE surprise FlyQuest.
Wow, I was not expecting this coming into the day, but that scaling comp from AoE, they held on. And I think we're still seeing a lot of the mistakes from FlyQuest that we've seen so far this year. These mid games are not disciplined enough. They aren't opening up angles against a comp where you're fighting Orange and Zyra. If you are not approaching this comp with angles, you are going to lose the fights no matter what kind of gold lead you have. We see, parts of the game where you're staying grouped mid for so long. 5v5 when you have a Yone Renekton that can win both side lanes against Ornn Corki. Is not seeing the same gameplay that we're used to from FlyQuest, where they were a great team from start to finish. Some of those mid-game answers are missing, and AoE with the scaling comp, they punished.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the replay of that last fight. A little bit of that split focus, at least, from FlyQuest, but they were trying to get a catch out. They were trying to get this Baron play started.
I mean, first off, Bradley, he dies. Like, he got as much work done in the side lane as he could, but playing after the inhibitor instead of trying to play for the fight opened up the angle for Onat to actually make a play. And then Shime gets taken down by Mobility's ultimate. These are the only 2 up. Shaden, some nice plays from Breezy, who, honestly, for me, I think Breezy's my player of the game.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I know that Jin had a big one, but I really thought that Breezy, a lot of his engages and the way that he dictated the front line of these fights was massive.
I just think you can't discount the follow-through deadly flourishes that were setting a lot of these off-site kills for Mobility. I think in a game where we literally, at the beginning, you were saying this Jhin is going to do nothing. There's nothing for him to do here. The fact that he had such impact, the fact that he had not only the KP, but big deadly flourishes to set up those picks onto Shaden, onto multiple members like that, I think he does deserve it.
Damage-wise, it's not too much until later.
You don't need to worry about the damage.
There's a lot of setup. And hey, the Mobility on the Jhin, cash that in. I still think a lot of those answers from Breezy in terms of how he was able to buffer the CC on a lot of the champs to actually find the engages. He was the one that for me was really dictating the plays for AoE. I'd give the nod to Breezy, but good to see Mobility performing in his debut in NACL for AoE. And AoE has a game 3 where, again, they find 2 series wins. They have a chance to keep themselves alive. Their game score is good, so a win here would be massive for AoE. Keep their playoff hopes alive.
And big moments for FlyQuest to rise to did not end up being the case. We'll see if they can bounce back with the game number 3, but AoE have done what we asked of them. They've showed up, and we'll go to game 3 after a short break.
You know Viper and you know Sniper, but did you know they had a third brother? That's right, the third brother, Crimson, has been playing in the Challengers League this split, and his brothers are convinced he only needs 1 split of Challengers League before he is ready for the LCS, and he's already well on track as a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Split. And yes, of course, he does play Riven. We have even more awards, and one of these players has just replaced his coach in the top lane. You all remember Niles from his time on Golden Guardians? Well, he's been replaced by Zamudo, and he's been looking fantastic with some of the best roams and flanks in the entire league, consistently winning lanes and finding wins for his team. We've consistently seen that Zamudo has leveled up his game over the season now that he's on a top team. The growth of Zamudo has made him an easy frontrunner for the most improved. After that, we're seeing potentially the first time where someone will win the most valuable prospect 2 splits in a row. Having already won the most valuable prospect award with Maryville last split, Yuji has not dropped a beat. Showcasing proficiency on both bruisers and on AP junglers, Yuji is once again leading Dragonsteel to an as-of-yet undefeated split. However, the award is tightly contested as 2 former LCS pros are once again looking like they might deserve another shot. Tomo has taken his LCS level laning that we already knew he had and converted it into way more wins than Disguise would have otherwise taken. Now he continues to show dominance as the best AD carry in the league, and it's not close. Last split, we got to see Shaden play around his laners with increasing ability. However, we did not get to see him play much of a supportive role in his games. This split, now that we are strictly in a carry meta, we're continuing to see him level up that play, showcasing abilities on both AP carries and physical damage ones. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific, and remember, the future of the LCS starts after the LCS.
Oh boy, we are over halfway through the NACL summer split, Cubby, and there's been a lot of games already.
We've seen 110 unique champs, and it's making me excited for next winter, where Fearless Draft will be adapted internationally for the first split and tournament. We're gonna have to start doing some homework, assistant coach, because
Ooh, that's a good point. Can you help me out, talk to some coaches?
I got you. Let's do it.
I would for sure say I like full Fearless much more than the regular Fearless we had last time. This split feels like you actually have to have a lot more champions going on.
I do have mixed feelings about full Fearless. It's not so much that I think you can't draft with it. I just think the problem is the level kind of just goes very, very low in a very quick span of time because people simply aren't good enough to play a lot of champs.
Initially, when I first heard of it, I was pretty overwhelmed, but as you begin practicing with it, because that's what teams are doing, like you practice full Fearless, it doesn't necessarily feel like very formulaic. There's like a rhythm to it, right? Like game 1, it's like this is our game 1 comp. Game 2, these are like what will be our game 2 comp based off of like the priorities in game 1. Game 3, it's kind of like, all right, well, we really need to start adapting here.
Yeah, I like it because that's like a little bit more strategy where one champ is really contested between both teams. If you can like kind of change your meta prowess to try and steal it away, for example. I think that's nice, and it feels more clean this way.
As a viewer, I think it's super fun. I wouldn't mind like seeing it done and I guess across the world.
I don't know if they should have it on for the entire league. I think I like what the LPL did, which they had it on a bit at the beginning.
I think some regions might have to get a bit used to it. We had to, you know, like we had to get a little bit used to it. I think it's good for the fans.
I think it will be really fun to watch on a very high level. Like LCK, LPL, LCS, LEC, I think would be very, very fun to actually watch people try to draft because they do have the champ pools for it. So at that point, it's just creativity.
One of our games versus Blue Otters, the second game I believe, we started off with like a normal Sejuani jungle with Yone Renekton pairing. So we just embraced the Fiesta and we're like, okay, let's just whip out Kalista Taric, which is a combo I haven't seen too many people play, but we've been cooking it up in scrims and it worked out quite well. I really like that game.
Game 3 versus AoE. I think we had the Rumble first pick and then we flexed the jungle, which should be pretty shocking because if anyone was looking at Winnie's accounts, you wouldn't see a single Rumble jungle game, but we've talked about it before. And we've got some scrim games on it. And then Dark Wings gets to whip out his Zed that he's been trying to play since I've quite honestly met him. It felt like an anime movie moment.
Give me a second here because I don't want to just like throw out a random champ. I want to actually try to snipe it.
I need to scroll through real fast.
Let me just do a little control F here.
I think we're going to see Milio as the 111 champ. It's a support pick that pairs quite well with like long range ADCs, which we have seen a bit in the league. So I'd be quite surprised if we don't see him for the rest of the split.
So let me tell you, a league with Jenkins and Zamudo, we're seeing Warwick. I just feel it in my bones. Like these two teams, maybe they might whip it out. Maybe there's a good angle. Hey, people didn't think Volibear was very good, but then Jenkins whipped up the Volibear versus the Skarner, right?
Well, I think Hecarim is actually strong right now. Like, I think it's actually a good champ, but I don't know if anyone will play it. I mean, we might play it, to be honest. Like, Jay's playing it a bit in solo queue, so we might play Hecarim. But I was also close giving it to Shyvana, who, in my opinion, is also absolutely broken champ. Or Milio. I think Milio is actually not too bad right now, but it depends a bit. So One of those three.
Ooh, well, Cubby, you were a lot of help talking to those coaches. You ever considered being a coach yourself?
Thanks, Kangas. Way ahead of you. Excited for next year.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. And of course, we had to go the distance here as AoE, with all the changes to their roster, bring us all the way to 3 against FlyQuest in ZXT. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and what a world to get us here. That game looked doomed for so much of it, and they claw their way back out of it.
Yeah, I mean, winning at a gold deficit, not bad.
A massive gold deficit. It's not even like it was a little one.
And I gotta say, I've been a big FlyQuest coper. This is a team that they won last split. They kept 4 of the same pieces. We've seen games from them where it's like they can be the top team in the league. They have not been. It's been Dragonsteel all year, who started their season off with a 2-0 over FlyQuest. But man, I'm concerned now. FlyQuest, for me, I have to start coping and start to be concerned, because this is a team that's been playing together for less than 2 weeks in AoE. And they managed to come back and beat a top team off of FlyQuest. For me, really not staying disciplined towards some of their win cons and showing some of the same mistakes we've seen from them all split, not being patched up. I'm a bit concerned. This is a team where we've seen a lot of games. Like, these are leads that you should not be dropping in the mid game. I'm not even looking at the 8.3k gold 30 minutes in. I'm looking at 5k 12 minutes in. That should be a victory. But we're not seeing FlyQuest be as disciplined on the map with playing out for their win cons and really overstaying or overstretching in moments where they can't. So I think FlyQuest is actually really reaching for stuff that isn't there. And I want to see if they can try and turn things around and just to cement a series win against AoE, who we were corrected by production, are officially out of the playoff picture. So this promotion tournament for them, they're really trying to figure out what's good to bring to try and keep their spot in NACL for next year.
I think especially for Fly, if you're wondering, why are you harping on these guys as developmental league? We should be looking to prop some players. It is a team that had so much success in their last split, coming away champions, came into this split with so much confidence behind them, so much, I guess, weight on their shoulders. And there have been some times where the ball has been dropped in a seemingly uncharacteristic way for a lot of these players. So trying to find that consistency has been the name of the game for FlyQuest. And we see that this split hasn't been that mantra so far for them. But now they have an opportunity to pull it back. We also are going to have a ton more bans, as this is the full Omega Drive Fearless 50 plus 70. There you go, more numbers. Add
I don't know
a couple more of these champions to the table, because we have 20 bans coming in before the 10 that are levied in Game 3.
I don't know what the numbers mean, Mason. You're kind of stretching me with this one, Mazel.
Just adding things, anything. Numbers are easy.
70 minus 50 would be 20, which is the amount of champs taken out by the Fearless format. So, maybe I'm getting there with some of the watchers.
You're finally getting on the same page.
Yeah.
It took how many weeks? 8 weeks?
It's always a work in progress over here. But when you get into these game 3s, I mean, I first look to see how many marksmen are taken off the table. In this case, it's 6. But also, that core 4, when it comes to these supports that can engage, all off the board now in Nautilus, Alistar, the Rel. We've seen Braum also enter as an answer to all those picks, but a support pool for me is really gotten lower and lower when you get into these later games, just because there are a very small core of champions where you are strong enough to contest lane and contest those early grubs if you want to walk, that for me are now all off the table as we enter this game 3.
God, I love seeing that list of champions across the middle of the screen. So many options off the table. We'll see what gets left into it now, as the Karthus Akali ban by FlyQuest still giving some serious respect over it.
Can I give a prediction?
What you got?
There are a lot of CEOs and challengers, what we like to say. Champs that in both of our splits have dominated, especially in this format, as some champions get narrowed. I was going to predict a Jinx comp coming out of FlyQuest challengers. That's one of the CEOs, but that's a no-no. They're actually going to ban it out themselves, which is a little bit curious.
Yeah. I mean, mobility is a lethal Jinx. We saw it banned a little bit of respect towards him in that last game.
Sejed is too, though. We can first pick that.
Don't want to give mobility the comfort, though. All right, already put him on the Jhin, and you see what happened. Now, Ashe is the final ban there, as the ADC pool does get dwindled down just a bit. We did see last time around, FlyQuest were so willing to go with the blind pick top laner, but this time it's priority in mid. It's the Tristana first pick.
That's pretty solid. getting Trist first. I gotta say, I feel like Brand should be locked in here for AoE.
Yeah.
First off, Shaden's Brand, really good. Second off, a lot of the answers to Brand are off the table. And I would really like to see that picked up as... Don't get me too excited. It can't be Nefiri.
Don't get baited, Cubby.
I'm waiting to see Nefiri. It's an answer into the Blanc. We're going to see it into the Blanc one of these days.
One of these
There's been
days.
a lot of the Blanc picked.
One of these days, I tell you. One of these
days.
days. Cubby screams at the sky as he nears 90 years old, waiting for the moment that it gets locked in.
It really feels like every new champ that's been released. We saw Aurora literally the first day she could be picked, locked in. I haven't seen a single Nefiri played competitively.
Nope.
I mean, I know it has been played, but I've yet to see one, and that's very rare.
It's crazy. We'll see if that ends up coming time in the future. It is the Varus right now, so a little bit of lane dominance with also the setup of the Talia.
I will say that Varus somewhat prevents a Callista pick coming in here for FlyQuest, which has been big for them with Sajed. Aphelios, another answer that's on the table, but Varus doesn't mind that matchup all too much. So curious what we end up going with.
Last game.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Demolition Duo locked in. Tristana Ziggs will be the Ziggs for Sajed. This Talia is something that Onat can play mid. So I'm actually kind of expecting it mid, even if it is a flex pick. They did nerf It's Clear in jungle, but still playable. Just expected to be in the hands of Onat, who has already played it this split. And so wondering how else FlyQuest want to switch things up, as it's going to be the Ivern in the jungle for Shaden, something that he actually picked up and was quite good on in his time with EG.
Interestingly enough, they're not going to give any of the onus towards him. Going to go with that facilitation for the rest of the team. And honestly, that is a bend and break style we've seen from them in terms of being able to switch up their play style and how they want to approach it. It is the really nice engage plus peel potential of the Rakan, though, for Breezy.
You just love when it's like the one time we're on camera, Mazal, and I just have this like killing itch on my nose. Usually I'm good at
Hey, you gotta itch the itches, man.
I gotta itch it this time
you.
around.
He's gonna judge you.
I did talk about the core of supports that we've seen a lot of. Rakan, I think, is actually a pretty big deny from Chime. Chime's Rakan has an absurd record this year. As I want to say, he's only has one loss in this champ. It's like 13-1 throughout spring and summer. And it is one of those champs where you are bursty and can still somewhat contest grubs early on. I think now you have to throw some counters to try and protect it. So I'd like seeing the Bard taken away. Bard would be really strong against two immobile champs in Talia and Varus, as well as the Poppy, which can, of course, interrupt Rakan going in, and is something that we have seen played as support, especially in these games later on. I would love to see Chime dig deep and maybe play something like Braum. I feel like Braum is actually quite strong. The Ziggs pairing isn't good, but
it's not great.
You can block Talia wall, and Varus, Talia are actually very gettable for Braum. You just have to, do ult. It's there. But they are immobile, so less ways for them to deal with that.
The Malphite taken away. All right.
What are they setting up?
Trying to take away any of the big engage tools that maybe AoE are going to be looking for here.
Maybe
they
we
need
want
damage.
Jax if we're Surdy. Like, those are two Jax counters that are taken away. It would end up with Jace being a likely matchup for knowing Cozy's pool to play up there. It's that Hecarim again. Okay, we get more Hecarim.
Oh, I couldn't be more excited. One of my favorite champions along with the Jin, but it's also something City Weedy can masterfully bring into the table to upset this
Blitz.
this pick here. Yeah, the Blitzcrank does stop that a little.
I like that Blitz pick a lot. You can play with Ivern really well, opening up with the E if Ivern does connect with the root, because you can go into auto attack range, and also pick against this Hecarim is quite big. I think it's really important, as we do see Surdy setting up his last champ. Cassante would be good. A lot of the answers to Cassante are gone. So
the fact that it's made it through to game 3 is kind of crazy. It is the Jace, though.
I guess Jace makes sense for banning out Malphite, too. Cozy answers that he has left. I mean, I know Cozy plays Jax. If he wants to play it, it's doable, even if it's not great. I think one of the better ones would actually be Gragas, but AoE is really lacking a frontline. I think they need someone tanky. So you might just have to eat it and play a tank into the Jace, which isn't the best. It could just be a Scion game, and we call it... It's kind of low damage. Okay.
The fact that Cassante made it all the way through, though, maybe just have to take that one for what it brings as well. The own setup that it brings in those team fights, cutting somebody out from the team as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at FlyQuest's composition here, because they have a little bit of a different one, I would say, on paper, but something they can use very strongly.
I think that FlyQuest is a little bit low damage this game. They can lean on their poke a bit, but big focus for them, for me, setting Hecarim behind. Hecarim is only there for the damage. If you set Hecarim behind, it's going to be a lot harder for AoE's comp to operate. So any chance they can have to either like mess with Hecarim's clear and try and delay his power is going to be good. For AoE, I think they're going to be under siege for the waning phase quite a bit, but if they can bust out into team fights and utilize Hecarim Rakan, it's a really strong combo. I think the FlyQuest is a little bit low on the damage. It's okay they have an Ivern to try and stall out these fights, but picks will be really big for AoE.
Well, we're getting into the final game of the day. Can AoE do it? Can they find a series win as we start rounding out this summer split regular season FlyQuest? They've been brought to the brink. They've got to find some stability, some of that consolidation we need to see from them to make them one of our top teams. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. Fly C for FlyQuest, AoE for area of effect. Now, FlyQuest themselves are looking for a top play. They could try and take any early advantage they can to try to get ahead.
They just want to make sure that Surdy has a clean start in this lane. There is a world where on Jace, if you get level 1 like this, you can actually start W and really pepper Cassante early on instead of the Q. So you can have a big trade as Surdy. I think Cassante has start E in this matchup. It's quite tough for him in the first couple of levels. So we'll see how hard Surdy can push the first few levels. But no advanced warding from AoE. Their level 1 is pretty bad, and they could fall victim to Blitzcrank hooks. So just making sure that Surdy gets a good start in the top lane. We'll see how he plays this level 1. Would love for our observers to try and cover top lane level 1, as you can do a lot with Jace early on, and I'm curious if Surdy ends up taking advantage of it.
Do also need to keep checking in on the pathing for both junglers. I also love the obvious ploy of the ghost for the Hecarim.
Yep, there it is.
Always going to be the case there for it, and try to get that speed up, try to get the extra damage you get from the passive as well. It is also where maybe Surdy with this range matchup is going to have a bit of push, can be punished potentially, but both junglers, at least in terms of City Witty, going to be off to a mirrored start, it seems.
Yeah, it was cool seeing Surdy start with a W, go for some of that harass. Of course he did use it to get the ward down, but as long as he has that slow push going, it's really tough for Cassante to play this. And Hecarim clearing away from his weak lane. We're trying to get bot. City Witty, notably, is a long-time Hecarim player on the server.
Yeah.
Was going Eclipse Hecarim way back when Eclipse was first an item. He loves to play full damage Hecarim, and I'm fully expecting this to be a full damage Hecarim from City Witty for this game.
It has to be. I mean, it has to be. If they want to try to find hope that they need some damage on their team, it's going to come from there.
Joji and Eclipse, let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him hook. And we got to see what he's going to be cooking, though. I wonder what City Witty's favorite dish is. And we'll be able to ask him if they win the series, potentially. But it is FlyQuest who have maybe matched the expectations that we had for them coming into this one, because we knew that it's been a bit of a rocky last little bit. And we were wanting to see very strong strength from them, but we've seen a bit of the FlyQuest we've known recently.
Yeah, it's been kind of everywhere, frankly. Honestly, I think FlyQuest, I just want to see them put together a clean game. This is draft that I think they can win. Just have to lean on the Trist Ivern and make sure that Trist is able to do some damage. Again, I think the biggest key for them, setting this Hecarim behind if they are able to do so. And at the moment, props City Witty. It has been a clean first clear from him, as he will end up on this bot Crab, as we have Crabs traded away. Advantage over to City Witty.
So Shade will be able to be pretty active once he gets Daisy, once he gets that level 6. He's still going to try to be pretty active against City Witty, but I would love to see City Witty try to get his own advantages here into Shaden and use some of that strength that he'll have in the skirmishes as well. Bradley has been really nice at buffering the rocket jump so far early into this game, and Shaden is hunting around for this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for his passive to prep the Crab. I think he's thinking about contesting the Raptors, but they actually spot Hecarim on Raps. That will be Shaden to go harass. He's going to force out actually a smite. City Witty stays disciplined. Instead, it's going to be both supports showing mid. And Breezy styming a chance of a play from Chime, looking at Onat.
Love to see both junglers just try to play little mind games with each other there.
He's not done.
They are not. Shaden coming up here. Cozy using his dash to get out of harm's way. They do know Shaden's up here, though. City Witty going to come through the lane.
Should be wiser to it. I feel like City Witty is just here to make sure that Cozy's able to get this all in. Cozy really commits, and this could be turned. There's no
This is a little rough. I mean, they do have City Witty right behind them, but now Cozy goes with the flash play. Surly tries to find him, but he went into the alcove. Surly didn't have the angle. First blood goes to City Witty and AoE.
The flash, it was guessed wrong. Bradley, he's going to be walking up to try and turn this around.
Oh, is
PP
this
coming
the
in from
difference
Onak.
maker? That's big.
Bradley?
He jumps straight into Cozy. Get the reset with the satchel charge, but or at least the explosive charge. Can't follow up more than that, and it's actually AoE that come away with the early play and the early lead so far.
Bradley should be able to get back mid first as he has TP up. But Surdy, that flash, he guessed wrong. He thought that it would be Cozy going towards that hack brush in the top lane. Instead, he went alcove. Surdy missed out of the flash. Props to Cozy on a really good flash, too. He dodged out on Jace, bringing the hammer down with the timing that he flashed at. So that top lane play with City Witty waiting around, they turn it around, get a kill onto the Hecarim that we talked about needs to be behind early on for FlyQuest. And AoE off to a good start.
Oh, I love to see Cozy schmooving over onto Surdy over and over again. I feel like this top lane, we've had some moments where Surdy is clearly ahead, but Cozy has been making his influence known time and time again. And now City Witty going to be off to the races, literally as a horse, and try to get down up towards these objectives, because both of them are going to be up at the same time.
Still think that Grubs should be the focus for FlyC. Being able to stretch the map with the Jace and the Tristana is one way that you can easily play into AoE for mid game. That's something I'm going to look out for this game from FlyQuest Challengers run in. As last game, I felt like FlyQuest, they could have won on the side lanes and overgroup. This time around, Tristana, Jace, if they get Grubs, they will murder these side lane turrets in the mid game. So really want to see if FlyQuest can A, get the Grubs, and B, stay disciplined, try and make sure they're able to take everything. As Onak's going to get hooked in. He has him flash.
God, Buster shot back to Surdy, but they didn't have the damage to take him down. Now, it's actually AoE that have a good center of the fight. FlyQuest moving back around. They're split now, though. Bradley going over, gets locked up, going for the flash play now as well, as that big move from the Onslaught of Shadows came through. AoE claim a kill on a Surdy. Bradley has been on his own journey and finds that journey leads to death, as AoE at 7 minutes in find themselves at 3-0. 2 Grubs rather, and 1,000 gold lead over FlyQuest.
I mean, it was a split fight. I'd love a replay on this because I feel like there's a moment in this fight where it should have been unlosable for FlyQuest. But Bradley goes hunting, doesn't get a reset, and then things get turned around. It's right here. Bradley jumps in on one side of the fight. He's fully committed. Meanwhile, Surdy, he gets caught out, and the Bradley damage from Bradley's gone. Bradley has to stay disciplined. He cannot go chasing for this kill. He needs to stay and make sure that he's the one DPSing this front line. Even if he gets a reset, I think that it's time wasted picking that side of the fight. Because once he goes in, it's what opens up the opportunity for City Witty and AoE to re-engage on the FlyQuest. And there's no damage in that core. If it's Ivern, Blitzcrank, and Jace, they took down Jace immediately. Trist is the one who needs to be there to capitalize. Bradley is not in position for that.
And Bradley not having the damage to pick off those kills that he wanted the resets for. You have to realize you aren't at the point where your explosive
even if he gets the resets, it's still not good. As Surdy, he's down flash, and he's dead.
Charge back. Here comes Shaden, though. Maybe the saving grace with Daisy in tow, making it a 3v2. As maybe the knockback is going to be enough here. Cozy still pretty tanky, still has a Q3. Bradley's coming up. Maybe a redemption play for FlyQuest. They are desperate for something, and Cozy, he's the answer they needed. Surdy will end up claiming that kill. Daisy blocking off the rest of the fight as Onak came up towards top.
I like the look for AoE. I thought they could have gotten Surdy. There were no ults available for Cassante or Hecarim, so Surdy was able to walk out and turned it around with the help of Shaden on the Ivern. That was a bad read from me and a good read from FlyQuest as they turn around the play in the long haul with the help of Bradley.
I get something back on the map. They answer in kind to what has been an AoE-centric early game. Now, though, that the Grubs had been contested for early, I want to see if City Witty's going to maintain that activity, try to continue pushing this and get these dragons stacking.
I think City going there was a mistake. I like the timer to go look on Surdy again with flash down. However, Shaden's there because they were going to sack Dragon side. You still have priority with mobility on the Varus. if City Witty were to farm his bot camps, do the dragon, he could be back up top again when his ult is available now, and Surdy Flash is still down, which is just this window here. By going top at that window, they missed the later one where they can attack the Jace, who's flashless, with their ults up. Instead, they take it with the ult, or without ults, and end up having that get turned around, and also open up the chance for FlyQuest to actually contest this dragon. So I think that call from AO actually really killed some of their tempo in this game.
City Witty's making me want to play some Hecarim, man. This is looking nice, as we have seen the fact that they are able to use some of this pressure. They are able to bring this bot side. They're going to try to contest over this dragon here, potentially, too, to keep that pressure up.
It's a reset here from Sajed and Chime, so this dragon should go over to AoE for free. No window for FlyQuest to take it on this wave. A very good timer from AoE, who we're still able to get here. Jaden actually will commit Daisy, though. Might get a little bit frisky in the post play. Chime making his way here, but Sajed has to clean up the wave. No play to be found. And a nice moment from AoE as they find the right time to take the dragon.
And they are the ones that are having a little bit of a lead here, which has not been the case in this series. Even if it's small, it's something. They're making a play on a Sajed. He gets locked down by the Chains of Corruption, and now Sajed, he throws the Mega Inferno Bomb, but it's just a little bit of damage going back his way, and he is down. Chime to follow afterwards. And the fact that City Witty gets another kill, and they give Mobility some resources. This is an AoE big game 3.
There's nothing else for City Witty to do on the map. He took the dragon. He just sits on a control ward bot. Sajed walks right on in. Mobility hits him with the Chain of Corruption. That's a free double kill going over to AoE, as this lead's starting to get very concerning for FlyQuest, who I think can play the side lanes decently well if they're able to get 4 grubs. With grubs spawning here quite soon, it's looking like AoE wants to contest.
The fact that City Witty already has the Eclipse here as well.
He's massive.
Really big power spike, and they will have the damage to back this fight up if they want to go for it. They have 5 grubs on the line. The first one going to go over to FlyQuest. FlyQuest want to try to get up to 4 here. They need all of them. We're going to get this fight around potentially just the last 2.
Mobility's here.
Going in. They do have the 3v3, 4v3 now, rather, and the big engage coming out for Breezy. They get him as the Onslaught of Shadows coming up. Onat comes through, and now FlyQuest scattered again. They have to be careful of the spacing ultimates right now. AoE, they want this last grub. It's going to be taken by Shaden. They do end up getting the 3 in the end. It's going to be traded back and forth. Mobility still has some serious poke on the side, but that's it.
Nice E from Onat. Buys space to retreat from Chime, who was fishing for a hook. I thought that was almost going to be AoE favored, as Mobility was trying to beat Sajed there, but Sajed, he burned the TP to match. And while Breeze's engage was fantastic, AoE just weren't quite in range to follow up. So I do think he pulled the trigger a little bit early. FlyQuest were able to recover, recuperate, and at least match the grubs as they find that round of grubs 2-1.
And now they're going to get pressure on the turrets here. Big thing we mentioned from draft is their ability to break these turrets down very quickly. They're trying to get as many plates as they can in side lanes. Bradley will spot out that he is the play here in the side lane and will back away in the end. But it is AoE still with a little bit of an advantage. And City Witty a massive one. Cozy trying to find Surdy up here. Looking for a big all-out combo, but Chime is right here around the corner. Now the double knock up, the silence, but Cozy, is he going to make it out? Does end up burning the flash for it.
Well played there from Surdy. Finds the hammer right after the Unstoppable expires from Cozy, so very well timed from Surdy in that matchup. Does end up getting the flash from Cozy in the back half while that was going on. Chime showed top. AoE, they show numbers bottom. Onat does force Bradley off that wave. It's pretty big. You really want Bradley to continue to farm and try and get ahead in this matchup. Also, notably, Bradley going for the Kraken Slayer, which I'm a bit surprised about. Saw Kraken Slayer get some changes, specifically nerfed the damage and the move speed you get. A lot of pros think that Bork is just the better item now. So a little bit surprised to see Bradley return to that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, I think item completions here for the first round are actually really interesting. Keep an eye out. We've obviously seen the Blade of the Ruined King be the big choice for the Varuses, but it also gives you so much more aggressive nature in how you can approach some of these early fights. The Redemption going to be there for Shaden, though. That's a big tool around these next ones, as Rift Herald is up and available to contest for both teams.
I see FlyQuest making their way towards that top side early on. Again, I think it's important that Jace and Tristana are both inside lanes and able to play. That's, for me, how FlyQuest can win this game. If they find the 2-1 fights, the 3-2 fights, I think it's quite good. Is now Breezy picked.
Oh my god. So much damage his way. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be flashed out of just in case it was going to kill him.
Sejed threw the satchel charge behind him and popped it a little bit early as Breezy was able to get out. I think if Sejed chains that correctly, might have been an angle to find a kill, but that poke is enough to make sure Herald goes over to FlyQuest.
And that's going to be some real big standing gold for FlyQuest back on the map once they're able to utilize that. They're also looking to get that evening up of that turret gold there as they take first turret for themselves.
You know, it's funny, if I look back at the Team Liquid first roster with Surdy and City Witty on it, I feel like Chase and Hector were like two of the better champs from that time.
True.
A lot of the strats
A
were,
little bit of a different time, you know, than
Yeah.
how the meta was, but yeah.
a lot of the strats were built around trying to get Surdy ahead in a meta that was very bot heavy. That Team Liquid first roster, their bot lane just wasn't quite good enough to cut it in the league and ended up falling to the wayside. Surdy did his best in the top side, but couldn't convert a lot of leads to wins as they struggled and were relegated from the league. But of course, Surdy now one of the top prospects that we have, and City Witty making his way back and looking good, trying to take down his old teammate.
I think also it just shows some of the growth that Surrey has had over this last year, right? I think he was able to find leads, unable to clean them out. Now we're seeing a little bit of a difference in that AoE, though. They get the engage on to Chime, but they trade Breezy for it immediately. So this next fight, if we're fighting over Dragon, is going to be a 4v4, but FlyQuest don't even want to contest.
Supportless, but FlyQuest just going to take the Herald, throw it down, and try and get a tower. They do have the Demolition Duo here in both the Ziggs and the Triss. That's a nice wall, though, from Onat.
Shelly, no, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's going to stop Shelly, delay it, so AoE can respond. Well played.
Oh,
Hold on,
Surdy's
Surdy's
still going for the
vulnerable.
Charge. Gets hit back.
no.
Really nice time from Cozy, and he's under turret. Surdy's just gone. The siege has gone completely awry, and FlyQuest lose their top laner.
I mean, a really poor push there from FlyQuest and Surdy. You see AoE, like that wall allows for them to respond by taking the Herald in. That was too easy for Cozy to just line up the knockback and take him out. Did try to trade out Onat, but Onat flashed out, did escape. The siege continues. They will find the turret on this push. Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. So at least they get the objective, but still AoE, they take the dragon, take a kill, and this gold lead still sits in their advantage.
Which is, again, stark contrast to maybe the expectations coming into this series
This
itself.
should not
which
have
I
been
think
close. It's close.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. It's actually so close that it might be AoE favored with the composition that they have. But it is a situation where AoE are taking advantage of striking when the iron is hot.
They are, and their group is very strong, and now FlyC has the struggle of they want to play 3 lanes against a Hecarim that is ahead, and City Witty can really push the pace of this game as Breezy, another rocket grab connects from Chime to find the chunk.
But honestly, I think Breezy takes that. I mean, if he's the one getting cut, he has the exit tools, and we've seen that time and time again.
It still kills tempo, though. Like, Breezy has to play on the
does.
back foot and reset. When you're playing out these 3 lanes, like, this is free now for FlyQuest to walk up and take. So, well done, FlyQuest challengers. Really like how Bradley is respecting the fact they're showing both jungle and support bot, so the push top side is doable. As another rocket grab connects, the Super Mega Death Rocket, or Death Bomb. Is that it? What's Ziggs all?
Mega Inferno Bomb.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I got you, boo-boo.
Yeah, that was close. Not really.
You were close.
I said
it's just a
Jigsaw,
bunch
you
of
know?
really cool words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-Yordle from same location in lore. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Both play bot. All right, moving on. FlyQuest, at least they're playing out 3 lanes, playing to what their comp needs to do. And it has helped them that a small gold lead now against AoE.
Is this going to be enough for AoE with the lead of City Witty? I think
It's
is the big
doable.
conversation.
The issue is Hecarim can get blown up by the FlyQuest comp, so
Yes.
needing to attack that's big. But speaking of being attacked, Bradley.
I mean, he's going to have everything available to him. He's literally waiting for the Onslaught of Shadows. There it comes through. He has the damage to stick onto Bradley, and you cannot get away from the rampaging Horseman.
Yeah, Bradley tried to throw the Buster Shot out, make it rocket jump, but that got buffered by the ult from Hecarim, which was sound. So City Witty, we knew he had the Hecarim hands coming in. Good to see that get shown off as he gets another kill for himself and AoE. Again, Hecarim, if Hecarim gets picked, these fights are different. If Hecarim is ultless, I think it's safe for Chime to walk up and fish. It's really on Breezy and Cozy to catch these hooks. If it connects onto Hecarim, that is fight over. Because Chime, hits the knockup, hits the or silence in the knockup if he's playing it real clean. City Witty should not be able to move and should go down.
See Chime trying to be ever annoying here and get some of these backs stopped. Keep some of that tempo down from AoE. We are also getting to second item completions. More importantly, Horizon Focus for Sajed. He is going to start packing a punch here, and it's something AoE have to be very mindful of and try to lock him down. He is not very mobile, so a lot of ways to get to him.
We do have Dragon spawning here in a little over a minute, I should say myself. Again, City Witty should be the focus. If he's taken out by FlyQuest challengers, I think that's what can make sure the fight goes their way. Also, Poke going to be in FlyC's advantage with the Ziggs and the Jace, so I like seeing them get to this objective first and really try and sit down in this river and force AoE to walk in and eat some of the poke their comp has. As we have seen FlyQuest have quite a few slip-ups today, so getting things fundamentally right is going to be key for them if they want to make sure that this series stays clean over AoE. It's been far from clean, but we just want to make sure the series score goes in their favor.
Imagine the pride on AoE's face if their first series win comes off of the change of rosters into FlyQuest of all teams. Gotta set up for success if you want to be there in AoE. Right now, they are at a very dead-even game against FlyQuest, but they could do it. Big combo! That's two people getting caught completely out. City Witty! He does get Buster shot away. Bradley still alive for a moment, but Mobility has taken down Shaden, and here come the flashes. Mega Inferno Bomb back, though. Onan has already taken down Bradley. Shaden is gone as well. Dragon coming up.
It was a good catch from Chime onto Cozy, who falls, but meanwhile, Breezy finds the catch on the 2 for FlyQuest challengers. Bradley and Shaden walk too far up. There's no smite now for the Dragon. Poke can still connect. Good wall from Onat.
Out. Onat's in there. He separates the Jet out, but he can still throw bombs. AoE, though, they're throwing the bombs here. Shutdown goes over as Mobility is down. Dragon is the focus, though. City Witty trying to claim the soul, and he does end up getting the soul point here for them as they take this one and get out. They end up taking a massive fight and keeping their lead for AoE.
Good wall from Onat. Locks 30 in. Does not flash the combo from Breezy, and he goes down. Let's take another look. Yeah, it's a good pick. Like, Cozy's walking around on a ward, but Onat's the one that finds Bradley with the flick. Gets Shaden too. The buffer is very sound as Rocket Jump gets canceled. And that opener for AoE was too big for FlyQuest to deal with as they were a bit split. They did not know they were sitting on a ward there. And Onat takes full advantage.
Yeah, I think being able to navigate this fight, you see some of the damage that Sajed is putting down. Like, watch that one bomb comes through onto him. He ends up sniping him down in the end as well. But really nice separation from Onat.
Yeah, and then, I mean, Surdy, off by Grand Entrance. Really no place for him to flash. I think he still goes down as he wouldn't have been able to get over that wall. But does open up the combo from Onat, which is clean on this Talia. And AoE. One Dragon away from Soul now, Mazel. And Chemtech, honestly, not a bad draw for a Hecarim game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the promise of what some comfort champions in a full fearless draft in the last game of a best of 3 can bring to you. And this is one of those shining moments. Yeah. And really nice to see some of the step-ups from AoE with all those changes.
Mobility is flashless. It's a big one that Chime got out. Chime also missing flash for this, but FlyC playing this map a little narrow. They understand that Hecarim can pick them in the side lane if it is pushed a little bit too far up, so trying to respect some of that power and playing off their poke. As Bradley's caught.
They separate him. They get him into the wall here. Bradley, he's just gone. A perfect execution here by AoE onto the mid laner of FlyQuest. And there you have a little bit of that siege dissuaded.
Again, this Hecarim pick into the a very vulnerable backline. It's doable. Rocket pad caught. Well played there by Cozy. Not yoinked over a wall this time around. And the angle from City Witty clean enough to take down Bradley before his flash was back up, which he now has when he gets out of the death screen.
Which I think is something you can harken into where you have a FlyQuest composition that's maybe a little bit different than what we've seen them go for.
I mean, they have to play sides.
But it is an Ivern comp.
Yeah, they just have to play slow and play sides. And this Hecarim, I mean, ends up being a pretty good pick this game. It can really take the fight into its own hands, and we've seen these ultimates from Hecarim be so big that it's really tough for FlyQuest to recover from the start of the fight. Just given that Hecarim is splitting people up and how far ahead City Witty is, he's pretty much taking out someone whenever he presses R.
And now if you can do that onto a very squishy backline with not many frontline tanks in front of it, it makes that much easier here. I am still looking at an almost third item there for Sajed. Going to be a big moment for them to deal damage around, but the thing is that damage comes sporadically.
Yeah, and that's really why they have to play slow, just leaning on the poke again. So if FlyQuest can get to places first, it's good. But like with Ziggs, it's either that or you're using Ziggs to drop mid and try and play 3 waves, but that's just so hard to do against the Hecarim, who is this far ahead at this point. And City Witty's level 15. He is almost to his 3rd item. That's going to be even bigger when he is able to pick that one up. Already with the Shojin and the Eclipse, really tough to deal with. As Cozy.
He's just too good with it, man.
Yeah.
He's just too good with it.
And that's his job. He's going to continue to catch him. Still, good poke damage coming out from FlyQuest. So they aren't getting their side lanes in their advantage first. They're starting to group the poke earlier on. I do think that this formation can be okay for them, but it really does show some of the soft power of the Hecarim, the fact that FlyQuest are really grouping up as 5 and seeding side lanes over to AoE. When, for me, in theory, the Tristana NJ should win both side lane matchups and do either champs that match for AoE. It's just because this Hecarim and how fast he can play sides and how strong he is, if they don't have a hover, they can't play it. And also, with the poke, they just have to set up objectives earlier. So with this Dragon being 30 seconds away and it being a soul available for AoE, you see FlyQuest, they pretty much use this deploy to group up, get as much chip damage as possible, force AoE back on their base. They're now trying to reclaim vision. We'll have to do so into the poke.
And now they move in with no real vision here, trying to push it out as best as possible as a group. They will have Onat with Weaver's Wall to try to get over and cut off. I mean, that's been a massive difference in a lot of these fights, is what Onat has been able to carve through FlyQuest.
That's a good shout. Like, the way that AoE is playing off of each other with Breezy, City, and Onat really finding these big opening engages, that has been what has put FlyC on the back foot. And Bradley's going to have to play these fights a little bit better if he wants to get out. But City Witty, this is big. He is snuck all the way around vision. So Chime was holding the flank, but if City comes from this angle, he will not be spotted until he's in river by FlyQuest challengers.
Now they actually have the cutoff there that we were talking about.
Oh, that's
and Chains of Corruption does go a little bit wide there. City Witty has been on the flank of an age, as Mega Inferno Bomb does hit on all 4 members, getting a decent amount of chunk here.
FlyQuest, they don't see the Hecarim yet. They should know that he's trying to wrap around. And the health bars are so low from AoE, they might just get forced off. So I think Hecarim is going to go for an ult into a Smite Steal, if anything, but instead he kills the mid-wave, AoE back off, and they give the Dragon over to Flank.
That's a big denial of the soul, at least, of the Chemtech soul. But it is something that AoE can return to and can feel comfortable in about 5 minutes going for that fight. So we are going to get to a point where these 5-on-5s are going to have pretty even item differentials and maybe start looking about a little bit more specifics on how they can take these.
You can see City Witty sitting with a lot of gold in his own pockets. Did go for the Zeke's Convergence third. So a very efficient third item. Does synergize
Love to see that.
Pretty well with Hecarim, of course. You are ulting on top of people, and then you get the slow field. So even harder now for the marksman to escape.
But he gets to say he's using it for the team, you know? Yeah, it's a team effort.
Yeah, exactly, you know? The CC.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's what I've heard.
I'm amazed at how far behind Bradley is. Like, I really feel like this mid game, they had great focus on the Tristana. Triss can't really move anyone on the side lane right now. And that LDR very much delayed.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to really need that against some of the people that are going to be throwing their bodies at you here by AoE. Maybe it's a new cologne that'll be coming at you. Body by AoE. Surdy is on the bot side, though, looking at Cozy's entrance into this one. Still see that Cozy actually has some strength into that fight, and they have City Witty right around the corner just in case it goes too far.
Yeah, he's playing for the red buff of FlyQuest Challengers, which is about to spawn. We have Flash for Flash traded from Chime onto Onat. That is a trade up.
Absolutely a trade up. Onat won't have many exits now.
They did spot City. They don't want to walk in, though. Oh,
I mean,
again,
he's scared.
So much respect being paid, and Bradley continuing to kind of fall behind in this game. Had to share a lot of waves. He's 2 levels below Sajed, which I think is very telling for the kind of game that Bradley's had here.
And I think the factor of the Tristana has come into question, I feel like, in recent meta conversations. The priority not necessarily as often there as what the dominance we saw the beginning of these patches coming through. But it is still a factor where you're scaling AD. You are going to get to 3 items and have a say in the damage profile, even if you are 0 and 4. And I think it's really going to be about positioning for FlyQuest, which when we look at the holistic conversation, we zoom out. I mean, their mechanics should be that far above AoE. They should be one of the best teams in this league, and we should see them try to capitalize on that.
I mean, we're close to a world where FlyQuest are going in, like, they have 1 series left after this one, and they could be going into that last series, losing to the 2 teams that are sitting at the lowest in our standings, and AoE, who are already in the promotion tournament, and Blue Water, who are a series win away from contesting a playoff spot. So that's concerning for FlyQuest challengers. Like, they should be scaling into the back half of the season for a team that is coming off of their victories. Oh, another flash. I thought he was going to go onto Onat because Onat was flashless, but getting the flash off mobility too is huge. As Chime continues to be a bright spot on FlyQuest challengers.
Dude, he is causing a ruckus here, and I love to see it. A guy with so much veterancy, but also a core pillar onto how FlyQuest decide a lot of their big strategies and things. Been really nice to hear him talk and kind of that passing of the torch at the end of the split, and unfortunately, you know, bidding adieu to this style of competitive. But he has been such a bright face, not only in NACL, not only in Tier 2, but also in LCS. It's been really, really nice to see Chime's growth and the leadership that he brings to the teams and the positive vibes.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. I mean, this is a team that, you know, could have lost, again, if FlyQuest dropped this game. Even more compounding issues heading into playoffs, having to incorporate a new support too, potentially, whenever that swap ends up being more Cryogen instead of Chime. But, yeah, it's going to make the playoff picture rather interesting. I mean, we're going to have FlyQuest, you know, maybe be a middle-of-the-pack team, and being a team where, you know, you may not want to draw them in the first round, as they could be seeded lower than what you expect. That could still be the case. But right now, this looks like a FlyQuest you want to draw in playoffs, which is not something I thought I'd be saying at the start of this split.
Time, ever the busy bee. Now for some of these big catch-outs. But Dragon is up in 30 seconds, and FlyQuest trying to get Cryo in mid for this one.
City's hidden. This Dragon's a bit different. AoE's done a better job of carving out vision for themselves, and FlyQuest, they feel like they cannot check into the Dragon side of the map, so they're going to go Baron side and start that one for themselves.
Okay, they burn it pretty heftily. Dragon
This
isn't
is
even up yet,
gone.
and Baron's already down halfway here. AoE,
City's in
they're
mid.
scrambling. That's a Baron buff to FlyQuest. If they could just close it out, there it goes. Rally Cry, Baron buff secured from FlyQuest. Breezy goes down AoE. They're throwing themselves at FlyQuest. This is going to be enough. The shutdown has gone over. FlyQuest surrounded as now they are under turret, but is it going to matter? Bradley gets hit by a Q3, and City Witty tramples him to dust. He does end up getting the big focus. No other AoE members are around to help out, and Surdy gets an 800 gold bounty.
AoE's up a man. They have Soul on the Rift. They're going to try and take it as that fight again. City Witty, he goes down, but he buffered the buster shot of Bradley with his ultimate again in this game as he's able to find the Tristana. The engage ended up going on to Sajed, so he was taken out first. And while the Baron drops, AoE look to be taking the Chem Soul, as Surdy has something else to say as he TP back in. That's a lot of damage going on to mobility.
Oh god, this is not good. Shadens is now in the pit, and he has the smite. They got to get some damage onto him here. It's going to be big damage from mobility needing to, though. Oh, Coates! No way! He gets the outplay there. Shaden, though, he's out of the pit. Dragon goes over. That's a soul to AoE. Now they're getting the TP in on the dead Daisy. Big rocket grab, and the rocket jump to follow. They've got rockets for days, and FlyQuest are flying off into the horizon.
It still is Soul going over to AoE. A Chem Soul is kind of impactful this game with a Hecarim, who already benefits from healing and is going to be low health as he's sending himself in fights, but we'll see how much they lose for it as Baron has already been taken. Surdy still has the Baron buff on his shoulders, and they're pushing for an inhibitor.
You have to remember, this is the destruction crew that FlyQuest have drafted for themselves.
No way they push for more.
Win these one big fights, and they will absolutely tear your base apart. Now maybe a response coming out from City Witty with a deep flank.
He's looking. He's going to hit the blast cone, and Bradley will spot him. Onat
TPing
in, or ulting in, I should
They've
say.
split Surdy off.
Sejed doesn't have
Okay,
to flash,
Chime.
though. That's big.
And they have the blast cone there. Chime trying to make
going
his
down.
way out of that one, but he is just a deadbeat. He'll be smoked out by the rest of AoE. Unfortunately for him, he will go to the gray screen. Onat on a rampage.
All right, still FlyQuest. They get the inhibitor. Trying to push for that blue buff was too much. City Woody able to get behind them on the Hecarim as he continues to keep his farm up. City Woody almost the most CS in the game as this Hecarim is doing its best to carry. I really like how he's played these fights, saving his ultimate to buffer the buster shots. As we're going to take another look, you can see it in the back half of this one. I like this engage from AoE. I think the wall from Onat's pretty decent, as it does lock in Sejed and the rest of them. And you see Sejed under a lot of pressure in this fight. Cozy with a flash to guarantee the kill onto the Ziggs, but then the retreat. Watch this City Woody. Alt, buster shot got thrown in there. Not able to connect, as that was, of course, buffered by City Woody. And all the protection thrown down wasn't enough for Bradley, as we do see City Woody drop in the back half. No minion wave for AoE to push past those turrets. And oh boy, we get the big replay. Surdy does a lot of damage here. I want to see this one again, actually, because I don't think Surdy should go for the hammer when he does. I think that he needs to continue to poke and also hit this if he can. But yeah, I think he needed to flash out of that Talia combo. If he flashes out of that Talia combo, maybe it's a little bit more playable. I know that he ends up living in the back half, but maybe they're able to actually stick around and take the dragon if that's the case. Him going low kind of forced Shade in the turn on the fight, and it is what ended up securing AoE dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good series of fights there. I feel like both crossed, but then Surdy coming into TP makes the biggest difference. All the damage coming through for that one. Now, we are back onto the map. We have another item completion for City Woody, as he will have the Spirit's Visage. Going to be really nice for him. Oh, you can't get caught like that. He is the Rakan. We've seen this time and time again. Doesn't have the damage to back it up as well, but it's going to be a little bit calm on the Rift, while both teams so tied neck and neck. We're getting to full builds as well, close.
Yeah, Wit's End was actually picked up by mobility. That will help with some of the Ziggs poke. Also has double lifesteal on this Varus. So Drain Tank Varus is fully on, which honestly, this game I think is really good, because all the damage for FlyQuest, like Bradley is responsible for the DPS, and he's the one furthest behind, only at 3 items. So I really feel like mobility's build, he should be going into fights mostly at full health, and he just has to survive the onslaught of poke, as Bradley's not going to be the one taking him down. And it really is sporadic damage around the CDs of FlyQuest. So if mobility is allowed to function, allowed to auto, I think he can really tear FlyQuest apart, as they're currently sitting on a ward. Shine.
Yeah, 2 ways to go. One was death, and the other one was life. TP coming in now, though. That's a little bit of a deep one, as they're going to go straight in. They've already cut Bradley out. That's the start of the snowball, just what AoE need. They're going to catch out, though, Cozy by himself. He's getting knocked up multiple times. City Woody cannot find an entrance. There's no big ultimates. Everything has been used by AoE, and the poke is starting to rain hell onto them, as Surdy is looking for the big shock blast. There's the big pull, too. Cozy, he's going down. Now Surdy's on a rampage. Big root there. They don't follow it up, though. Aren't in range to get the tether.
Elders up in 90 seconds. Baron in 20. FlyQuest going to chase AoE to at least stop the recalls. Maybe fish for more. It's Chime!
Chime! He goes for the flash! That's huge. The barrier is there. There's no more summoner spells on mobility, but they picked apart FlyQuest now. Sejed is down. The mispositioning TP in the base. They're TPing as defense. What is happening now? Surdy, he can't finish it off as City Woody. He's going to stop Shaden now from stopping the backs, as now Surdy is back in the base, still trying to put it on, but there's 2 members there.
Yeah.
And City Woody is cleaning house in front of the Dragon Pit. Shaden does have the blast cone to get away, but the devastating charge, that is a literal horseman chasing you down, and your tree has nothing to say.
Alt was back up for City. Alt up for Breezy, as well as the Blitz enough to take down Bradley. The backdoor attempt from FlyQuest Challengers, it's stalled, and with Elder up in 40 seconds, Shaden will be in the Death Chamber. Surdy's in the Death Chamber with no ult. Sejed is respawning with TP, but they're going to be down a Baron and potentially an Elder, as FlyQuest throw everything against the wall to try and play around AoE, and they end up falling flat.
Do you feel the area of effect here? AoE, they have not found a series win. They've had more changes than I can even count on my hands. And they now will take a presumptive lead over AoE in this over FlyQuest rather, in this best of 3. They take the Baron. They're going to be able to go down and contest for this Elder Dragon. And now everything is in their pockets.
Bradley trying to harass Onat on the way back. He is a little bit low mana. So that's one small advantage. They're just buying time to try and get Shaden here again. Surdy's about to respawn. He has no TP, so any time bought for FlyQuest Challenger is big.
Anything they can do to get their team composition in position. They can get Surdy into these damage-dealing spots to get some of this poke down. The health bars aren't going to be able to maintain for AoE. They do have an open base. There's no real big TP rewards, but here we go.
Bradley's going to play around it. Bradley's going for the base. I think FlyQuest are done trying the team fight. They realize they cannot win. Oh, wait,
they have
never mind.
TP on
He's
Sajed and Bradley, but they are going to bring them back over here. Elder, already half health here. Look at Cozy, though. He's already down pretty low. Daisy's going to be the sacrificial cupcake here, as now the Dragon is going to get reset on FlyQuest and AoE. They're staring each other down, and it's about to be midnight.
Bradley has TP. I'd love for them to see them maybe play with sending him mid as they get the Dragon to reset. Big hook!
Oh, they got mobility! They take the head right off the king! Big Mega Inferno Bomb to separate them. They end up having the front to back that they've been wishing for, and 2 are down for AoE. Absolute heartbreak has hit the team as Elder Dragon goes to FlyQuest.
And Sajed's in mid, so they're going to stall out the bases. It's Baron empowered. Onat looks like he's going to get back, but that turret falls. The 2 autos from Sajed. Cozy's going to go down to the Elder, and all that hard work for AoE looking like it may not be enough as the Elder empowered FlyQuest challengers looking to end off of a massive grab from Chime on a mobility.
Not like this, not like this. AoE, they were so close, but they are being burnt by the very sun that brought them life. Breezy's down. Elder Dragon will signal the end, and FlyQuest dominate AoE.
Dominate? Dominate, Marcel. They didn't dominate anything. No. Get that word out of your vocabulary. This FlyQuest, they need to clean stuff up. They want to be competitive in playoffs. But a good turnaround in the back half. Chime ends up being the MVP of that game. When I saw him play the fight where they tried to backdoor, I was like, man, why is he flashing into mobility? Like, that's really far up. It ended up being a Surdy TP that was trying to backdoor. They didn't find it. That time around, though, mobility, he had no flash. Chime finds the huge hook to make sure that fight's in their favor. They don't connect with an engage on the Bradley where it's followed up by City Witty. And that's the first time where that doesn't happen. Bradley gets the fight, mobility doesn't, and FlyQuest challengers come out on top.
I love that we highlighted Chime as well. Some of that veterancy here. We're going to take a look back at that Elder Dragon fight, the deciding moment, and a heartbreaking one for AoE. AoE fans, beware. There might be a little bit of trouble ahead.
I mean, it's all off a Chime. The Hex Flash, he can spot mobility because of the Ziggs Q, granting vision. And, this falls, and mobility just, he doesn't have flash up, just ends up getting hit by this hook. Chime's in vision, mobility just a little bit too far up. Ends up getting Hex Flash, alted. Cozy doesn't catch it. It's Cozy's job to catch it and go unstoppable. Doesn't stand in front of mobility. So he falls, and then this engage from Breezy on the Bradley can't be followed up upon by City Witty. He ends up getting picked by Shaden and Chime with Bradley auto-attacking over the top. Tristana wasn't taken out of the fight. And AoE go marching in one by one, end up falling to the Elder Dragon. That's enough for FlyQuest challengers to make sure that they take a very contested best of 3 as AoE showing signs of life before the promotion tournament, and FlyQuest challengers, frankly, struggling before playoffs.
I honestly have a little bit of tears in my eyes right now for AoE. I mean, how close they were in a series that should not have even had them in the conversation on paper. All these changes, what was it going to bring? They brought FlyQuest to 3 games, and they were literally one fight from winning the series and taking their first series win. Heartbreak across the board, but really nice for FlyQuest to be able to capitalize on those moments, to show that decisiveness, and for that veterancy that we know them for to shine through in the end.
I mean, it's nice for FlyQuest, but they've got to be kicking themselves after that one, Mizel. This is not how you want series to go 2 weeks before playoffs start. These are our defending champs. They only changed out one player. And FlyQuest challengers, for me, have looked further from the form they had in spring than ever in the last couple of weeks. I was hoping to see more strength from them after their win from Blue Water. but squeezing out a competitive 2-1 against a team that just swapped up the rosters 2 weeks ago is not a good sign going into the playoffs. So really want to see FlyQuest Challengers clean it up, because I feel like when they are in form, they've hit the highest highs out of any team we've had in Challengers League. And a FlyQuest Challengers not in form, while it would make for a much more interesting playoff picture, I feel like would be a disservice to how good this team has played throughout the entire year.
Yeah, it's incredible how things work out. And yes, FlyQuest make it away. They are scathed, though, after that one. And really, in this kind of position, though, they have propped themselves up really nicely in the standings as a whole. So we'll see how that journey continues. And we'll get to talk to FlyQuest a little bit about that trudging victory they just had, as we'll have Bradley on the other side of this break, and we'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm joined with FlyQuest NZXT Challengers mid laner Bradley. After a tough-fought victory, it did not go the way you maybe expected it. So first and foremost, we'll rip the Band-Aid off. What is your initial impressions? What are your thoughts coming away from that series after it wasn't exactly the 2-0 maybe you would expect coming into it?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't really have any words. I think I just played bad and would like to go next series. Thank you.
Love to hear the resolve at least. Want to go next. Want to keep that head up. I want to talk about you, though, a little bit specifically. It's been really nice to see you retake the mid lane. I know we got to do a little bit of content with you earlier as well. Being the king of bot again, I guess, for a second time. But it really has been a growth of kind of your mid lane pressure and some of the different choices in the meta. What is your thoughts on the meta as well? The fact that, you know, we got to see the Aurora, things like that.
I actually like the meta right now. I think a lot of people complain about it, but I think it brings a lot of diversity. So I kind of enjoy it. And I think I would like to pride myself on being someone who can play a lot of champs. So I kind of like it.
I'd say your track record would back that up a lot.
Yeah.
Your flexibility, though, not only in game but out of game as well. We saw you have some really interesting kind of growth in the top lane, but now in mid lane. How has it been being surrounded by a lot of big stars, by obviously big names, some veterans in the scene as well, but trying to find your own role in that?
It's definitely challenging, I would say. But I mean, I like it. You know, switching from team to team, you know, different teammates, you definitely have things to learn. You know, everyone kind of likes to play their own little different game. Sometimes, you know, you have completely different play styles, and it's fun to like learn from other teammates.
Okay, I like it. Do you have a big learning point? Is there like a lesson that you've kind of gathered along this split that you're like, all right, I'm going to keep that with me moving forward?
Yeah, always be ready to fight. That's
Let's
it.
go.
That's the biggest lesson.
All right, I like to hear it. Well, I'll keep this one short. I'll give you a chance to give some shout outs here. I'll let you go. Who do you want to talk about?
First, my team. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate my coaching staff. Without you guys, things would be different. But shout out our sponsors, Olipop, NXT, and some other ones. They actually gave me a PC that I'm using
Nice.
for like the split, and it is a banger computer. So I'm very happy with that.
I have
Also,
one too. They are bangers.
The Olipop drinks are kind of good though, low key. They shipped me like a box and I drank it and it was gone in like 2 days. Like I would actually want another one. It was pretty good.
Look at you being healthy.
Yeah. Shout out my family. They all watched my games from home. I think like a majority of them were like all watching in the living room. So shout out to them. Shout out to my friends who was watching as well. Shout out to everyone who's rooting for us in Twitch chat. Thank you.
I appreciate you so much for doing this interview with me, Bradley. We will see you sooner rather than later, I'm sure. Until then, we're going to bid you adieu, and I'm going to bring back Cubby to break down this day. And what a day it was. We ended up going 3 games in the last series, maybe a bit unexpected with all the changes that AoE were bringing to it, but it was a prize nonetheless.
Yeah, shout out to Bradley for talking to us. I know that he was next up on the list in terms of players that we've talked to for FlyC. Probably would have liked to do so after a better series from his team and himself. But hey, at least FlyQuest, they have a lot of work to do before they get into playoffs, and we'll see if they're able to do so. As we are in the back half of the regular season, starting to get a good idea of what that playoff picture looks like. I know that FlyQuest already locked in, but still kind of posturing for seeding. And we have AoE definitively out in the promotion tournament. So no playoffs for them, with Blue Water holding on to a couple hopes. They have 2 series left in their schedule still, Marcel. So a couple opportunities for them to pick up some wins, but their schedule going to be pretty difficult, as I know that Blue Water tomorrow play TLC, and then next week play Disguised.
Yeah, and then on the other side, CCG, they just have the 1 series left after all this against FlyQuest, who we just watched. There's one last spot in that promotion tournament for these NACL teams, and somebody has to take it. We'll see exactly who it is as things boil down here in these standings, but it's crazy to me that we're already in week number 8 and we're already getting close to those playoffs. We obviously see a lot of the influence that the full Fearless has brought to the table, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. We talked to some of the coaches about it. There are some mixed feelings, but regardless, we get very different drafts, and as someone that, covers every game of the regular season, whether it's on cast or VOD reviewing, or sometimes both, it has kept up the novelty of it, Mazel, with having some flair. The Hacker Room from City Woody, an old special from him, was almost enough to find one of the bigger upsets that we've had so far this year. Would have been the biggest for sure. But yeah.
Thank you, City Witty, for giving me my next jungle picks, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I mean, Music tried to give it to you last week. It
tried.
would have been like he played it in the FlyQuest to find the win. It would have been true terror for FlyQuest to lose to Hackram again.
I couldn't imagine it. But that is it for our day here, the day 1 of week number 8. We will be back tomorrow after LCS or 5 p.m., whichever one comes faster. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you drop a subscription. Half the proceeds do go to the players and teams themselves. You also get these awesome, cool emotes, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.